Chivalry of a Failed Knight, Volume 19. Previously, in Rakudai Kishi no Cavalry. The radical actions of the puppet king Orgal temporarily paralyzed social structures around the world. Criminals escaped from prisons and riots reigned. The trouble did not spare Japan either. The island nation had to endure two unprecedented disasters. First, one of the fugitives, Flame Tendo Harima, brought down the full power of his ability, the manipulation of natural disasters on Kyushu. And then, around the same time, Japan was attacked by large forces of the U.S. Pacific Fleet. The liberators ceased to exist. With them, the counterweight disappeared, and the largest conflict since the Second World War broke out between the Federation and the Union. During the crisis, the apprentice knights especially distinguished themselves. Rikiri Toka Tadu, Naniwa star Yudai Moriboshi, and sword eater Kurado Kurashiki teamed up and killed Flame. Meanwhile, a decisive battle with the Union Army was raging in Tokyo Bay. World clock Kurono Shingyuji, after a heartfelt conversation with her family, accepted the power that she had once refused, and thanks to this, she managed to destroy the enemy's best squad, the Sion operatives. It is worth noting that the American Special Department for Superpowers had an important feature. All of its members were clones of Tyrant, once the strongest blazer in history. The flagship of the Pacific Fleet, the aircraft-carrying cruiser Enterprise, which was Douglas Appleton's device, was sunk along with the remnants of the Armada by the joint efforts of Yakushiheim Nene Seikyo, the Crimson Princess Stella Vermilion, and the failed Knight Ikki Kuragain, who returned from Vermilion. The kidnapped Japanese Prime Minister Bakuga Tsukikage also returned to his homeland. He was saved by Hurricane Sword Emperor Auma Kuragain. In general, the country somehow survived. More precisely, it seemed so to everyone. The real organizer of the war, who staged the attack on Japan, had a different goal. This man, the great Professor Carl Islands, sought to fulfill his cherished dream to create a higher being, an ideal man. For this, he needed Stella's body. To get it, Islands, a U.S. military consultant, provoked the Union into open conflict. Two-winged Edelweiss, god of war Torajiro Nango and tout Fu Xiaoli discovered this when they attacked an American military base. But Islands blew it up and buried the three blazers deep underground. That's why he was able to carry out the plan. When everyone relaxed after the end of the difficult battle, the great professor suddenly appeared in front of Stella, with the help of one of Abraham's clones, knocked her unconscious and mortally wounded Ikki, who was trying to interfere. Shizuku, who rushed to the deafening explosion, found only her brother, and he had one foot in the grave. Stella was kidnapped to make her an incubator for the development of an ideal person. Interlude, Captive Princess. Tochigi Prefecture, Nikko City. Among the mountains, bathed in the pale light of the moon peeking through the clouds, hidden abandoned ruins, which, it seems, no one was in a hurry to dismantle. From the Edo period to the Meiji era, there was a mine here where copper and tin were mined. Once upon a time, there was an ore smelting plant here. There was a busy village with offices and houses of miners. But over the past decades, only the rusty frames have not fallen apart, evoking an association with the remains of a giant. The rest has rotted. The ruins of the mine and buildings could collapse at any moment, so, naturally, people were not allowed here. The only visitors were employees of a private security company and all sorts of stalkers. So no one could even imagine that deep in one of the tunnels there was a working elevator. Moreover, he went down to the secret laboratory of the great Professor Charles Islands, equipped with the latest science and technology. The research area of the laboratory was fenced off from the outside world by 5 superbly fortified levels. In addition, it was guarded by mercenaries who most recently belonged to the Liberators. The Crimson Princess Stella Vermilion was kept in the farthest room. Amazing, look at the data. Physical strength, speed of transmission of nerve impulses, metabolism, all indicators are much higher than human standards. Drug resistance is also incredible. The sample began creating antibodies the moment we started the injection. If we hadn't constantly changed the composition, he would have regained consciousness. Stella was floating in a tank filled with a clear solution. Her eyes were covered by a device in the form of protective glasses, which read brain waves and sent them to the computer through wires leading to the lid. The tank was also covered by a torus-shaped apparatus, similar to a tomograph. He walked up and down nonstop, read the girl's body parameters, and converted them into digital format. With each new line on the screen, the scientists in white coats let out joyful exclamations. At that moment, Islands himself appeared. "Well, colleagues, what are the results of the examination?" "Dr. Islands." Look. One of the employees transferred all the data to the tablet and handed it to the boss. The great professor looked through them and smiled unpleasantly, revealing teeth yellow from constant smoking. "Heh. As I suspected, she is excellent material." Islands and his minions pursued one goal, and it was not power over the world, as the Union wanted, fabricating charges against the Federation and declaring war in the name of universal justice. A team of scientists sought to develop the most powerful form of life to ever exist. More specifically, to create a person who will climb to the top of the evolutionary ladder, or at least to the top that they were able to calculate. It all started when Islands saw the bloodsucker, the device of the tyrant frozen in time. The great professor took as a model the enormous strength of a man who in the past plunged the whole world into chaos, and began research with the help of cellular magic, capable of creating life and accessible only to him, the most skilled blazer of water. As a result, Islands got clones, which he named Abraham Carter. However, Project Abraham ended in failure. All clones had the ability of a tyrant and magical power not inferior to Desperado. But they were only magical creatures generated by cellular magic. Therefore, they had neither a core personality nor a personality itself, and accordingly, could not become Desperados. They are not people, and this is the hidden flaw of the Abraham Project. Therefore, we decided to resort to a more traditional method. Do not copy the flesh, but use the soul as the source material. Calling upon the most complex techniques of cellular magic, Islands transformed the bloodsucker into primary human germ cells. In a sense, he allowed the tyrant's soul to be reborn through scientific methods. Now another task arose, to bear the future Superman, but here everything was not so simple. Both parents pass on genes to the child. This means that not every mother is suitable. It takes an outstanding individual not to weaken the soul, which carries the maximum supply of magical energy in the entire history of mankind. Islands looked for a suitable candidate for a very long time, and finally luck smiled on him. While watching the finale of the Seven Stars Sword Art Festival through Abraham's eyes, the great professor discovered the right girl. Rejoice! You will become the mother of a creature who will take the first step towards a new round of human evolution. All indicators met Island's needs. The combination of the mother's strongest body and the father's soul was bound to produce a magnificent result. However, we only need the body. What Carl needed was not the Desperado mother herself, but a vessel beyond human capabilities. Stella's personality did not help this in any way, and on the contrary, put the project in jeopardy. Islands very much doubted that the girl would be happy when she woke up and found out that she was pregnant. The configuration of the soul taken out of the bloodsucker was not infinite, nor was the number of primary germ cells made from it. The most logical thing was to get rid of all extremely dangerous factors before introducing them into the mother's body. Now the Federation's attention is focused on the Union. Reconnaissance is also almost entirely monitoring the coastal waters, so we have a little time before they detect our underground creeps. As they say in one country, strike while the iron is hot. Colleagues, why don't we start as soon as possible? All tests have been completed, Dr. Islands. We're ready to start. Amazing. In this case, remove the personality of Stella Vermilion from the host's body, because it is completely unnecessary here. At Island's command, the scientists activated control panels around the capsule. The transparent solution began to acquire a bright scarlet color. The limp Stella suddenly arched, stretched out her arms and legs, opened her mouth wide, and exhaling large bubbles began to convulse. The drug has been administered. Oxygen concentration is reduced to a minimum level. Vital indicators are decreasing. The procedure can begin. Go ahead, quick and thorough, Islands ordered. A young fair-haired man in the same white robe as the others nodded mechanically and sat down at the remote control in front of the tank, which was responsible for controlling the glasses on Stella's head. At the same moment, a three-dimensional hologram in the form of a human brain appeared above the surface of the remote control. Abraham touched her with his gauntleted hands of the gospel device and activated mind control, one of his abilities. Now Superman could freely delve into the head of the connected test subject. In addition, various drugs, changes in pressure and oxygen concentration also weakened Stella's body, which made the intervention easier. There are approximately 5 hours until the procedure is completed. Very good. Stella has very little time left. Chapter 4. Cutting through the darkness in the distance, someone's quiet, almost indistinguishable voice was heard. Herself. But who did he belong to, and why was there such despair in him? Ikki Kuragain decided to investigate, but saw no one. He was surrounded by endless darkness, in which a mysterious call echoed. No, the matter is different. He just kept his eyes closed, which means they just had to open them. Having barely realized this, Ikki woke up from his coma and found himself on a bed in the medical room of Hagan Academy. Oni-sama. Shizuku. Oni-sama, what happiness! Exclaimed Shizuku Kuragain, who had been trying to reach her brother all this time, and smiled. She was not alone in the office. Senpai, I finally woke up. Kagami Kusakabe was happy. This is a credit to Shizuku and her knowledge of medicine, Nagi Arasuin noted. Toka Tadu didn't say anything. She just breathed a sigh of relief. The guys looked tired. It was clear that they were terribly worried and only now allowed themselves to relax a little. Alice, Kagami, Tadu, what's wrong with me? That's what we wanted to find out. What did you get yourself into after the bath? Exactly. We heard a loud explosion, came running, and there you were. Lying without your back. If Shizuku hadn't immediately taken care of you, you would have died there. Are you really attacked by American saboteurs? Toka asked. American? Ikki repeated, and suddenly something clicked in his head. His consciousness suddenly cleared up. He remembered everything. How he and Stella walked, and how Islands kidnapped the girl and he jumped up on the bed. Stella. Oni-sama, lie down, it's too early for you to get up. Shizuku, where is Stella? Was she there? No, only you. Ikki turned white as a sheet, and the friends immediately realized that something very serious had happened. Quiet, Ikki. Tell me what happened, Nagi asked in a soothing tone. What's wrong with Stella? Toka supported him. The guy told them about all the events after the bath. American Carl Island stole Stella. The great professor himself. The guys were incredibly surprised. All the night students knew about the most skillful blazer of water, the only owner of cellular magic capable of creating life. But why? Kagami asked in bewilderment. The Americans have left our territorial waters, and the Federation and the Union are preparing to open negotiations on a cessation of hostilities. Why would a U.S. military consultant kidnap Stella at a time like this? Maybe he wants to use Stella as a hostage and shift the blame for starting the war onto us, suggested Shizuku. No, Ikki answered decisively. As I understand it, he acts in his own interests. I'm taking her. This girl will make my greatest wish, my dream come true. She will give birth to the highest form of life, Islands said before flying off. He was not guided by the arguments of logic, as Shizuku thought, but rather, on the contrary, he harbored certain illusions that contradicted his status as a scientist. That's more correct, Nagi agreed. I was with the Liberators under the leadership of the one-armed swordsman, so I didn't meet Islands personally, but I know that he has many guises. The most skilled blazer of water, a man from the highest echelon of the liberators, a military consultant, the chairman of the U.S. Federal Reserve, representative of an association of nonprofit organizations that sponsor medical care free of charge in countries around the world. He is a blazer, a rich man, a scientist, a philanthropist, and just an influential person. He has a lot of names and faces, both in public and underground, which is why no one knows who he really is. I wouldn't be surprised by anything he did. I don't care what's going on in his head, Ikki exclaimed angrily. We need to find him as soon as possible and snatch Stella from his clutches. Ouch. Oni-sama, please, no sudden movements. The wounds will open. Burning with impatience, the guy jumped out of bed and almost fell from acute pain. It seemed as if the skin had been torn off his back, but he managed to survive and moved towards the exit. Suddenly, the door opened. Ikki, is this true? Standing on the threshold was his father and part-time director of the Japanese branch of the International Federation of Magic Knights. I was informed of an explosion of unknown origin. You were found near the epicenter, so I decided to question you personally, Itsuki Kurigane explained. Ikki, is it true that the great professor kidnapped the Crimson Princess? Father, Ikki was surprised, and when he looked behind him, he raised his eyebrows in even greater amazement. And you are here. Behind Itsuki loomed a large guy, twice his size, with his arms crossed over his chest. This was Auma, the eldest son of the Kurigane clan, nicknamed the Hurricane Sword Emperor. Auma Oni-sama, what are you doing here? Asked Shizuku. Shizuku, didn't you hear that it was Auma who rescued Prime Minister Tsukikage and brought him to the Tsushima military base? Explained Kagami, who, as a journalist, knew everything about everyone. Shortly before the outbreak of war between the Federation and the Union in Europe, several clashes took place at the headquarters of the Liberators, and then at a nearby U.S. military base. Auma was there too. With the support of the god of war Torajiro Nango, he freed the captives. Japanese Prime Minister Bakuga Tsukikage, the head of the Kazamatsuri conglomerate Kozo Kazamatsuri, as well as his two daughters, Rina Kazamatsuri and Sarah Bloodlily. Using his ability to manipulate air, the guy helped them cross the continent in record time and get to their homeland. This is not relevant, Auma said and urged his brother. Speak faster. Are you sure that the great professor went for the kidnapping? Ikki had no intention of hiding anything, so he nodded. Absolutely. Stella and I were walking around the school when we were attacked. Abraham Carter captured me, and Islands kidnapped Stella. I have to save her. Auma, hold him, Itsuki ordered. Fine. Hey, brother, Ikki was indignant. He wanted to take advantage of his small stature and deftly sneak towards the exit, but Auma caught his hand. Ikki immediately rushed away, but even as an adult he would never have been able to get rid of his brother's iron grip, and even more so now, so he tried to convince with words. Brother, let me go. Now every second counts. I won't allow amateur actions, Itsuki said with unchanging, and therefore terribly annoying, calmness. Father, the Federation and the Union have declared a ceasefire and are preparing to conclude a peace treaty. Not only Japan, all countries of the Federation fought hard and repelled the enemy's first strike. Fortunately, we brought back Prime Minister Tsukikage before the Union beat him into admitting he was collaborating with the Liberators, so the original causation of war can be considered illegitimate. I am sure that in the upcoming negotiations, both sides will seek a compromise. Of course, we, the Federation, are not very pleased to hear about this, since it was the Union that attacked us, which means we have the right to count on more favorable conditions. However, if our politicians persist, the war may resume, and then the first to suffer will be civilians, the weakest and most innocent part of the population. We need to avoid this at all costs. Ikki, do you understand what I'm talking about? Now all our actions must be carefully thought out, otherwise there will be disaster. Without betraying his principles, the director of the Japanese branch of the Federation gave his son a weighty argument and hinted that he would not allow some knight student to aggravate the situation with rash actions. But then it turned out that Itsuki decided to neglect Stella and Ikki could not tolerate this. He wouldn't trade the girl he loved for the whole world. "Get out of the way," he growled unusually angrily, looking at his father and brother like an enraged beast. Everyone understood that this was an ultimatum. If they refuse, Ikki will summon a sword and force his way through. Of course, Alma felt the pressure the most. "Itsuki, I won't be able to hold him and not hurt him," he warned and added. "I can beat him half to death if necessary." At these words, the Emperor's eyes sparkled bloodthirstily, like two sharp blades. Two incredibly stubborn sword masters collided in the medical room. Nagi and Kagami involuntarily cowered in instinctive fear. It seemed to them that steel hoops were squeezing their chests, preventing them from breathing normally. A truly explosive situation has arisen. One wrong word and the delicate balance would be disrupted. At that very second, Ikki and Alma would without hesitation summon the devices and start a fight to the death. But someone else intervened. "Who will let you?" Lorelei Shizuku Kurigane implemented the device, Kodachi Yoshigure, faster than her brothers and pointed it at Itsuki. "Oni Aisama, I'm on your side. Let's knock them out and after Stella. I owe her a debt from the festival, and she is much closer to me than these two, and they don't care about their circumstances from a high bell tower." By debt, the girl meant the incident with evil Rock Amane Shinomiya. The tension increased significantly. "Our guys, what are you doing? Don't get excited, please. We are all on the same side. There is no need for us to quarrel." Toka was the only one who kept her cool. She tried to appeal to her friends. Reason, but they no longer listened to her. The battle was inevitable. Even the Reikiri could not prevent it. How to be, Toka thought discouraged. Suddenly Itsuki spoke up. "Ikki, you misunderstood me. I just said that I would not allow amateur actions, but I did not forbid you to save the Crimson Princess." One phrase, and everything changed dramatically. "Hey." Stunned, Ikki and Shizuku stared at their father in unison. "Do you even know where to go?" Itsuki continued with a subtle doom in his voice. "Well, islands grew wings and left not by land or sea, but by air. Once the great professor moved far enough away, even Shizuku's search magic lost him. Obviously, the American's location remained a secret, but Ikki and his sister, excited to the limit, did not think about it. Itsuki brought the children to their senses and forced them to listen to reasonable arguments. At the moment, the Federation has mobilized all its forces. Intelligence is closely monitoring territorial waters, but has not yet caught anyone. The conclusion is that the islands did not leave Japan. He must have taken the princess to a secret hideout. Due to an external threat, we had to transfer some of our forces to monitoring the borders, so attention to what is happening inside the country has weakened somewhat. However, we still have satellite images. If islands had flown away, he should have been spotted. I will immediately order the logs to be raised, Itsuki promised. And now I am addressing you as the director of the Japanese branch of the International Federation of Magic Knights. I entrust you with a task, to save the Crimson Princess Stella Vermilion. I allow you to use any methods to accomplish this. From now on, Japan Branch Director Itsuki Kurigane will bear all responsibility for property damage and problems encountered. Ikki and Shizuka were stunned. The Ironblood they knew would never have given such an order. Ignoring their confusion, Itsuki continued. A rank knight Alma Kurigane, B-rank knight Toka to do, you will also take part in the operation. The country is currently in level 2 war readiness mode, so checking the logs will take a few minutes. Prepare to perform at any moment. I obey, Toka answered. Alma remained silent. Let me join, Nagi asked. The great Professor Carl Islands has countless disguises. He sponsored the construction of many institutions around the world. In addition, it is logical to assume that the islands is keeping Stella in a well-fortified place, which means that the assault could take a lot of time, and we will be late. This is where my ability comes in handy. Okay, I allow it, Itsuki replied, recognizing the arguments as sound. He selected people for the rescue operation with such care that everyone understood. The director of the Japanese department really wanted to snatch Stella from the hands of the American. However, such behavior was uncharacteristic for him, and it could not but be alarming. Suddenly, "Tell me, Ironblood, are you sure of your decision?" Alma asked, voicing everyone's doubts. Putting compliance with the law above all else, keeping the entire system running smoothly as a priority, and making no exceptions for anyone, not even family members. That's how Ironblood Itsuki Kurogane has always been. Saving Stella went against his principles. Also, Itsuki headed only the Japanese branch, and not the Federation as a whole, and therefore did not have the right to give orders on behalf of the organization. According to the rules, he had to first report the kidnapping to headquarters and wait for orders from his superiors, even if it would take some time. However, the director decided to act immediately. Obviously, he exceeded his authority, but still abandoned good and gave preference to evil, naturally, in his value system. Itsuki knew that his parent had turned out worse than ever, but the youngest son still did not turn away from him, did not hesitate to call him father. When Ikki's beloved girl was in trouble, Itsuki suddenly realized that he wanted to help somehow, and took responsibility for the operation upon himself. In the end, only he could do this. Father and director rolled into one. "Ikki, that's all I can do right now. I cannot recall large forces from Tokyo, so you will have to return your beloved yourself." "Thank you, father." Itsuki Kurogane sacrificed his Ironblood reputation and supported his son. Realizing this, tired after a series of battles and injuries, Ikki felt an unprecedented surge of energy. His joy even brought tears to his eyes. "Now I will definitely save Stella. Oni-sama, let me merge with you and patch things up along the way. I will carry those who do not keep up with the wind. Rikiri, I assume you don't need this." "Of course not. I have no equal in speed." "Senpai, guys, please find Stella and come back together. I can't help you, but at least I'll pray for your success." "Thank you, Kagami." While waiting for data from the satellite, Ikki and his friends quickly sketched out a couple of plans for different situations. Not even 5 minutes had passed before the handhelds began to beep. An operator from the Japan branch had already looked at the satellite images and sent the island's route to the rescue team. It turned out that the great professor was hiding in the area of the city of Nikko in Tochigi Prefecture. That is about an hour away, if you take into account the forces of Alma and Toki. 5 student knights. 2 of them had rank A, left the academy and rushed through the night city due north. Somewhere there Stella was languishing in prison. "What is this?" Stella thought in bewilderment. She stood in the corridor, the floor of which was laid with marble tiles and covered with a red carpet. Sometimes people passed by. "Where am I? What am I doing here?" She remembered very well that she returned to Japan with Ikki and Shizuku and helped in the battle against the American fleet. And then? What happened then? The memories seemed to be covered in a thick fog that could not be dispelled, no matter how hard the girl tried. However, even without this, she noticed many strange things. For example, the passers-by were not of Asian appearance, but of Slavic appearance and wore clothes of a familiar style. Am I really in Vermilion? "Hey, Stella, why are you stuck?" "Oh. Why are you afraid?" "Stella, are you feeling unwell? Should I call the teacher?" Stella turned around and, seeing the 2 girls, held her breath in amazement. In front of her stood little Tilmit Gracie and Miliaria Lazy. Moreover, Stella realized that she had become the same height as them, which means she herself had shrunk. What's going on here? If everything is fine, let's go quickly, otherwise the teacher will scold you. Yes, Stella, let's go. The show will start soon. Miliaria took her friend's little hand and ran. This is a dream. Now Stella remembered where she had already seen this corridor. She was in a small theater in the capital, where once, while still in elementary school, she went with her class to a puppet show. This day was special for Stella, because it was then that she awakened her ability and became the Crimson Princess. So many memories at once. She followed Miliaria into the hall and took her place. My soul was restless. The girl knew what would happen next. The manifested ability will get out of control and set the body on fire. The fire will spread from it to the floor and walls, and a fire will break out. Fortunately, the adults will react quickly, and the flames will not be very strong, so there will be no casualties. Only the building will burn down and some will escape with burns. But something else is much more important. Stella caused suffering to her subjects and never allowed herself to be justified by her age or lack of knowledge and skills. Whenever she remembered this day, her heart sank with painful regrets. At the same time, the girl treasured this incident endlessly. The princess never forgot how frightened she was because the fire did not obey, splashed out and burned, but the adults hugged her, consoled her and encouraged her, despite the pain. Her friends never blamed her either. On the contrary, their small company became even more united, and when Tilmit and Miliaria also discovered the abilities of blazers, the three of them decided to enter the academy and serve for the good of Vermilion. After that incident, Stella vowed to become a valiant knight, of whom her beloved and loving people could be proud. It was this decision that supported the girl all the way, and it was then that the Crimson Princess was born. However, this time everything was different. Stella witnessed a heartbreaking tragedy. Oh, hot, it's hot. Stella, that's enough, for what? No, teacher, save me, save. How hot, how, well. Not just fire burst out of the girl, but a real inferno, which in the blink of an eye engulfed the entire theater. The teacher and classmates screamed in unbearable pain. The flame burned out their vocal cords, scorched their lungs, and after a few seconds their fingers began to char and crumble. The trouble did not pass over the friends sitting next to her. Oh, Stella, it hurts. In water, HHH. The eyeballs evaporated, bursts of fire erupted from the empty sockets, and the girls scattered into ashes. But this simply couldn't happen. Stella screamed at the top of her lungs. What it is, what's happening? I remember very well what happened then. Where does all this come from? No, impossible, it's just a dream. No one died in the fire. Tilmit and Miliaria were burned, but not fatally. They were not offended by Stella. They did not get angry. The friendship did not break up. This simply cannot be. In terrible confusion, the girl pressed her palms to her face so as not to see the nightmare. But as soon as she closed her eyes, a majestic voice rang out. I, the father and emperor of Vermilion, offer my deepest apologies to all of you for that terrible disaster. The princess jerked her head up. The theater has disappeared. Now she was on the outskirts of the capital, in the cemetery square, in a battered ceremonial hall. Sirius stood on a small dais, and in front of him, people in mourning clothes sat in rows of folding chairs. Stella herself was aloof from everyone. Looking at her father, she saw behind him a long line of coffins, rising along the road to the hill. It was a funeral. Did so many people really die in the fire? The girl thought, stunned. I appeal to the victims and those who have lost loved ones. On behalf of the ruling family, I promise that you will receive proper compensation. Of course, I understand that no amount of help will ease your grief, but alas, I am not able to bring back the lives lost. I, Sirius Vermilion, promise to take full responsibility for my daughter's actions and hope that you will find the generosity to forgive us. This is all untrue. Stella shouted, unable to bear it, and jumped to her feet. At the same moment, everyone gathered in the hall turned to her. The princess recognized them, and not at the same time. She had already seen these people, but had never noticed such anger, hatred, and contempt in them. I didn't notice, but why do I remember them like that? Panic and fear gripped her soul. The girl felt like she was going crazy. No, that's a lie. Nonsense. Nobody died, she screamed in a trembling voice. It's just a stupid dream. Rave, why am I dreaming about him? Stella. There was a loud bang, and Stella automatically grabbed her face with a scream. A second before that, Lune's Vermilion grabbed her little sister by the shoulder, and gave her a resounding slap in the face. "Don't be disgraceful. Have you already forgotten what you did?" Lunez looked at her in the same way as the people around her. "Hundreds have died because of you." "Hundreds? Stella, please. Dad and I have a lot of trouble because of you. Don't add new ones." In Astria's eyes, there was also no usual love, only coldness, contempt, and disgust, as if in front of her was not a daughter, but a slippery worm. "What's wrong with you? I couldn't kill them. I'm telling you it's a dream." Stella exclaimed. "No, it was you who killed them. Will not forgive. If this is a dream, then return my daughter. Give it back." People began to get up from their seats, throwing chairs away and screaming with such hatred, as if they were about to rush at the second princess and tear her to pieces. To prevent bloodshed, Stella was blocked by a detachment of guards under the command of an elderly gray-bearded swordsman. "Your Highness, I ask you to return to the palace. It's dangerous here, and it would be better for you to never show yourself in public again," he said without turning around. It was Daniel Dandalion, director of the Vermilion branch of the Federation and Stella's martial arts mentor. "Dan, but don't you understand that you're disturbing everyone?" This time, Daniel deigned to glance over his shoulder at the girl, and Stella saw the same hatred and contempt in his eyes. This was the last straw. Something crunched and broke in the princess's soul. Unable to bear it, she rushed as fast as she could away from the nightmare, from the insults flying at her back. "No, this is definitely nonsense. There's something wrong here. I have to wake up as soon as possible, otherwise I'll definitely touch my head. We need to run away from here. And anyway, where did this dream come from? I remember very well that no one died in the fire." In your opinion, that flame is not capable of burning anyone?" asked a mocking voice in my head. You're lying. Tilly and Millie are alive." "Otherwise it cannot be. We fought together for Vermilion. They are not dead." "I'm very interested in how you make friends with the dead." "Yes, I'm telling you." "Oh no, my dear. Your supposed reality is actually a dream." "What? What is he talking about? This is impossible. I decided to become the Crimson Princess precisely because dear people were nearby and supported me. You just couldn't stand the weight of sin and created convenient, but still false memories. Lie. You killed everyone, Stella Vermilion. Lies. Stella screamed desperately, drowning out her disembodied voice, and ran again, although tears blurred her eyes. She didn't know where to go to leave the nightmare. A single thought was hammering in my head. I have to find Icky. The girl had no idea what was happening to her, but with an unknown sixth sense she understood. Icky is the only one she can trust, and if she finds him, she will wake up. After all, the irreplaceable rival that the Crimson Princess unexpectedly found in distant Japan has never let her down. Stella believed in it and ran. Finally, she found herself among unfamiliar rice fields, and on the path ahead, she saw her own back. The girl ran up to Icky, clung to him, hugged him like a saving straw, and hugged him with all her might, afraid of losing the last crumbs of sanity in the whirlpool of madness. The guy turned around, and with an extremely perplexed look asked, "And who are you?" "What?" Stella was speechless from shock. However, it was not the answer that surprised her. "No." "Who is he?" She herself could not remember who she was so desperately looking for. The core of personality is a strong thing. Even Ava with her mind control has a hard time erasing her personality completely. And this is if we talk about the common man. In the case of a desperado who has rejected humanity, the complexity increases significantly, said Islands. He sat in the laboratory on the sofa, smoked a bong with marijuana and chuckled, looking at the tank with Stella twitching finely. However, strength and stability are not a panacea. Everything in our world is the result of some process. This is the basic rule of science. Soul is no exception. A person is shaped by his past, life, experience, environment. Everything he has ever experienced constitutes the ego, that is, the strong personality. As science says, everything has a reason, and any action leads to a result. According to islands, souls are also subject to this law. Therefore, in order to destroy a personality, it is necessary to change the process of its formation. There is no need to rewind time, as the world clock does. It is enough to change the experience. Take various drugs, prepare equipment, subject the body to excessive stress, limit oxygen supply and dull thinking. Because of this, the body and soul will weaken, and then you can use mind control and change the past in such a way that the loving and beloved Crimson Princess begins to look alien. Desperado's soul is much stronger than that of ordinary people. But if you hide the true memories that formed it under false ones, then the mind, guided by the implanted experience, will consider the previous personality to be false and reject it. When Abraham completes the process, Stella will think of the Crimson Princess as just a dream. No matter how Stella Vermilion resists, after the procedure, she will voluntarily give up the completely alien Crimson Princess and turn into a holy mother who bears a superior person. She will fulfill our old dream. Not even Abraham had mastered mind control so skillfully and accurately as to rewrite Stella's personality, a desperado with a soul that surpassed the human level. However, Island's laboratory was equipped with the latest science and technology. The machines here were designed with one purpose: to erase the mind. With their help, the great professor's team removed the image of the Crimson Princess layer by layer. The mind transformation process is 70% complete. There are no deviations, the report followed. This meant that in less than 2 hours, Stella's soul would be killed. The girl will lose everything that the American and his retinue wanted. Suddenly, there was a piercing roar of an alarm siren. What? Scientists jumped up from their seats in panic. One of them contacted the external guards, turned pale and shouted, "Great Professor, urgent message from the watchtower. At a distance of 10 kilometers, 3 powerful sources of magical energy have been detected, which are approaching our secret laboratory at great speed." Islands frowned. He expected persecution, but not so soon. Did he really not inform the Federation headquarters and sent soldiers without permission? Itsuki Kurigane himself did this, the professor thought incredulously. The Japanese department was headed by an extremely unyielding person. Not even a person, but a walking set of rules and laws. Having heard about Stella's kidnapping, he should have reported upstairs and waited for instructions, and not acted on emotions. That's what Carl's experience said. In addition, Itsuki would not risk moving large forces from the capital, since the U.S. fleet had just departed and could easily return. And at the headquarters itself, they could not quickly make a decision. First, it was necessary to convene representatives of the participating countries and discuss this issue with them. Moreover, some were still fighting against the Union forces and most likely would give priority to negotiations and a ceasefire, rather than caring about some girl. Islands planned to take advantage of the slowness of the bureaucracy, and during this time remove Stella's identity, so even when escaping, he preferred speed to stealth and flew out of Tokyo. But he only harmed himself, it turns out, he said and clicked his tongue irritably. "Doctor, what should we do? Shall we interrupt the procedure and evacuate?" "No, it won't be necessary," Islands replied, categorically rejecting escape. Of course, he did not expect a quick pursuit, but this meant that the enemy did not have time to thoroughly prepare. If Japan decides to act independently, it will not be able to field any significant forces against us. I doubt that Yakshiheim will attack us. The capital also needs to be defended. So don't interrupt the procedure but destroy the pursuers. Another report. The Hurricane Sword Emperor Auma Kurigane, the Sword King of the 7 Stars Ikki Kurigane, and the Raikiri Toka Tadu are heading towards us. It is also speculated that they are accompanied by Lorelei Shizuku Kurigane, since Ikki Kurigane is in his adult form. Islands widened his eyes behind his glasses, and then laughed loudly. What? Did Ikki survive the explosion? This guy doesn't know how to give up at all. However, no. I think it's worth giving credit to Lorelei and her healing skills. Great, Professor. Now is not the time for praise. Okay, calm down and pull yourself together, Islands ordered. Yes, the squad is impressive, but it consists of children. Indeed, only apprentice knights were approaching the laboratory. Apparently, the Japanese did not have enough time or funds to convene full-fledged magic knights. While the secret laboratory of the great Professor Carl Islands had not only research equipment, but also powerful security. After all, experiments were being conducted here that the public was in no way supposed to know about. Activate all defensive EDIs and order the remnants of the Liberators to take up combat positions. I picked them up in the ruins of the headquarters destroyed by the Puppet King, sheltered them and warmed them up, so let them work. So, and one more thing. Head of lab, how many units of they? Abraham, type do you have? If you don't count the one who performs the identity removal operation, 5. Everything is in storage containers. Enough. Awaken them. Unleash all your might on the enemy. The kids still won't understand how important our experiment is, no matter how much I explain. They don't care that we want to advance humanity one step along the chain of evolution. Following the route of the islands, which was transmitted by the Japanese department, the student knights, mobilized by the official order of Itsuki, reached the outskirts of the city of Nikko, where they discovered the useless ruins of a mining town. A little to the side stood the remains of an ore smelting plant. Not far from them there were half-rotten buildings. Probably in the past, there were dormitories for workers and various kinds of shops. The great professor descended underground, but the satellite did not catch where exactly. Fortunately, Shizuku was excellent at tracking magical energy. She had no equal in this at home, so, once in the target area, she quickly and easily completed the task. Found it. Stella, Ikki exclaimed immediately, and the petite sister on his shoulder nodded. It looks like there is some kind of complex under the mining town. They keep Stella in it. She clearly felt the faint response of familiar magic 200 meters below her. It is impossible to dig such a distance in a matter of hours, which means that Islands took advantage of the entrance, which was clearly somewhere nearby. We need to find him, the young knights thought without saying a word, stepping onto the street of the ghost town under the cover of darkness. And the next second a flash of light hit their eyes. The beam was too bright for a natural light source, so the only option left was a spotlight. Of course, we are met. Yeah, so the brats have arrived. Rejoice, small fry, we have a generous client. The bullets were just poured on the way. People, don't forget about the bonus 100 liams for each. Let's kill you. Oh. The former liberators, scattered throughout the city, emerged from behind cover with a battle cry and opened fire. The roar of hundreds of machine guns tore into shreds the quiet night, previously disturbed only by the chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs. Birds scurried to the sides, small animals, fleeing, rushed through the thickets. However, Ikki and his comrades did not even flinch. Tenryugyusoku, said Auma, and unfolded the dome of the armor of winds that always covered his body. The bullets suddenly struck powerfully against the wall of compressed air, and the guy frowned slightly. Special reinforced cartridges against blazers. These cartridges easily penetrated the magical cocoon of blazers, but they were also very expensive, $25 apiece. Only a few special forces units, even in the active armies of developed countries, were supplied with this type of ammunition. However, the mercenaries who set up the ambush calmly fired them from many guns. That is, they were not easy people. Apparently, they are not from a civilian security company. Will we neutralize it? Toka asked Ikki. The guy shook his head. No time. We will break through by force. And no one can be spared. We are mobilized according to all the rules. I didn't mean to. Now I'll scatter it, Alma said, and stopped maintaining the air of the dome in a compressed state. A mighty gust of wind blew away the former liberators, who numbered about 300, tore the weapons out of their hands and tore out the machine gun mounts along with the meat. For a moment, the shots died down, the shower of bullets stopped, and the guys rushed to attack. Reo. Toka waved Narukami, shrouded in lightning, and released a discharge that took the form of a gigantic eagle spreading its wings, soared into the sky, illuminating the dark night, and fell on the ruins of the factory, where one of the defensive lines was located. Toki's ability did not create shock waves, like Auma did, but hit with electricity. Neither walls nor trenches could save us from it. The current flowed through everything, the ground, the concrete, and of course, the exposed metal frames. The fortifications and machine gun emplacements made of steel sheets could not withstand the lightning, and the girl killed several dozen people in one fell swoop. Jinsempu. Auma didn't lag behind. He created a tornado of cutting air currents and sent it forward, straight to the skeleton of the hostel, where the enemies were also holed up. Island's mercenaries turned the house into a real firing point. They installed machine guns on every floor, even on the roof, and equipped many loopholes. However, the whirlwind, which even cuts through the armor of American tanks, easily bit into the old dilapidated concrete and punched a huge hole on the first floor. The already shaky building was left without a load-bearing wall and began to fold. Everything is falling apart here. It fell with a deafening crash. A cloud of dust rose. How so? Just 2 strikes, and we have almost no one left. Having lost 2 key points of defense, the mercenaries were at a loss. But they lived for battles, so they never thought of giving up. The mediocre is wounded. Let's kill him first, then the others. No matter how strong he is designed for duels. Blazers crush him with numbers. The coolest and smartest gave instructions, and the Liberator Blazers, calling on devices of various shapes and sizes, swords, axes, firearms, rushed at Ikki. Of course, they reasoned correctly, but they completely missed one point. Hiswijin. Now Ikki was not alone, but in an inextricable tandem with Shizuku, and therefore possessed both the skills of the talentless Knight Sword and the magic of Lorelei. In this form, he became a universal knight without blind spots and had long-range attacks at his disposal. Reiko's 7th secret art. Taking advantage of his sister's noble art, Ikki created a long blade of water circulating under pressure around Intetsu, then spun in place and struck with his own technique. He did not hold back and moved with the same speed with which he fought against the sword Edelweiss, who had ascended to the peak, so that the mercenaries fell before they had time to understand what hit them. Neither fortifications, nor weapons, nor blazers helped the islands. In the past, each of Ikki's squad had to walk on the edge of a knife in one way or another. The motley bunch posed no threat to them. The commanders, who realized this, clung to their last hope with all their might. Where are these EDIs? They're already taking the elevator. Morons, idiots, can it be faster? However, their subordinates no longer listened to them. Panicking, they began firing randomly in all directions. Although some order and organization had disappeared, the feudal resistance was looking more and more like a child's hysteria with each passing second. All this played into the hands of Ikki and his comrades. They didn't have time to deal with the pawns one by one. Unfortunately, I only established Stella's approximate location. Alice, please give me the exact route, Shizuka asked. This moment, that's why I got involved with you. Ikki's shadow trembled and Nagi Arasuin emerged from it. He couldn't move as fast as the other guys, so he went all the way inside his friend's shadow. Naga's ability was not conducive to direct combat, so another task lay on his shoulders, and no less important. And most importantly, only he could accomplish it. Shadow creatures. Nagi summoned a device, the dark hermit dagger, and stabbed it into the long shadow of the destroyed building they were hiding behind. It swelled up like a huge bubble, and small but nimble animals fell out of it, black mice, which immediately scattered in different directions to scout out the area. Nagi saw and heard everything the same as his assistants. After some time, the little scouts discovered a ventilation shaft disguised as part of the ruins. entered Island's laboratory and began to crawl along an intricate network of corridors, drawing up a map. It was for this that Nagi Arasuin became famous in those years, when he was a member of the large criminal organization, Liberators, and eliminated unwanted people. Wherever the target was hiding, the Black Thorn would find it, get close, and deliver a fatal blow. The ability to manipulate shadows did not shine in spotlight-lit arenas like the Seven Stars Sword Art Festival. Its true value was demonstrated in combat conditions. Very soon, one of the black mice descended to the very bottom of the laboratory, and its red eyes, brightly glowing in the dark, noticed the outlines of a huge tank in which the crimson Princess Stella Vermilion was floating. Obviously, Nagi also saw this and instantly planned a route. He was about to dispel the noble art when suddenly his ears caught someone's relaxed, unpleasant voice. "You must be that same killer, Wallenstein's fosterling. Okay. Yes, it didn't go well. Because of you, all my efforts to complicate the structure of the laboratory went down the drain." Forcing the mouse to turn its head, Nagi met the gaze of a bald old man in a white robe. The great Professor Carl Islands showed his yellow teeth in a smile and added provocatively, "However, I'm not defenseless either. Will you be able to reach me before the Crimson Princess ceases to exist?" After the alarming words, the connection with the animal disappeared. "Well, what is it, Alice?" Icky hurried, and Nagi conveyed everything he saw and heard. "I found Stella, and I know how to get to her. One thing is bad. They connected some kind of device to Stella and are doing something to her. I don't know what, but definitely nothing good." "Then go ahead. Tell me where the entrance is," Icky exclaimed, burning with anger and impatience. Of course, Nagi himself would have happily gone straight to the lair of the main villain, but another mouse showed that a formidable enemy was rising from the laboratory. "We'll have to deal with someone else first." Suddenly, there was a powerful blow. The ground shook, and the destroyed building behind the mercenaries rose several meters. 3 gigantic silhouettes appeared in a thick cloud of dust. "What is this?" Finally, the curtains settled, and 10-meter-tall Cyclops appeared. Their skin was replaced by armor plates painted to look like camouflage, and their only eye was a large monocular camera. Something like machine guns with a rotating block of barrels, 2 on each, gleamed predatorily on their hands. These were new model EDI mechanical soldiers, featuring increased dimensions and additional functions from those that the United States used in the Battle of Tokyo Bay. 4 hostile elements confirmed. 4 hostile elements confirmed. Analysis. Threat level, S-directive complete destruction of hostile elements, regardless of collateral damage. I disable all security modules. I'm starting to destroy. Even in the underground hangar, the EDI received an order to eliminate Icky's squad at any cost. Carrying it out, the Iron Soldiers raised their hands with multi-barrel installations. The mercenary commander, a middle-aged man, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, "Cap, who else is this?" "New type of EDI. It's called EDIK, that is large. The client said that this is the latest model. It is not even in the US Army yet. That's it. Victory is in our pocket. Hey guys, multiply these kids by 0. Of course, the robots did not obey the man, but willy-nilly they fulfilled his desire, since they had the same order. The standard weapon of all EDIs was the ultra-high-power thermal hadron cannon, which was equally good at melting both tank armor and blazer cocoons. In Tokyo, she caused a lot of problems for both the soldiers of the self-defense forces and many magic knights. The EDIK models received further improvements in weapons. The enlarged body made it possible to install larger caliber guns and also to replace the standard block with a rotating one, as in the Gatling scheme. Thanks to this, the barrels heated up less, which led to the possibility of continuous firing, a significant difference from the current EDI model. The power of the new guns was also appropriate. Hadron installations, salvo. A deadly rain fell on Icky and his comrades. The ruins of the building, behind which they hid from enhanced bullets, ceased to serve as any kind of shelter. Asphalt, steel, earth, scarlet rays melted absolutely everything, and the flow of hadrons caused explosions, scattering hot semiliquid matter around. There was absolutely nothing left at the impact site. The EDIK's 16-inch guns were, of course, far inferior to the Enterprise's main battery, twin 88-inch guns, however. They were more than enough to, as the main mercenary aptly put it, multiply by 0 a person. Naturally, not only the young knights fell into the affected area, but also the remnants of the liberators, who found themselves between EDI and the guys. Stop, this is too much, you'll cover us," some mercenary yelled. "The main priority is the destruction of hostile elements. Collateral damage approved. I continue to carry out the directive," the robot responded dispassionately. The prototype of the new model did not undergo full testing, so defects surfaced at the most unexpected moment. Without knowing where they were and where they were, the mechanical soldiers drowned the ruins of the factory and mining town in a sea of fire. Vegetation fell to ash, buildings melted and collapsed, people turned into flaming brands with heartrending screams. Everything has disappeared. However, it so happened that the EDI attack hit only the Allies. Shadow step. The splashing of water was heard, and Ikki, Alma, and everyone else came out from the shadow of a tree at a distance from the lava lake. As soon as the enemy fired, Nagi hid his friends with his ability and managed to move them away from the explosions due to the fact that the shadows lengthened due to the light of the hadron cannons. At the same time, he shared everything that he saw through the eyes of the little spies. So, in that mountain over there behind the robots, there is a camouflaged gate, and behind it there is a large elevator that leads straight to Stella. Is everything right, Alice? Until the last word, and we better hurry. Islands mentioned that the Crimson Princess will soon cease to exist. I was going to go straight anyway. No circles, Alma noted. I'll scatter the trash and clear the way. Those who are weaker stay back. Alma, be so kind as to not take us for such weaklings. Together we can deal with them much faster, Toka objected. Then we'll deal with them in one go. Between EDIK salvos, there were breaks of 20 to 30 seconds. The barrels of the hadron installations needed to cool down. Taking advantage of this disadvantage, Alma, Toka, and Ikki rushed to attack. Tadohagen. Ikki instantly froze the surface of the lava, like with Shizuku's noble art. Toka, the fastest among her comrades, reached the enemies first. Shippujinrai. Strengthened by the electric current, the girl accelerated further, jumped onto one of the EDIKs and began to gallop along it, stabbing Narukami into the most fragile places not covered by armored joints on the arms, legs, torso, neck. As a final action, Rikiri released a powerful discharge from the blade, which went through all the joints and melted them, neutralizing the formidable weapon. Alma attacked another robot. He was not as fast as his comrade in arms, so he came under machine gun fire. The kimono, torn by reinforced bullets, scattered to the sides, but not a drop of blood appeared on the skin. Take any blow head-on, this was the philosophy that Itsuki's eldest son adhered to and trained accordingly. Because of this, his bones and muscles were much denser than those of ordinary people, and the guy, with a height of 180 centimeters, weighed as much as 500 kilograms. Ill-conceived attacks did not harm the strong body in any way, so Alma did not waste energy on defense. The Emperor turned the Tenryugyusoku air armor inside out, wrapped it around the blade of Ryuzyum's Nadachi raised above his head, compressed and condensed the air currents, and finally created a hurricane sword that cuts through everything it touches. Kusanagi. EDIK crossed his arms in front of him, intending to block the blow with plates made of a special alloy, on which not even a scratch remained after being hit from the tank, but in vain. Kusanagi was the strongest noble art in the arsenal of Alma, an A-rank knight, that is, one who could single-handedly decide the fate of an entire country. A blazer's trump card of such power was obviously far beyond the level of a regular tank. The hurricane sword cut the mechanical soldier from the top of his head to his crotch, without encountering any resistance. 2 EDIs have fallen, the last one remains. Ikki rushed at him with such zeal that he broke Tadaheijan's ice crust. Ikkaku. By combining Shizuku's ability and Seijiki's first secret art, the talentless knight created an analog of the noble art of the great hero Ryoma Kurigane. The tip of the black katana pierced the robot's chest plate. At the same instant, the magic of water froze the metal, making it excessively hard, and the ice shackles did not allow the impulse to be extinguished due to vibration. The stabbing blow punched a huge hole in EDIK's chest. Cracks ran from it in all directions, and the mechanical soldier fell apart, turning into a pathetic pile of scrap metal, just like a destroyer in Tokyo Bay. But the energy charge did not end there. It flew further and crashed into the surface of the mountain, straight into the camouflaged steel gate, smashing it into pieces. The path to Island's lair was open. Realizing this, the surviving mercenaries completely chickened out. Aoa, he's coming inside. I can't believe my eyes. How did he break a thick slab into pieces? Is this really talentless? EDIK was not stopped, or even detained by the apprentice knights. Realizing that the advantage in this battle was not on their side, the defenders of the laboratory lost the will to fight. All, we give up. We won't bother you, so please don't bother us. The commander begged, raising his hands. Hey, come on, drop your weapons. He ordered his subordinates. The other mercenaries threw away their machine guns with such haste, as if they were just waiting for an order, after which they sank to their knees and clasped their hands behind their heads. Ikki approached the commander and mercilessly thrust his sword into him. Cap, I'm sorry, but I don't have time to check you for lice. It may well be that we let you go and you stab us in the back. It will be faster and safer to cut while you are not resisting, and it's just better. The former liberators screamed in horror. Not even a minute had passed before the area in front of the elevator was flooded with blood. Attention, attention, we've spotted 4 enemies. They broke into the first level of the laboratory through the 3rd freight elevator. EDI and mercenaries with enhanced ammunition are against them, but nothing helps. They are too strong. Level 1 defenses have been breached. The enemy is approaching the 2nd level. Close all bulkheads. This will hold them back for a while. It won't delay. The Shadow Blazer is with them. He doesn't care about any obstacle. We are unable to stop them. There are only 30% of the security personnel left on the 2nd level. They won't last long. The enemy is on the 3rd level. I repeat, the enemy is on the 3rd level. Judging by the reports from the security room, the situation was getting worse every second. Unable to cope with the pressure, the scientists turned to the boss. Great, Professor. The enemy's speed greatly exceeds our calculations. They are too strong. Our defensive system is not designed for such an invasion. According to my calculations, at this rate they will reach us, level 5, in less than 10 minutes. We need to take Stella and run away from here before it's too late, they hinted in unison, dissatisfied with Island's inaction. However, Carl, who was lounging on the sofa, did not even change his position. He just puffed on a bong with marijuana. Hush, hush, colleagues. There's no rush. Well, how will the procedure be interrupted because of you? What then? Be so kind as to pull yourself together. Let me remind you that we are about to take the first step towards a new round of human evolution. But after all, our laboratory is fortified as well as a bunker. It was built taking into account any emergency situations. Take the levels, for example. There are 5 of them, each separated from the others by an impressive layer of rock, which no blazer with the shadow ability will be able to pass in one fell swoop. Our opponents will have to either drill into the rock or fight their way through each level. Everything will take time. Yes, time is what you and I need to win. Besides, I don't expect much from a bunch of juvenile delinquents. Here, one of the scientists interrupted him. Great, Professor, he shouted with undisguised joy. We have completed the standard procedure for activating all Abrahams. Amazing. Islands tossed the bong aside and stood up from the couch. This was exactly the report he had been waiting for. 6 supermen were kept in the laboratory. 1 erased Stella's identity, but 5 should have been more than enough. Send them to the large experimental site of the 4th level. Let the kids wait there. Professor, let me. The Abrahams may be copies of desperados, but the Hurricane Sword Emperor has already defeated one of them in a duel. I doubt that they will be able to restrain the violators. The scientist objected. Indeed, Auma killed Superman at an American military base. And during the battle in Tokyo Bay, the world clock Kurono Shingyuji, under the influence of the noble art of the whole world, destroyed several hundred clones. Despite the tyrant's genes, the Abrahams remained artificial organisms, bred using the magic of the islands. They were far inferior to the knights with a rebellious soul who had surpassed fate. At least that's what the scientist thought, and Carl shared his opinion. From the very beginning, he did not count on defective clones. The source of the great professor's excessive confidence at all times was only one thing. It seems you have lost sight of one important fact. We have much more power at our disposal than Ava. His own strength. Ikki's squad advanced very quickly. Thanks to Auma, they easily broke through one line of defense after another, and Nagi confidently led his friends through the confusing laboratory. Finally, the guys reached the 4th level, where Shizuku, hovering next to her brother's ear, said, "We are very close to Stella's magic. Resistance is also not so stubborn. Just don't relax." Through the mice, I saw that there was a large hall on the 4th floor. Probably the enemy will gather the remnants of his forces there and try to overwhelm us with numbers. It's good if he collects it. It will be more convenient to slam them down once and for all, Auma responded, jumped out of the elevator in which they were descending, rushed along the corridor and released Jinsenpa into a huge 10 meters high partition on the way. The storm blade turned into a drill, bit into a thick wall and, grinding cement and steel, punched a hole in it through which an adult could freely pass. On the other side was a large hall with bare concrete floors and walls, looking like a hangar. There were boxes and containers of unknown purpose everywhere, but not a single trace of people or EDI, and yet until now they had been attacking without ceasing. Where is everyone? To do, please check, Ikki asked. Toka nodded. A look inside, she said the name of the noble art, and looked around the hall with a look capable of catching an electric current. Rikiri very carefully examined the boxes piled in the corners, so as not to miss either living or mechanical soldiers, but did not see anyone. It looks like it's really empty here. Has the islands really run out of ordinary mercenaries and robots? Then go ahead, Oniai-sama. Stella is right below us. Shizuka hurried and pointed to the partition at the end of the hall. They had seen exactly the same ones many times before while walking through the laboratory. Usually the elevators to the lower floor were hidden behind them. Yeah, let's not hesitate, Ikki agreed, thinking. Since Stella is right ahead, this means this is the ideal place for the last battle. I wonder why there's no one here. Maybe Islands really has run out of cannon fodder. No, it's somehow suspicious. But although, in any case, worrying will not help us in any way. They moved forward when suddenly, the enemy has revealed himself. 5 young blonde men appeared abruptly like in a movie, when characters are completed on film. Moreover, they were all ready to attack instantly. That is, they seized the initiative. However, Ikki strongly doubted that the enemies would manage without an ambush, so despite the haste, he constantly waited for an attack. Like any top-ranking swordsman, the body reacted automatically at the same moment when the Abrahams teleported. A fist flashed, engulfed in the fire of pyrokinesis. It would crush the skull of an ordinary blazer, and he would die before he even had time to understand what killed him. But Ikki reflexively spun like a top, avoiding the unexpected blow, and with a battle cry drove Intetsu into Superman's side. In addition to this, he used Madoka's 3rd secret art to absorb the momentum of the enemy's attack and strengthen his own. But Carter was not so simple either. Being a clone of the tyrant, He also inherited his ability, universal extrasensory perception. One of its manifestations was foresight, which revealed the future a few seconds ahead. Knowing in advance about the counterattack, Abraham placed a magical barrier in the path of the katana, so the wound was not fatal. However, the man still retreated far back. Alma also threw the two Abrahams away with Ryuzum's swing. He did not dodge like Ikki did, but absorbed all the damage. The Hurricane Sword Emperor's powerful tempered body and air armor easily withstood a couple of blows. Unfortunately, only Kurigane was able to respond to the teleportation in time. Shizuku was inside her brother, so she was not injured. Dulokinesis. Aoa. Alice to do. Nagi was taken by surprise by the unexpected appearance of the Supermen, and if Toka had not rushed to his aid using Shippujinrai, the guy most likely would have died on the spot. However, while protecting her friend, the girl herself remained uncovered, and they were hit by the dual techniques of pyrokinesis and cryokinesis, which created a steam explosion. Nagi and Toka flew away and crashed into the wall with such force that the concrete crumbled. Superman Abrahams, I thought the director had dealt with Sion, and there were still so many of you left. Ikki and Alma had to deal with 5 Carters between them. Of course, the clones took full advantage of their numerical superiority. Psychokinesis. This noble art created many invisible hands, capable of influencing objects. To begin with, the Abrahams grew 8 additional limbs and unleashed a hail of attacks on the brothers. Each fist carried the power of a piercing gunshot, capable of punching through thick concrete. A direct hit was guaranteed to turn into a chop, which meant it was necessary to dodge, but the problem was that psychokinesis was invisible. The person did not see the attack, he only felt the hit, so various techniques were almost of no help. Alma had met the Abrahams several times, so he knew this very well and got his bearings instantly. "B-brother, what are you doing?" He grabbed Ikki and threw him as far away from the encirclement as possible, taking all the blows to the Tenryugyusoku armor. Psychokinesis is invisible, and Supermen themselves have no personality. Insight, your main weapon, is powerless against them. With these words, the Emperor straightened up and powerfully swung his sword parallel to the ground. He used the Amaterasu sword technique, which converted even the resistance of muscles and bones trying to return to their normal position into the force of the blow. The Abrahams went on the defensive, and Alma pointed the tip of the Nadachi at the partition in front of the elevator. "Go down to the Crimson Princess. I take these on myself." "Alma Oniai-sama, don't you dare. Yes, you are strong, but not alone. This is madness." Shizuku objected. "He won't be alone," they answered her with dignity. The lights in the hall went out. Raikiri. A flash of lightning struck one of the Abrahams, cutting him in half, and Toka to-do appeared in its place. The girl herself glowed as if she had ascended to the goddess of thunder and lightning. In fact, the reason for her transformation was the wiring of the laboratory. Toka discovered it when she broke through the wall, after which she connected to the network and drained the electricity from the entire complex. She used the same method in her fight against Flame Tendo Haruma. "I heard that my friends had to deal with you in Tokyo. Tamaru and the others told you what your ability is, but teleportation with foresight is not a panacea. It's enough to accelerate so fast that you can't keep up with me, and here you go." The first one went. Abraham's body, fried by a powerful electrical discharge, did not even twitch. One fell, but the rest did not flinch. They only reformed around Alma and Toki, covering the gap in the ring. The Carters did not think individually, but communicated with each other using telepathy, forming a kind of hive mind and acting in a swarm like insects. Perhaps they would have attacked the guys, but Nagi did not allow it. "Shadow bonds," he shouted and threw several dark hermits which stuck into the shadows of the Supermen, immobilizing them. "Ikki, Shizuku, your brother is right. Go forward. Our goal is to save Stella. If we are late, all our efforts will be in vain, and we will deal with these types." At first, Icky didn't understand why Alice was sitting on the floor and not trying to get up, and only a couple of seconds later he noticed that his right leg was unnaturally twisted. Apparently, the guy decided that now he would only delay everyone, so he hurried his friends. Shizuku caught his train of thought. "Oni-sama, let's go." "Okay," Icky did not object. He destroyed the partition with the same ikaku that he used to break through the gate on the surface, entered the elevator, and headed to the main goal, to the lower level, where Stella was imprisoned. By this point, the Abrahams had gotten rid of the shadow bonds. They simply pulled out their daggers with psychokinetic hands. "Well, I didn't expect that my noble art would delay them for long," Nagi noted. "So their plan is to separate us and finish us off one by one," Toka guessed. "They don't see us as a threat," Alma confirmed. "Blackthorn, your main task is to protect yourself." Nagi nodded and prepared to immediately dive into the shadows in case of any danger. Catching his gesture out of the corner of his eye, Alma turned to his enemies and lifted Ryuzum above his head. "I warned you that I would fight with you." At the same instant, the device began to compress a layer of air around itself, and captured it not only from the fourth level, but also from the corridors of the laboratory, ventilation ducts, sewers, and even from the outside world. The wind howling among the mountains died down, but a real storm briefly broke out at the large experimental site. Not for long, because very soon Alma was holding in his hands not just an adachi, but a faintly glowing stable hurricane sword. This blade concealed such power that the space around it was distorted, as if on a hot day above the asphalt. Kusanagi. Toka suddenly realized that this was not an illusion. The world actually bent as if Ryuzum was pulling it in. This is how Kusanaga's true strike worked. A sword formed from air so compressed that the value of the specific density of matter near it changed. And his power was so great that the swing could reach the moon and leave a mark on its surface. "Oh yes. Alma, you are also an elemental blazer, which means you can absorb the energy of your element. I don't like to rely on other people's strength, so I hardly use this technique," Alma explained over his shoulder. "However, with its help it will be faster and easier to deal with these dolls. They are not worthy of me fighting them myself." He prepared to deliver the true strike. At the American military base, Abraham Carter managed to use telepathy and download information into the collective mind about the power and range of this noble art. So when Alma raised his sword, the four supermen instantly understood what would follow and prepared to defend themselves. True, so uncertain that the Emperor could not contain his grin. "Rikiri, let's quickly finish here and after the talentless." "I fully support it." The fight with the flame helped Toka to do grow above himself. The incident in the Tatras showed Alma Kurigane that in some situations it is not worth adhering to principles so firmly, and the guy allowed himself to use someone else's power against the tyrant's clones. Rikiri and the Hurricane Sword Emperor have surpassed the level of apprentice knights, whatever, the human limit too, and have embodied some of the most powerful elements on the planet. The god of the winds and the goddess of thunder and lightning simply could not give in to the supermen. While Alma and Toka fought with the Abrahams on the fourth level, Icky finally reached the fifth and with a loud cry broke through the last partition and burst into the far compartment. He found himself in a large room with a tank in the center. A naked girl was floating inside, covered in strange devices. Stella. She was treated not like a person, but like a lab rat. Icky flared up with righteous anger and, without wasting a moment, took off from his spot to cut the tank and save his beloved. This was an extremely reckless act. The guy gave in too much to his feelings and forgot that he was in the very heart of the enemy's lair. Oni-sama, no. Fortunately, Shizuku, who remained calm, immediately seized control of the body. After all, it was half composed of her cells, and saved her brother from a fatal mistake. And then Icky turned his attention to the area in front of him and jumped back without hesitation. What is this? Ahead there was something invisible, intangible, but so deadly that it took your breath away. Carbon monoxide, and in an unprecedentedly high concentration. It is a trap, Shizuku exclaimed. This colorless and odorless gas killed anyone who carelessly inhaled it. Trap, you say? That means someone put it there, Ikki reasoned and picked up Intetsu just in case. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. Oh, what a pity. Just one more step, and you would save me from so many problems. The polluted area trembled like a mirage, and a fat old man in a white robe gradually appeared in the center of the trap. It seemed like it was woven out of thin air. Naturally, Ikki recognized him immediately. Carl Islands. Hello, Ikki. Welcome to the laboratory of the great professor. The only thing I would deeply appreciate is if you and your friends would just open the door and walk in. You see, I knew you were coming, and I didn't lock it. Oh. Without waiting for the end of the sentence, Ikki stepped forward and, calling out to Reiko, struck a blow invisible to the naked eye. The katana plunged straight into the professor's mouth and knocked his head off his shoulders. It's just, no blood flowed from the wound, and the fat man did not fall but only swayed as if he was made of smoke. Oh, Ikki, I was told that you are a very polite boy, Island said sadly and raised his hand. Your way out, Darwin. A device appeared in his palm, a revolver, assembled from a silver-white metal like platinum and pieces of pulsating flesh. The scientist pointed the weapon at the guy who was standing within striking distance of the sword. That is, close, and pulled the trigger. A shot rang out and a flame broke out. It's not for nothing that firearm-type devices are considered one of the deadliest. The embodiment of the blazer's soul consists of highly concentrated magical energy. It's incredibly durable. The bullet is part of the device, so no matter how noble art, you can't protect yourself from it. But there is also the other side of the coin, the extremely poor variability of attacks. Despite the short distance, Ikki easily calculated the trajectory of the bullets, deflected the first two, then, bending slightly, dodged the third, and without stopping, cut Island's barrel-shaped stomach, but again his hands did not feel the recoil. The guy could not harm the American, no matter how hard he tried. It felt like he was cutting a hologram. Shizuku was the first to realize what was happening. You vaporized your body. Obviously so. What is available to you, I can do too. It's not for nothing that I'm the most skilled water blazer in the world. Irorin's noble art transformed flesh into water vapor, nullifying the effectiveness of physical attacks. At the same time, it was very complex magic. The slightest mistake when reassembling the body could lead to irreparable consequences. Even Shizuku, the best at controlling magic among the Japanese magic knights, had a headache after the process because she was unaccustomed to it. Nevertheless, the enemy used this technique as freely as he breathed. Without thinking about it, Ikki attacked again and stabbed Islands right in the Adam's apple. Ikkaku. Until now, Shizuku had not been able to keep up with her brother's speed, but not having the habit of making the same mistake 3 times, this time she attacked in sync with him. The great hero's sword technique would freeze the water vapor at the slightest touch and prevent Islands from dodging. A hit was tantamount to death, so the scientist took the blade on Darwin's barrel. The weapon embodying the soul would not become fragile from sudden cooling. Well, you know, Ikki, you're such a rebel. When adults talk to you, you need to stand and listen silently. Shut your mouth, Ikki growled. I don't care about you or your conclusions. Just let Stella go. What if I refuse? I wonder how this corpse can refuse. The guy took a deep breath and sharply tensed all his muscles. The 6th secret art of Dokuga no Takai transmitted a surge of internal energy through crossed weapons straight into the enemy's body, where she, having no way out, began to rage and chop the internal organs into mincemeat. Islands screamed in pain and, bleeding profusely, fell on his back. Ikki immediately rushed towards him to finish him off, but Shizuku exclaimed, Oni-sama. Drops of blood floating in the air, defying gravity, were suddenly attracted to each other, merged and turned into many eggs, which immediately burst. The snakes that flew out from inside, with their mouths open, rushed at the guy. Even the most ignorant person would recognize them. Only one snake had such a flat head, the king cobra. Thanks to his sister's warning, Ikki jumped back in time and began chopping off the heads of the cobras, an easy task with his skills, but tedious. And most importantly, it made it difficult to finish off islands. That's bad luck. I was hoping you would lose your head and come closer. Then I could kill you. What a cold-blooded sister you have. How did you create animals from blood? Ah, I understand, this is cellular magic. Exactly. I gained unprecedented power over water, the basis of all living organisms, and learned to breathe a semblance of life into objects. Of course, in your own flesh and blood, this is not even discussed, and also into the bodies of other people, into metals, other inorganic compounds, and into devices. Islands carelessly abandoned Darwin. The revolver hit the floor, burst like a water balloon, and spread across the floor in a red puddle reminiscent of blood. Well, Darwin, protect me. And again, something strange happened. The liquid boiled and swelled. Having looked closely, Ikki realized that it was not bubbles that were floating on the surface of the puddle, but scraps of flesh of an unhealthy color. Suddenly, they shot out like a fountain, swelled, swallowed islands standing nearby, and transformed into a terrible, grotesque monster. A baby so huge that Ikki and Shizuku had to lift their heads. Moreover, he had completely black eyes, just like the aliens in science fiction stories. The gigantic child opened his mouth, studded with uneven, unexpectedly sharp teeth, and squealed so disgustingly that the sound of scratching on the glass would have seemed like music. Confused, Ikki wavered and retreated half a step. At that moment, Island's voice was heard. It sounded muffled, as if the professor was speaking from the bottom of a barrel. In half an hour, the Crimson Princess will be gone. Eh? Do you see Ava behind me? Little by little, stroke by stroke, he erases the identity of the Crimson Princess. There are 30 minutes left before the process is completed. When he finishes, all that will remain of your beloved girl is an empty bodily shell, and she herself will disappear forever. If you want to save her, hurry up. Naturally, after such news, Ikki could not remain calm. It was as if a volcano of seething hatred exploded in his chest. Islands, he yelled and attacked the monster. However, for this you will have to defeat Darwin. Carl made a reservation. The child looked at Ikki, squealed disgustingly and waved his hand, as if driving away an annoying fly. Suddenly the skin swelled and burst. Crocodiles, tigers, and snakes jumped out from under it and rushed towards the guy. Chapter 5. The great professor, after Ikki's squad went on a rescue mission, Itsuki immediately contacted Federation headquarters and reported everything. According to his assumptions, the top leadership should have raised the issue of assistance today, late in the evening, at an unscheduled conference of the participating countries, after discussing the terms of the ceasefire with the Union and the points of the peace treaty. At the same time, Zheleznikovi understood that the discussion would drag on for a long time. Most Federation countries apparently voted against war with the opposing bloc. Despite the treacherous attack, they were ready to make some concessions in order to stop hostilities as soon as possible. This opinion was especially shared by small states that have a common border with the countries of the Union. There is no doubt that the precautionary principle will prevail at the conference. Ikki reported that the great professor was most likely not acting on orders from his superiors. That is, he kidnapped Stella for personal purposes, and not in order to take a hostage and provide the Union with more favorable conditions in the upcoming negotiations. It turned out that no one guaranteed the safety of the second princess. Due to this, Itsuki understood that it was necessary to save Stella as soon as possible. Every second counted. However, a small force of apprentice knights is unlikely to capture an enemy stronghold. Reinforcements were needed, which would include the elite knights of the Federation. Therefore, Ironblood contacted Vermilion via a direct line even before the conference. Stella was kidnapped. Emperor Sirius Vermilion shouted in rage from the screen in front of Itsuki. Yes, a few hours ago. According to our considerations, a person from the Union side managed to hide and ambush the princess. What are you saying? What the hell is going on in Japan? We have not yet concluded a truce with the Union. What, the security system is completely full of holes, huh? I have nothing to answer. Why did this raven count? Well, Ikki, where did your son go? F-rank knight Ikki Kuragain accepted the battle, but was defeated and could not stop the enemy. W8, they were together or what? So both he and even Stella lost to the kidnapper. Yes, this was done by the great Professor Carl Islands. Hearing the name of the world's most skilled water blazer, Sirius frowned. All the blame lies with us, the Japanese department. We lost too many forces during the defense of the capital and failed to provide adequate security for Princess Stella. Please accept my deepest apologies. As if your apology will change anything. Quickly send everyone who remains behind Stella. This Yakshiheim has returned to you, hasn't she? If something happens to Stella, I will go to war with you. Do you hear? War. Sirius, flushed with anger, barely restrained himself from slamming the monitor. Suddenly, against the background of his booming roar, a calm female voice was heard. Johan, please shut up, Dad. Sorry. Don't worry, Johan, everything is under control. Take action, otherwise we will never agree. Okay. A few seconds later, King Johann Christoph von Kolbrand appeared on the screen, representing Crederland at the conference. He grabbed Sirius and pulled him away. Hey, Johann, you little brat, where are you taking me? How dare you treat your father-in-law like that? I will immediately arrange a divorce between you and Luna. Divorce. Screaming, Sirius disappeared from the camera's capture range. Instead of the Emperor, the chair was occupied by his wife Astria, a short, pretty woman with pale pink hair. The first thing she did was bow her head in front of Itsuki. Director Kuragain, I apologize for His Majesty's temper and unworthy behavior. Let it cool down a little, and we will continue, she said. Am I not mistaken if I assume that you informed us about Stella's abduction not at all because we are her parents? After all, you've become famous for putting rationality first in all matters and firmly adhering to your principles. That is why you were nicknamed Ironblood, and in such a difficult time for Japan, you were entrusted with the duties of Prime Minister in addition to managing the branch of the Federation. Did you want to discuss something important in private before the conference? Astria grabbed everything on the fly. It was not for nothing that in political circles she was whisperedly called the Eminence Grise and the true ruler of Vermilion. Thanking her to himself for her insight, Itsuki immediately moved on to the main thing. Yes, you are right. Let me immediately point out that Ikki accompanied Princess Stella and entered the battle. According to him, the great professor kidnapped the princess, following his own considerations and not the will of the Union. Astria visibly tensed. So she is not a hostage, and her safety is not guaranteed. Exactly. However, this is nothing more than a guess, so I know in advance how the Federation will act. First of all, they will double-check all the facts to make sure that the Union is really not involved in the kidnapping. Agree. Many do not want the conflict to continue. However, I don't expect a quick answer. At worst, they will drag their feet to secure an advantage in future negotiations. They may even demand some kind of concessions for an answer. And then, I'm afraid we'll just be wasting our time. It's unpleasant to admit, but most likely it will be so. If after verification it turns out that the Union did not participate in the abduction, the Federation will put to a vote the question of whether it is worth organizing a full-scale rescue operation, or let the affected countries sort it out themselves. Considering Princess Stella's situation, this is nothing more than an indication of the appalling slowness of the apparatus. In such a case, the White-Beard Lord, head of the International Federation of Magic Knights, introduced a mechanism of special orders, which was designed to speed up formal procedures. All orders of branch directors, marked with a special order, took precedence over the directives of the Federation headquarters and were subject to immediate execution. Each director could use this system only once, followed by mandatory removal from office. However, they resorted to extreme measures very rarely. The white-haired lord always advocated the harmonious coexistence of members of the Federation, and even came up with a system for resolving conflicts wars in the format of competitions between representatives of states. Thus, large countries lost their advantage in population, and accordingly, military strength. The head of the Federation had always been extremely wary of exercising power, so Itsuki had little hope for him. Therefore, Vermilion, the interested party, has only one thing left to do: to urgently request that rescue actions can be taken immediately, without verifying the facts of involvement. Astria became gloomy. Of course, we want to save our daughter. This is not even discussed. However, I am afraid that we do not have the influence to exclude a solution to the current problem, and do without checking the Union. Politicians can pity and console anyone, but the most important thing for them is honesty towards their own country, she said, sadly lowering her head, as if implying that words alone will not start the mechanism. Itsuki shared her opinion and understood his role to help his ally in a difficult moment. So he took a deep breath, calming the storm of feelings in his chest, and answered. In this case, one, endowed with the exclusive rights of the Prime Minister, will take decisive measures. Japan holds government debts of some member countries. We will notify them that we will not agree to either the sale or the extension of the return period that we would normally agree to. Astria gasped silently. Judging by the noise in the background, she wasn't the only one surprised. If we still do not receive support after this, I will also raise the issue of suspending Japan's participation in the official development assistance program and canceling corporate benefits for foreign companies. Japan's economic influence is great. With its help, we can easily obtain a majority of votes. After such a statement, the Empress of Vermilion expectedly raised her eyebrows, and Lunes and Johan, who appeared in the frame behind her, widened their eyes in amazement. Using government debt during negotiations is an open threat and blackmail. Of course, if you have enormous power, putting pressure on your partners will not be difficult, but this is fraught with serious consequences. Interethnic. Trust will suffer first. Therefore, politicians resort to such measures only in the most extreme cases, for example, during diplomacy in wartime. Itsuki's radical actions caused Astria not gratitude, but doubt. Vermilion deeply appreciates your concern for our daughter, but I would like you to clarify one point. I see no reason why Japan would do such a thing, and you, Ironblood, have deviated so much from informed decisions. Would you mind enlightening me? Stella is a state guest, but at the same time one of the Knights of the Federation. Strictly speaking, dying on the battlefield is her duty. There is no need for Japan to make such sacrifices to save just one soldier. This is irrational. That is why Astria suspected her interlocutor had secret motives. Of course, Itsuki understood her train of thought and realized that the low level of trust in him personally was to blame. After all, Akaza, a member of a side branch of the Kurigane family, caused a lot of trouble for the ruling family of Vermilion. I'll be frank, he replied. The Japanese branch began a rescue operation. What? Having all the necessary powers, I formed a rescue team. It included 5 knights, Hurricane Sword Emperor Auma Kurigane and Lorelei Shizuku Kurigane, both of rank A, Rikiri Toka Tadu, who was also decided to be promoted to a rank after the events on the island of Kyushu. Nagi Arasuin, rank D, has an amazing support ability. Itsuki paused for a moment. And also Iki Kurigane, rank F. And you didn't wait for the Federation's decision. Yes, I considered it necessary to act immediately. I assume, Your Majesty, that you and your husband are aware that these blazers have gone beyond the ordinary knight apprentices. However, they are opposed by the most skilled blazer of water, the Great Professor, and most likely a number of Abraham supermen. I doubt that the rescuers will be able to defeat everyone. They will only gain time while we call for reinforcements, knights of ranks A and B, from all countries of the Federation. In general, the Allied forces would have to spend many hours to get to Japan using traditional methods, But the Federation had the winged minister Norman Creed, the deputy of the Whitebeard Lord. His ability embodied the concept of movement, and the Heavenly Gate, that was the name of the device, allowed him to freely teleport between any of 777 knives. What is noteworthy is that anyone could use the portal. It was enough to have the permission of the winged minister and part of the device. In addition, Norman distributed the knives among the Federation countries in advance. The larger the state, the more it got, so the organization could call up elite troops anywhere in a short time. This is how the Black Knight Iris Ascaris recently came to Vermilion. I will do anything to knock out reinforcements as quickly as possible. I have a plan. From you I ask for attention and cooperation. There were some things only Vermilion could do. To win over an entire country to your side, it is necessary not only to remind people of their interests, but also to appeal to sympathy and humanity. In other words, go from the side of justice. The wise Empress immediately understood this. Fine. As a mother, I'm glad to hear encouraging news. And please, Principal Kuragain, don't hold it against me. After the scandal involving our daughter, I began to consider you a person of rigid views, devoid of any flexibility of thinking, which is why I became suspicious of you. It was rude of me. I ask your forgiveness. No need, Your Majesty, Itsuki replied, shaking his head. I really am the person you described me as. Even now, I think I should have stopped Ikki and everyone else. However, he was unable to do this because he could not find words to convince him. I am a completely worthless head of an organization designed to monitor the Blazers. Brought up in extremely harsh conditions, Itsuki still reproached himself for his extreme recklessness. Although 3 of the apprentice knights had reached a rank, they had only recently reached adulthood and did not have much combat experience. Moreover, the director did not wait for the approval of the headquarters and even intended to put pressure on other countries during the conference and then personally deal with all the problems. He shuddered to think how much trouble he would bring to his homeland. But it cannot be said that the elder Kuragain acted at random. He found some kind of justification for himself, namely, Tsukaki's nightmare about the burning Tokyo and his alarming oblivion, which Kazumatsuri reported. Itsuki feared that these 2 facts might be connected with current events, so he tried his best to prevent the tragedy. However, this was only an excuse, a convenient logical chain in the Ironblood style. In fact, his every action was mixed with something personal. Itsuki saw his children making their own decisions and making their way through the thorns of life, and felt an unusual, indescribable thrill in his chest. Yes, only the grave will correct the hunchback. I'm the devil, not the director, he thought bitterly and added out loud. But what's most surprising, I don't feel hostility. It would be something to be surprised at, Sirius's voice was heard. What parent wouldn't be happy that his children are growing up? I don't know what kind of director you are, but at least the father is correct. Dad. Sirius sat down next to his wife. He was absolutely calm, not a trace remained of his former rage. I heard you. Sorry I lost my temper. If you are ready to do this, then we will fully support you. True, I'm not an expert in all these negotiations and battles of wits, so give clear instructions. Itsuki looked at the emperor, saw undeniable trust in his eyes and bowed. Thank you very much. Japan was located on an island, far from the countries of the Federation, but Vermilion was in direct contact with many of its neighbors. He had a particularly strong relationship with France thanks to the Black Knight and its participation in the recent war. France had enormous influence in Europe. With her support, victory at the unscheduled conference was ensured. Then let's not hesitate. I ask you to contact the director of Ascaris from the French branch. This is completely unnecessary, someone said behind Itsuki. The man was numb. He believed that he had dismissed all the staff and was left alone in the general staff, so he did not expect to hear from an outsider at all. Hastily turning around, he saw a heap of feathers shrouded in a soft bluish glow. Whirling in the air, they sank to the floor and crumbled into fragments, which suddenly flared up with dazzling whiteness. When the glow faded, 2 people appeared in place of the feathers. One of the guests was a feminine young man in a white uniform and a blue cloak thrown over it. Itsuki recognized him immediately. Winged Minister Norman Creed. His country was visited by the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Federation and the strongest blazer with the ability to move, the pride of the organization. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Itsuki wanted to ask, but he looked at Norman's companion and understood everything. "Director of the Japanese branch of the Federation, Itsuki Kuragain, I have a message from the White-Beard Lord. A special order mechanism has been applied to you." The young man said something that made Itsuki stop thinking for a moment, and continued in a cold, dispassionate tone, revealing the reason for his visit shortly before the start of the unscheduled conference. "The Federation will not participate in the rescue of the second Princess Stella Vermilion. This is the official answer. Everything is very bad," Shizuka realized shortly after the start of the battle with the Great Professor. Dangerous animals poured out of Darwin in an endless stream: bears, crocodiles, leopards, bats, and many others. When their number exceeded 30 and there was almost no free space left in the laboratory, comparable in size to a small hall, the entire pack rushed towards Ikki. Of course, it was not difficult for the talentless one with his skills to dodge the blows of unreasonable creatures and chop off one head after another. But the place of the fallen beast was immediately taken by a relative, so the guy had to go on the defensive. In addition, he was a pure swordsman, that is, sharpened for duels in close combat. And each new animal emerging from Darwin, albeit a little, was different from the previous ones. It was faster, stronger, more ferocious. At some point, it even came to fairy tale creatures: fire-breathing reptiles, unicorns, three-headed wolves. The further they evolved, the more grotesque they looked, but also the more deadly they became. In the end, Darwin selected the most inconvenient opponents for Ikki: gigantic insects. Due to their structural features, this class of animals was far superior to others, even mammals. The compound eyes provided a wider viewing angle, the hard shell protected the skin much better, and the wings allowed it to soar and make such sharp turns that no other bird could boast of. But most importantly, insects had the highest ratio of physical strength to size. Their only significant drawback was their small size. If insects could overcome it, they would rightfully be considered the highest form of life on the planet. Giant mantises surrounded Ikki, waving their front legs, ending in sharp sickle-shaped growths randomly. The guy had to go on the defensive, and if it weren't for Riku's speed, coupled with refined parrying techniques, his hands would have long ago turned into a bloody mess. In addition, he constantly retreated to avoid being surrounded, and moved further and further away from the tank with Stella. It couldn't go on like this. Both Kuragain understood that they had to make a breakthrough, so Ikki calculated the mechanical rhythm of the mantises and seized the moment to strike back. Madoka's third secret art. This technique of Bezadarni embodied in practice the principles of a quick transition from defense to attack. By engaging his latissimus dorsi muscles, the guy absorbed the momentum of the enemy attack and, strengthening it a little, returned it back. 1/10 of a second, and the black blade, having pierced the strong shell, like a sheet of paper, cut off the enemy's head. For a moment, the guys were happy, believing that they had found a way out of a difficult situation, when suddenly the mantis inexplicably made a grinding sound and swung its legs again. Insects are distinguished by the special structure of their nervous system. Unlike the same mammals, they do not have a clearly defined brain or spinal cord, but make do with nodes of nerve cells located throughout the body. Ganglia. Therefore, insects can exist for some time without a head. Ikki didn't know this, so he didn't expect the blow and involuntarily took the sickles into a hard block. At that moment, another mantis attacked him from the side, aiming at his stomach and intending to cut him in half, and the guy pulled the katana towards himself, exposing the hilt. Non-standard defense once again saved Ikki's life. However, he acted on reflexes, so he did not have time to extinguish the inertia, and flying back with such speed, as if he had met a truck rushing at full speed, he crashed into the partition next to the hole. The blow took my breath away and my vision darkened. A flock of hornets, which were 5 times larger than their relatives, set off after the guy. "Kepu Sanyu," Shizuku exclaimed, raining down a shower of water bullets on them, and groaned in displeasure. "We're running out of strength, but we still haven't moved." Stella was very close, but on the way to her stood at least 3 dozen praying mantises, an innumerable number of hornets, and a creepy baby with the great professor inside. In such conditions, every step was given with enormous difficulty. Oni-sama has nothing to hit with, so it's up to me to deal with them. This is the conclusion Shizuku made while watching the battle. Indeed, the failed knight Ikki Kuragain specialized in duels. His techniques were tailored to attack a single target, just like the analytical abilities of perfect calculation. Even in fights against brilliant tacticians, the guy first of all calmly studied his opponent, looked for flaws in the plan, and hit them. In general, he could not open up in battles with crowds of animals, be they real or fabulous. My exit, Shizuku decided. However, she also did not specialize in area attacks. The wider the area of destruction of the noble art, the more energy was required. Stella would probably have easily vaporized all the insects in the room, but Shizuku was significantly inferior to her in terms of magic reserves. Any attempt to turn her enemies into ice statues would instantly wither her. Of course, Lorelei could slightly increase the effectiveness of the attack due to brilliant control, but this would not help either. Besides, I won't be able to treat Oni-sama, but as if I have any other choice. "Shizuku, hold your horses," Ikki said calmly, clearly guessing what was on his sister's mind. "But why?" the girl exclaimed in confusion. "I understand that you are at a dead end. I don't have a particularly sweet time either. But don't forget that this bastard is just waiting for us to lose our heads, panic, and make a mistake. This is why he drives me into a corner." "What?" "He defended himself with a noble art similar to Irorin, so your strength is more important than ever. If you have no magic left, we will lose. Also, don't forget why we're here. We must save Stella, not exterminate these pests." But, Oni-sama, I understand this perfectly well, but we won't be able to get to Stella until we get rid of the insects. As soon as the blazer becomes distracted or unconscious, his noble art is interrupted. We do not need to beat insects, but the baby and the great professor inside him. And here's what we'll do. Using the fusion, Ikki transmitted thoughts directly into his sister's head. Shizuku looked through them and was stunned. "Are you serious?" "Sorry, but there's no time to discuss. I can't cope without you. Please help me." According to Ikki's plan, she would indeed have to spend much less energy than with a total freeze. But in exchange, they needed to put everything on the line and prepare for great losses. Shizuku was against it, but did not find the courage to say it out loud. Anyway, her words would not have stopped her brother. Moreover, the plan, despite the enormous risk involved, took into account the strengths of the failed knight. In the end, the girl compromised and agreed with one caveat. "Okay, have it your way, but then I'll give you such a thrashing you won't think it's enough. Byakuikai." The noble art of the Byakuikai caused a thick fog to engulf the laboratory hall in an instant. Monstrous Darwin immediately calculated the actions of both Kuragain. The brother and sister wanted to wreak havoc on the battlefield, get lost in the pitch darkness, sneak past the insects, and either get to the tank or kill islands. Their goal is to help Stella out, not to finish off the mantises, hornets, or anything else. In principle, they reasoned sensibly. But Darwin was no stranger. He ordered the creatures to evolve into another form, more suitable for the new conditions. The animals fell to the floor with a squeal, writhed and enveloped themselves in a membrane the color of raw meat. Now they resembled gigantic amoebas, inside of which something was moving and turning. Finally, the shell burst, and rodents strewn with sharp needles crawled out. Natural hedgehogs, only much larger in size. These hedgehogs curled up, their spines spread out, and a new series of changes took place under their skin. This time the body proteins were converted into nitroglycerin. About 30 living bombs appeared in the laboratory. Darwin screamed shrilly, and the hedgehogs exploded with a deafening roar. The shock wave swept away the fog and blew everything around. Raging flames roared, flying needles riddling metal equipment and concrete walls. Only the tank with Stella, the control console, and Abraham remained unharmed. The island's device enveloped them in the manner of a meat wall. Of course, Icky, who was at the epicenter of the explosion, could not survive. When the smoke cleared, the guy was found on the floor. He lay unconscious, blood was gushing from the holes. The battle ended in victory for the great professor. More precisely, it seemed so at first. Suddenly, Icky's battle cry echoed throughout the laboratory, and it did not come from a lifeless body. The amazed Darwin turned his head, trying to find the source of the scream, and found it. An absolutely unharmed guy ran upside down across a relatively intact ceiling. As soon as Darwin, the water blazer device, saw him, everything immediately fell into place. On the floor lay a doll filled with water intended to fool him. The real Icky escaped the explosion by running up the wall, freezing his soles to the surface. Ikkaku. Pushing off with force, the guy dived onto the tank with all his might. Darwin squealed softly. The mediocre man actually managed to take the enemy by surprise. But this did not help him at all. The device, capable of evolving, even adapted to this error in a matter of moments. Kioi. He stretched out his neck like a giraffe, rushed at Icky with the speed of an attacking snake, opened his mouth, covered with uneven yellow teeth. It looked like a baby, but the mouth was like that of a chain smoker and bit the guy in half with his powerful jaws. Darwin's evolution has outpaced the talentless knight. Scattering blood and pieces of entrails, the legs flew off in one direction, and the torso with head and arms flew off in the other. Lifeless lumps of meat fell to the floor and splashed into puddles of water. Kai. Suddenly, Darwin felt that he could not move and was extremely surprised. He didn't understand what was happening, although he was not given time to think it over. Cavalry. The blade of Absolute Zero cut the monster in half. Cavalry instantly froze Darwin and, depriving him of the opportunity to at least slightly soften the attack due to vibrations, transferred 100% of the impact energy. The gigantic baby fell into 2 parts, which disappeared into a frosty haze. Blood sprayed. Obviously, it did not belong to Darwin. The blood of the giant baby was frozen to the last drop, but to Icky Kuragain. The guy was seriously injured by hedgehog needles. That's right. He had no intention of dodging the explosion because that was the plan. The incident with Abraham near the academy showed that islands' creations can freely change their internal structure and explode. Icky was sure that if they filled the laboratory with fog and introduced a pinch of chaos, they would pull off the same trick. Darwin did just that. When the explosion occurred, Icky dodged only the needles that would have killed him or rendered him unable to move, and then faked his own death. True, he assumed that the enemy would not lower his guard even after this, so Shizuku collected the water remaining after the Byakai, created a double, and threw him into an attack on the installation in the hope of exploiting the surprise. It didn't work. Darwin managed to react, but Icky was not upset since he had assumed this option. Obeying Shizuku, the water in the clone changed its structure and turned into a neurotoxin, immobilizing Island's device. Seeing a gap in the enemy's defenses, Icky took off and finished off the monster. Darwin met his end by using the same technique twice against a top-notch knight. It was an extremely stupid mistake. In addition, Darwin's nature was built around evolution, that is, strict logic. The device recognized only the optimal ways to achieve the goal. He would never see through Icky's plan. The mediocre knight did not shy away from absurdity. What was the cost of his decision to take all but the fatal blows, albeit with the healing of his sister? The guy saw the best outcome and went towards it without hesitation, regardless of any obstacles. Reasoning in this way, he was ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of victory. Ikki Kuragain lived like an Usura, constantly in the heat of battle, constantly on the edge. And this could not be ignored. "Great," someone said in the white haze. "Happened," Shizuku exclaimed joyfully, seeing Darwin's inglorious defeat. "No, he blocked the blow," Ikki countered, looking extremely tense. Even though the vertically cut baby fell into halves and crumbled into tiny dust, Intetsu did not pierce the floor, but froze in the air. After a couple of seconds, the frosty haze settled, and 2 fingers appeared, squeezing the tip of a katana. "Fine, just great. Still, Ikki, you," said someone in a cheerful young voice that could not possibly belong to the islands, but at the same time sounded painfully familiar. "You are very much like me." From Darwin's remains appeared, an almost exact copy of Ikki. "As I expected, Darwin failed to defeat you. Well, you'll have to take on the matter yourself," said the mysterious guy in a white lab coat. Outwardly, he looked almost like Ikki, but there were differences. First of all, the hair is not black, but light, almost golden and shining, like this precious metal. The guy was also a little taller and wider in the shoulders. Before asking questions, Ikki kicked the stranger's hand off Intetsu and jumped back. Shizuku glanced at the mysterious opponent and exclaimed, "Oni-sama, although no, it's you." She immediately recognized the unique pattern of magical energy. "Naturally, I'm Carl Islands," the guy confirmed and called the device as proof. "Come back, Darwin." Pieces of the grotesque baby came to life, leaked out through cracks in the ice, bubbled and began to reassemble. This time they took the form of a small, inanimate object, a sword made of meat and bones. Islands took the weapon by the hilt, pulled it out of the floor and took a fighting stance. "Now he looks even more like Oni-sama," Shizuku gasped to herself. "So you not only evaporate, but also take on the appearance of other people." "Obviously, I told you, what you can do is also possible for me." Indeed, Shizuku ordered the cells of her body to merge with Ikki in order to make up for the deficiency created after the fight with Orgal. However, she was able to perform a technique of such a high level only because she thoroughly knew the structure of her own body and loved her brother very much. Islands, without any effort, copied a completely alien body. "No one living today knows people better than I do. In addition, I realized long ago that it would be extremely irrational to use the same appearance, so I forced myself to evolve in such a way as to optimally adapt to any situation." This is logical, isn't it? Shizuku felt a chill on her skin. Of course, Islands reasoned correctly, but in reality everything was much more complicated. Any mistake in assembling the body could have a detrimental effect on health. At the beginning, Shizuku made mistakes more than once when reconstructing herself, and if not for the help of the knight in white, Kuriko Yakushi, most likely would have died long ago. The girl knew how difficult it was to restore the original structure of the body, and was filled with horror for the great professor, who was able to easily and simply change his appearance, without even having a medical card with the data of the person he was turning into. In the current situation, Carl considered it rational to become an opponent. Here is Ikki Kuragain at the peak of his form, which he may reach in many years. You could say I created the perfect Ikki for now, of course. The best thing is to kill the original, he said boastfully. Shizuku, who was inside her brother and was constantly healing him, immediately realized that Islands was not lying and was not exaggerating at all. The scientist actually calculated the graph of Ikki's potential development and moved to its highest point. "And you, it turns out, are not a professor at all, but the quintessential swindler and of a narrow mind," Ikki said dispassionately. He was not a water blazer, so he did not understand how advanced magic Islands used, and he simply did not believe in such metamorphoses. "Let it be known to you that without techniques I am no stronger than an ordinary person." In terms of magic, the failed knight was significantly inferior to other blazers and compensated for the gap with personally invented fighting techniques. Of course, Islands could not adopt them. Maybe he pumped up a little, lost a little extra fat and became a little more agile, but he still remained at the level of a simply trained person. Reasoning like this, Ikki rushed into the attack without hesitation. Shinkiro. Naturally, he did not even think about relaxing, and in order to defeat the enemy for sure, he created phantoms on the sides. It must have seemed to Islands that he was being attacked by 3 talentless knights at once. He had no way of knowing which one was real until he hit back. However, the great professor had his own considerations. Without technology then, well, that makes sense, but what if I have them? He smiled calmly and bent down. Shinkiro. He took off and, changing the pace of his run, also created ghosts, not only to his left and right, but also 3 from above. Seeing the secret art performed so brilliantly, Ikki was so taken aback that he gave himself away completely. Islands immediately realized that the real Ikki was attacking in the center, and swung his bone sword from behind his head. The guy, naturally, instantly pulled himself together and figured out how to regain the lost initiative. She and Carl were within striking distance. Gone are the days of petty tricks. Pure speed was required. Intetsu flashed so quickly that to the naked eye it seemed as if he had disappeared in one place and appeared in another. However, the plan failed miserably. Reika. After the 3rd secret art, Islands used the 7th as easily as if he had invented it himself, and took the blow into a hard block. The black and white katanas collided with a piercing ringing, and then Ikki flew far back. Of course, he managed to defend himself and was not hurt, but he was still very surprised. Shizuku, hovering next to his shoulder, also could not recover from her amazement. It would be nice if Islands just rebuilt his body. After all, that was how his ability worked. But why did he freely use the techniques of the failed knight? Where did you get the Oni-sama technique? The girl blurted out, completely confused. I saw them and remembered them. That's all, Islands responded nonchalantly. Just think it's a great thing. Ikki can do this too. What is it called there? Copying style, I think. You're lying. This is his personal. But no. This is not his ability or even a noble art, but a gift that comes from knowledge, observation, and concentration. With the proper skill, even an ordinary person, not a blazer, can develop it. Shizuku was stunned. Of course, penetrating eye and style copying were such complex techniques that some considered them to be Ikki's noble arts. That is, an extension of his ability, but they were wrong. Despite more than modest talents in the field of magic, Ikki set out to ascend to the peak of knights. To overcome the thorns, he had to resort to all his capabilities. In words it sounds simple, but in reality everything is much more complicated. Because of this, he was able to show everyone how strong he really was. Style copy, penetrating eye, Ito Shura these techniques were. Born at the moment when Ikki decided to call upon all his concentration and find the moment that would bring undoubted victory. This is where the source of his strength lies. Islands was right. Ikki really increased the efficiency of copying, insight, and doubling parameters by analyzing the course of the battle, finding the turning point, concentrating on it, and using all reserves at the decisive moment. The qualities of a mage knight did not play any role here. Ikki was strong precisely as a person. And I'm exactly the same, Carl continued, looking at the guy with warmth. My dream is to raise man to a new stage of evolution. One day I decided that since God had abandoned us, I would have to take on the matter myself, and I set to work. Alas, few came to my aid. Much more people began to interfere in every possible way, shouting about ethics and morality. At some point, the whole world rebelled against me. They began to call me an accomplice of Satan, and my experiments to breed a higher person, the works of the devil. I have already lost count of how many times I have been betrayed by these ignorant, brainless savages who in every way hinder progress. But I didn't give up. There was resentment in my chest for our entire family, and it was this that gave me the strength to move on. The great professor paused briefly to catch his breath. Ikki and Shizuku didn't say a word. I absorbed any knowledge I could find, mastered all the martial arts he could get his hands on, seized power wherever he could find it. I made money wherever I could reach. Over the 70 years of my life, I have changed many identities. I have been a scientist, a blazer, a politician, a banker, and a philanthropist. But I have not given up and am never going to do so. This is the path chosen by the great Professor Carl Islands. He set his sights on a truly grandiose goal, to create a higher man with his own hands, and one who could reproduce, and move to a new stage of evolution. And for the sake of this, he walked in the shoes of dozens of people, because in one life he would never achieve what he wanted. The common man has no idea how varied my life has turned out to be. So I don't see anything difficult in repeating an exercise I've seen once. I think you understand me, Ikki. After all, you are also giving it your all now. Ikki didn't object. He was not so arrogant as to consider his skills unique and exceptional. On the contrary, he felt ashamed that he had misanalyzed the enemy and failed to see his hidden abilities. At the same time, the guy understood that he was not so guilty. Islands acted too professionally, hiding not only his strength, but also any manifestation of it. We'll have to reconsider the extent of his threat, Ikki decided, and reluctantly refused to attack first, although he understood that time was on the enemy's side. Reading it easily, Islands smiled with only his eyes. Yes, everything is correct. You already understand how much better I am, and what trouble you are in. The problem is not that you stole Shinkiro and Reiko, but that you took possession of them. So it's all about your body. Right, you optimize techniques to your current state. I'm doing the same thing. But there is a nuance. I am at the peak of your development. Before you is not just an enhanced copy, but the final form of the sword god Ikki Kuragain, who, after many years of hard training in search of the ideal, finally reached the end of the path. I calculate the parameters of the enemy's perfect form and embody it. This is the insightful success of the great Professor Carl Islands. The scientist exclaimed and rushed to attack. With Shinkiro's help, he created phantoms, got close to Ikki, and unleashed a series of Reiko's blows on him. The guy also used the seventh secret art, but again to no avail. He was losing on all fronts, so he was forced to retreat step by step. The situation quickly deteriorated. Compared to my greatest dream, calculating and comparing parameters is simple arithmetic. It is enough to create an improved body of the enemy and develop his abilities, in general. Get more numbers and victory is in your pocket. Reiko's second secret art. Of course, Ikki no longer repeated the same mistakes. As soon as Islands pinned him to such an extent that it was impossible to swing in Tetsu normally, the guy used a 1-inch blow, that is, performed at an extremely short distance from the enemy. Having repelled another attack, he springily straightened his legs, turned his body towards the attack, and slashed with his sword. Reiko. Being a water blazer, Islands literally saw right through him. Having caught the smallest muscle movements, the scientist immediately calculated the enemy's further actions and responded with a similar technique. Naturally, the ordinary Ikki Kuragain again lost to the perfect version. With a blow, Reiko Islands threw Intetsu aside and immediately plunged Darwin's tip into the guy's defenseless chest. Seijeki. The katana flew too far. Ikki would not have time to either return her to a defensive position or dodge. Even Reiko couldn't save him. However, he still had options. Sharply pulling the sword towards himself, Ikki shielded himself with the side of the hilt. However, Seijeki was considered the most powerful secret art of the failed knight. A simple block would not be able to extinguish the energy contained in a full-fledged jerk. Darwin tore Ikki off the floor and pinned him to the wall, not allowing him to move a millimeter to the side. Gah. This is rubbish. In this position, the guy could not deflect the blow to the side. Although even so, he saw a way out. Dokuga no Takai. Contracting the muscles of his entire body, Ikki transmitted vibrations through Intetsu's hilt and Darwin's blade that should have destroyed Islands from the inside. But instead he screamed, coughing up blood. I watched you during the Seven Stars Sword Art Festival in Vermilion and Tokyo Bay. I've been preparing to fight you ever since I noticed Stella, so I know all your techniques. Islands laughed mockingly as scarlet drops sprinkled his face. His sixth secret art was much better, so it extinguished the oncoming impulse and, weakening a little, penetrated the guy, hitting the internal organs. In addition, Ikki was unable to throw off the enemy's sword and remained against the wall, taking blow after blow from Dokuga no Takai. Islands knew no mercy. Poor, unfortunate Ikki. You put in so much effort, spent a lot of time coming up with your own techniques to somehow compensate for the lack of magic, and I instantly adopted them and even improved them. How inexperienced you still are. Lie. Blazers with weak abilities do not dare to hope that their dreams will come true. But at the same time, they remain gifted. Even you, Efka, are no exception. Compared to our background, ordinary people look like a completely different species. Do you see how much discrimination there is? And she's everywhere. Out, HHH. If there is a so-called God somewhere, then the ruler of him is terrible. How could he have been so wrong? How dare you allow such inequality? No, I'm going to take his place and change everything. I will create a world in which everyone is equal. Everyone gets equal opportunities to fulfill their dreams. I will combine the genes of the tyrant and the Crimson Princess, two desperados, and get the ideal person. Then I will analyze him, calculate all the parameters of the masterpiece, and make everyone like that. Everyone in our world will become a blazer. No, immediately a desperado. Loudly voicing his selfish aspirations, Islands drove one Dokuga no Takai after another into Ikki. The guy tried to extinguish them, but despite all his efforts, he only weakened them a little. Dark blood burst out in spurts from the mouth, and puncture wounds from the needles that Shizuku did not have time to heal. I will become a god and complete the ascent of humanity. My dream will save all the unfortunate people like you. Don't you see how important this is? Come on, Ikki, agree with me and I will spare your life. Laughing, Carl suggested that Ikki, who was suffering from his own technique, give up, but he spat viscous, bloody saliva in response. Did you think I would hear your nonsense and retreat? You're too dumb for your big nickname, Professor. Oh, what are you talking about? I didn't count on this at all. I'm used to the fact that plebeians constantly put a spoke in my wheels. Poor people are chasing short-term gain and can't see beyond their own noses. Islands replied with some disappointment, wiping his face with his free hand. But I had a higher opinion of you, Ikki. What kind of cheap and, more importantly, irrational provocation? Do you really think that a well-spoken tongue will somehow help? Look at you. You're like an insect on an entomologist's pin. Insightful success embodies the maximum of a person's combat power, elevates his abilities to the absolute, bringing him closer to the ideal. It is most effective against knights who rely primarily on martial arts, as demonstrated by Ikki. Each of his secret arts fell unconditionally to the improved version. Despite this, the guy persisted and glared at Islands with a look of rage, which greatly annoyed the scientist. What a careless student. The solution to the problem is right in front of his nose, and he is still capricious. Well, you'll have to lower him to the ground over and over again until he gets there. He prepared to perform another Dokuga no Tak. Riku. When he suddenly flew away. The sixth secret art required moving the center of gravity back. Quite a bit, but enough for the former sword king Yudai Moriboshi to recognize this feature at the festival and avoid the poison of the technique. Imitating Yudai, Ikki waited for Islands to lean back slightly and pushed him away within Tetsu's handle, taking advantage of Reku's principle, which allows him to use the second art even in extremely cramped conditions. The professor retreated only 3 lengths, but that was enough to swing his sword. Now Ikki could fight, so without hesitation he attacked the enemy. Oh, look at him, he's carved out a little space for himself. But what about the insurmountable difference in power? Islands exclaimed mockingly. Ikki answered him not with words, but with deeds. He ran to Reiko, and Tetsu seemed to disappear for a tiny moment, only to reappear in a different place. 2 for you, mediocrity. We've been through this before. As practice has shown, Reiko did not work against Islands, which means Ikki was wrong again. Naturally, the great professor responded with the seventh secret art. According to his calculations, after 5 blows, Ikki should have succumbed to the stronger and faster blows of the enemy. However, the guy understood the nature of Island's power and figured out how to resist it. Amatsu-Reiko. This time he used the Amatsukaze technique combined with Reiko, embodying the peak of fury of the rising sun's style of wholeness, which has been passed down for centuries in the Kurigane family. Amatsukaze was a combination of 108 blows delivered at precisely adjusted angles. They were repeated until the desired sequence of movements was imprinted on the subcortex, in flesh, blood, and spirit, and the body began to swing the sword automatically, without the participation of consciousness. Ikki reasoned that this ultimate technique would be the one that would defeat Islands. Astute success granted superiority through a more advanced body and enhanced techniques. At the same time, the great professor turned to biomechanics and thoroughly calculated the enemy's actions before copying them and improving them. That is, he constantly worked with his head. Amatsukaze, on the other hand, was based only on time and repetition. Even if Carl knew the order of the blows, he would never have made them at the required speed, because he thought first and only then acted. Amatsu-Reiko was the only technique in the talentless knight's arsenal that Islands could not adopt with the effectiveness of the original. And so it happened. The American expected to surpass Ikki in 5 moves, but involuntarily retreated, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of blows. However, this did not bother him one bit. Auma technique. Clear. It's immediately obvious that he thought carefully about the decision, he calmly answered. Ikki used Amatsu-Reiko against the Black Knight during the official war between Vermilion and Crederland. This conflict was widely covered on television, so Islands had an idea of the enemy's combined technique. At first glance, it seems as if this is a continuous series of indomitable blows, but in fact, between the 57th and 58th blows, there is a connection that is very difficult to perform due to the structural features of the human body. I'll wait for her and break the distance. Having blocked the 57th blow, Islands sensed a tiny hesitation in Ikki's movements and took a half step back, as if he had slipped into the eye of a needle. This seemingly small thing turned everything upside down. The essence of Amatsu-Reiko was to suppress the enemy, not allowing him to do anything in response. This required that all blows hit the target or at least a block, because the body acted independently. As soon as the sword missed, a huge gap appeared in the defense, which led straight to death. That's what the Islands were waiting for. As soon as Ikki executed the 58th blow and Intetsu cut the air empty, he took half a step forward and performed Reiku's lightning lunge. "The end," proclaimed the scientist, firmly confident in his victory. The next moment, the 58th blow took off half of his skull. As the sword passed through his head, Islands breathed a sigh of relief. He barely had time to evaporate and thought with a shudder. Almost missed it. If he had hesitated even a moment, he would have lost his cerebellum, which is responsible for motor activity. And so everything worked out. Having escaped death, Islands kicked the revealed Ikki in the stomach and threw him back into the wall. Ga. Oni-sama. But this time, the American did not attack first. He was afraid. He couldn't understand why he almost lost until he noticed Ikki's right palm, in which he was clutching the cord from the hilt. At that moment, everything fell into place. Before delivering the 58th blow, the guy grabbed the katana by the cord and turned it into a kind of nunchaku. But he's been on the defensive ever since I took advantage of the astute success. When did he have time? Islands was surprised, and then it dawned on him. Well, exactly, Seijeki. Ikki used a stabbing blow, cut the cord with it, and held the Amatsu-Reiko until the middle, when the enemy decided to counterattack. Has he really been thinking about this ever since? Although no, it's unlikely. If Ikki had been thinking in the heat of battle, Amatsu-Reiko would not have been so deadly. Amazingly, the talentless knight controlled the flow of the battle in the same way that living beings breathe. That is, completely unconsciously. It seems I made a mistake in calculating his combat potential, Islands concluded coolly. Recently, a scientist compared battles with arithmetic and said that victory will go to the one whose parameters are higher. But unfortunately for him, Ikki's potential was not a constant, but a variable, depending on many factors. Environmental conditions, the opponent's mood at a given moment in time, and even the integrity of the cord on the handle of the katana. Previously, martial arts practitioners zealously adhered to certain rules that united different schools, but today they have abandoned this. Styles have lost a particularly deep philosophy and have become a simple tool for achieving victory. Anyone who masterfully mastered this instrument unconsciously was at an unattainable height. So, the penetrating eyes showed Ikki from the very beginning that I wanted to use his own techniques against him and thereby clearly demonstrate the gap in power. Islands suggested. It's clear. It's not for nothing that they say that the talentless knight ate the dog in defeat. However, these are minor things. How stubborn you are, he laughed. No matter what corner you are driven into, you always find a way to get out. The inability to give up is your greatest strength. I'll be honest, you caught me. Well, really, it just horrified me, and it seems I'm not the only one, he added caustically. Shizuku winced with hostility. Ikki, of course, outplayed Islands, but at the same time he accelerated so quickly that his sister could no longer keep up with him. Because of this, she missed the evaporation of Carl, whom, generally speaking, she should have frozen in place. To neutralize my evaporation, Shizuku's cold is required, so much so that one touch will freeze you to the bones. However, she cannot constantly support him on the sword, otherwise she will instantly be left without magical energy. Lorelei figured out to apply this status exactly at the moment of impact. Unfortunately, she fell behind her brother, who acted unconsciously during Amatsurako, considered the 58th strike to miss, and prepared to meet Island's counterattack. Thus, the girl nullified all the efforts of Ikki, who played on the arrogance of the great professor. Hee, little sister doesn't really trust you, Ikki. But thanks to this, I survived. Thank her very much. Shizuku made a truly fatal mistake. Because of this, they rolled back to the very beginning. Now it was necessary to look for a new approach to the enemy. Although Islands was also in no hurry to attack. Look, you yourself are almost on the verge of defeat, and your heads are boiling, bless you. Apparently, the more complex the battle scheme, the easier it is for them. So, let's do the opposite. We'll simplify it as much as possible so that not the most savvy, but the strongest and fastest wins. Well, Ikki, I realized how much I'm risking by forcing you into a battle with many moves. It's time to change tactics. The American half-turned, and bending down, grabbed Darwin's blade with his left hand. Oikage. Exactly. The strongest of your counterattacks, working on the principle of accumulating energy through resistance. Why am I praising you? You already know better than anyone what she is capable of. Now the Islands could repel any ill-conceived attack. The EI technique would provide him with incomparable speed, and a strengthened body would provide him with the necessary strength. In such a situation, Ikki had only one option, to put on the table the trump cards that insightful success could not copy, namely, to use the noble arts of Ito Shura or Ito Rezetsu. In general, the Doctor of Science cleverly took advantage of the fact that Abraham had very little work left to do and tied the enemy's hands, reducing everything to direct confrontation. I will not attack and will wait patiently for you to attack. In the end, time is on my side. How can this be? How could I screw this up? Shizuku exclaimed, cursing herself in every way and choking with grief and hatred. Because of me, we missed, perhaps, our only chance to deal with this bastard. The great professor possessed an analog of Irorin, which neutralized physical attacks. To hit it with a sword, it was necessary to first freeze it, and this task lay on the shoulders of Shizuku, which the girl fully understood. Forgive me, Oni-sama. Still she said in a trembling voice and interrupting herself, finished to herself. A burden. As Islands correctly noted, Shizuku held back at the most inopportune moment and missed a rare chance to put an end to the tense battle. She, of course, apologized to her brother, but knew that words could not correct the mistake. Her guilt was too great. "Oni-sama, use Ito Shura," the girl suggested. "In just a minute I will be able to maintain the most powerful cold around Intetsu." "Shizuku, stop believing everything the island says. Don't put yourself down." "Hey. I never considered you a burden," Ikki answered softly, as if there had been no mistake. "If it weren't for you, I would have died in a duel with Orgal. And even now I can fight, because you tirelessly patch up my wounds. It's only thanks to you that I stand on my feet." He had long ago realized that in this battle the main role was assigned to Shizuku. The sister constantly healed the wounds inflicted by Darwin and his creatures. Carefully using not much more energy reserves, she applied cold to the blade of the black katana exactly at the moment of impact. In general, she provided the most effective support. "Islands is just delusional, don't pay attention. Or better yet, laugh back. He's completely stupid. He doesn't even see who's trying the hardest here." "Oni-sama, I believe in you and your strength, so you believe me too. Don't overestimate the enemy. I'll tell you honestly, I've met cooler blazers. Together, we will definitely cope with it, and without even breaking a sweat." "Well, let's go ahead." If Ikki had said these words only to console his sister, Shizuku's heart would have burst with grief, but his brother's voice sounded light and natural, as if he were wishing good morning. This, better than any persuasion, convinced the girl that Ikki did not doubt her at all. "Come on," Shizuku shouted, feeling an unprecedented surge of vigor. Islands, without leaving Oikage stand, asked with boredom. "And how do you prove the theorem about groundless confidence?" Ikki knew the answer. He relaxed, took 3 shallow breaths, calming his pounding heart, and then suddenly took a deep breath and made his blood boil. Itorazetsu. The mediocre knight was enveloped in a whirlwind of magical energy. A card of a noble art was placed on an imaginary table, which endowed the next blow with 100-fold power in exchange for all the strength, will, and magic. Instead of using Ito Shura, catching up with the great professor for a minute with insightful success, and winning by measuring his sword skills, Ikki chose the fastest and shortest conclusion to the fight. "Get ready, Islands." He bent down and grabbed Intetsu's blade with his other hand, accumulating the momentum of the future AI. The mediocre knight Ikki Kuragain was preparing to use the highest technique invented at the end of the path of the sword, the last secret art of Oikage. Super strengthened, he took off and rushed straight at the enemy faster than a bullet, not thinking about feints and cunning plans, pursuing one goal: to put an end to the fight with the precise stroke of a black katana. "You chose the stupidest option offered," Carl exclaimed with a smile from ear to ear and laughed out loud. He was confident that he would win the moment Ikki was within Darwin's reach. "As if I'd let you swing a sword." He had watched Ikki's duels with the Crimson Princess and the Black Knight, so he knew what the last secret art was. This is not just a very sharp and strong blow performed using the Iai technique. However, from a purely technical point of view it is so, but something more. Oikage filled Intetsu with the essence of Ikki, all his successes and failures, ups and downs, joys and sorrows. Despised by everyone, awarded with a mocking nickname, the unlucky student accomplished the impossible. He not only stood out from other blazers, but defeated many formidable opponents and eventually earned universal recognition and respect as the god of the sword. Moreover, as soon as he defied fate and became a desperado, he learned to unconsciously influence reality. As soon as the knight, who until now had gotten rid of adversity and troubles with one swing of his blade, executed a blow and put all of himself into it, a nodal point appeared in the flow of cause and effect relationships. He always cuts everything, and what was happening was adjusted to it. Everything ended exactly at the moment when Oikage left the imaginary scabbard, and the rest turned into a shadow haunting the event that had already happened. Neither defense nor the most sophisticated tricks helped against this. The world saw only the result, The sword god defeated the enemy. This was the true essence of the secret art of oikage, the pinnacle of the concept of cutting, which Ikki reached by paving the way through the thorns of fate. At one time, the Black Knight Iris misinterpreted her and was defeated. Islands was not going to repeat her mistake and thoroughly studied the features of the technique. That is why he knew for sure that the enemy would not be able to execute it correctly. Oikage finds himself when the desperado failed knight gathers every last drop of strength and delivers a blow at the limit of his capabilities that can bring the world itself to its knees. But the question is, will he get me in my current state all wounded, missing half of my body, and therefore forced to merge with my stupid sister? He formulated the problem and himself proposed a solution. My answer: never. Oikage degrades to just a strong EI, so insightful success will deal with him. After I defend myself from the blow, Ikki, due to the influence of Ito Rezetsu, will spend all his magic and turn into a dried-up shell. In this way, I will win. The great professor had no doubt. However, his confidence, no, his extremely optimistic, outcome-driven calculation was shattered when Ikki came within striking distance. Where does this pressure come from? Ito Rezetsu's energy storm caused the skin to go numb, the insides to shrink, and the bones to crack. Moreover, Ikki only brought in Tetsu. Only at that moment did the scientist realize how much he had underestimated the risks, allowing one of the greatest swordsmen of our time, capable of changing the fate of an entire world with a single swing of his blade, to get close and deliver a full blow. Of course, Ikki was far from in the best shape. Islands was not wrong about this. However, he did not take into account that the talentless knight was used to overcoming adversity and was not going to change traditions now. Intetsu left the improvised scabbard of his left hand and cut through the air to plunge into the enemy's neck, and once again cut a path through the thorns of fate. The black blade had barely begun to move, and the American already felt the coldness of the steel, which instantly made his blood freeze. They say that when faced with the threat of imminent death under conditions of extreme stress, all living beings experience the same thing. Concentration soars to the limit, time seems to stop, and their whole life flashes before their eyes. Dispelling the kaleidoscope of visions of the past, Island saw that Intetsu's shadow was noticeably lagging behind the sword itself. No, this can't be true. This is a visual hallucination. No matter how fast Ikki moved under the influence of Ito Rezetsu, he could not break the laws of physics and outrun the light. The chase of the shadow was indeed an illusion. This is how the desperado's independence from the shackles of fate was manifested. That's why I shouldn't look at her, Carl exclaimed to himself. If he had succumbed, his fate would have submitted, whether the scientist wanted it or not. Struggling to resist the influence of the rebellious soul, the great professor slightly bent his knees, tensed his hands in the oikage stance, right on the hilt, left on the blade, and prepared to meet the blow. Intetsu touched Darwin. Immediately, cracks ran along the bone part of Island's device, and blood sprayed out from the meat part. How heavy! The perfect body of Ikki Kurigane, created by insightful success, also could not withstand the momentum of the blow. From the excessive pressure, the flesh began to stretch and tear into pieces, and the joints began to grind, ready to crumble at any second. Islands realized that he would not be able to block oikage. We must dodge, run. Treacherous thoughts flashed through, but the American suppressed them with a titanic effort of will. No, 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 my calculations are impeccable. I refuse to admit my mistake. Otherwise, the influence of his fate will consume me. Gritting his teeth, he tensed his legs. Shyness, illogical hallucinations, all this was caused by Ikki's rebellious soul. Remember who you are. You are the one who will bring people to the pinnacle of evolution, who will become a god. Carl got the bloodsucker and pulled out the ideal tyrant genes from him, containing, among other things, the configuration of the soul. Then he got his desperado mother, the Crimson Princess. The fusion of two personalities that went beyond the boundaries allocated to humanity was supposed to give rise to the standard of a perfect person, possessing a rebellious soul from birth. After this, the great professor wanted to start the process of reproduction of the supreme being and make everyone a blazer, or even a desperado. He overcame many obstacles on the way to a grandiose goal, before which even God gave in, and did not neglect any means to achieve it. With this in mind, he roared, "Don't you dare underestimate me, puppy." The flaring flame of rage melted the frozen blood. The interlocking blades trembled, and the black one flew to the side. Darwin, even if thoroughly beaten, retained its shape and did not crumble. The mediocre knight, Ikki Kuragain, lost in the confrontation. The great Professor Carl Islands made no mistake in his calculations and repelled the attack. Naturally, this was predetermined from the very beginning. The American burst out laughing. There were several reasons for this. First of all, Ikki was half out of his body. Secondly, the last secret art was originally intended as a retaliatory strike, enhanced by the principles of parrying. If the guy was at the peak of his form and defending himself, he would have performed everything perfectly. However, this time he attacked because Stella had too little time left. This was the basis of Island's plan. Ultimately, he had to deal not with the true oikage, but with his pale shadow, which did not pose such a danger. No miracle happened. To be honest, I was scared for a moment, but the world still took my side. The winner has been decided. Ikki invested into Ito Rezetsu, all the resources of the body that he possessed. He did not have the strength left to simply move his hands and shield himself with his sword from the enemy's next attack. Moreover, the guy arched as if Intetsu suddenly began to weigh 100 kilograms and remained completely defenseless. Islands instantly figured out the optimal course of action and decided to cut off the guy's head with a Riku swing. "Everything is over," he declared triumphantly, "the seventh secret art of paradise." Suddenly, something cold slipped into his chest. Of course, in terms of technique and physique, you have gone far ahead. I admit, in this you have reached such heights that I am unlikely to ever reach," Ikki said with a sigh. "However, you are not the future me, not my final form. After all, you don't trust anyone. You look down on both your allies and your enemies. Because of this, you make the simplest mistakes. For example, you underestimate those whom you should fear most." Looking down, Islands understood everything. When Intetsu flew back, Ikki willy-nilly followed him, turning half-turn. Now his left shoulder was looking at Carl, and a third hand was sticking out of it, squeezing the kodachi, which pierced the enemy's heart. "Lorelei," the American realized, but too late. Shizuku broke the merger, jumped out of her brother, and, pouncing on Islands, leaned her whole body on Yoshigir's handle. "Great Professor, you insulted me 3 times. First they wounded my friend, then they said that I was dragging Oni-sama to the bottom. And I could tolerate that, but now you've crossed the line. With your appearance and character, you humiliated Oni-sama in the deepest, most brazen way. Don't even hope that after this I'll let you go alive." The girl exclaimed in anger and appealed to the noble art ripening within the kodachi. "That's bad." Islands, a fellow water blazer, tried to stop her, but couldn't. The device was the material embodiment of the blazer's soul and consisted of pure magical energy, so it had better magical conductivity than anything else. Beni Rorica. The noble art froze all of Island's blood in the blink of an eye. The icicles broke bones, tore flesh, and crawled out like eerie scarlet flowers. Let the funeral petals fly. This time, Shizuku, on the contrary, evaporated some of the blood. The steam immediately increased in volume. The great professor's body swelled and exploded. The pieces of ice scattered like shrapnel, tearing into shreds both the tank behind the scientist's back and Abraham, who was changing the memories of the Crimson Princess. The solution splashed noisily in all directions, releasing Stella. "Stella, Ikki rushed towards her to pick her up, but slipped and fell. He was so exhausted after the intense battle and the use of Ito Razetsu that he did not have time to regroup and hit his face painfully. But calling on his willpower, he crawled to the girl, tore off the research equipment from her, and hugged her. "Stella, Stella, wake up," he shouted in despair. Shizuku acted more calmly. The first thing she did was activate the noble art of physical examination, which she learned from the Knight in White, and quickly scanned Stella. "Don't worry, she's breathing." Pulse and temperature were normal, and no external injuries were observed. But the question was about something else. Did Stella remain herself? They dealt with the great professor much faster than they expected, but they were still nervous. It was too early to celebrate victory. If she doesn't wake up now, Ikki and Shizuku thought together, unable to find a place to rest with excitement. Suddenly, Stella weakly tossed and turned in Ikki's arms. Then her eyelids trembled, opened, and the guy saw his reflection in ruby eyes. "What, Ikki, is that you?" "Stella." Ikki almost burst into tears of joy when his beloved came to her senses. The girl looked at him, then looked around and, seeing an unfamiliar hall, frowned. "Where I am, what happened with me? Ikki, we went for a walk. Oh yes, then the great professor attacked us." She pressed her palm to her forehead, trying to make sense of the memories that were interrupted just before the abduction. At least her memory and personality were intact. "How glad I am. What happiness." Ikki exhaled and squeezed Stella in his arms. "Oh, what's wrong with you, and why are you covered in blood? Hey, answer me, what happened?" "I'm sorry, what? We saved you from the great professor, that's what. And it seems they did it. God, what a lot of trouble you are," Shizuku grumbled, trying to hide her warmth and relief, but she wasn't very successful. "Oni-sama, I understand everything, but don't forget that we are still in the enemy's lair. Our friends are probably still fighting. I worry about them. In addition, it is necessary to conduct a full examination of Stella." "That's right, you're right. Let's get the guys and we'll get out. Stella, can you stand up?" "Certainly. I feel great. The same cannot be said about you." "It's all Ito Razetsu that squeezed me like lemon. I'm not a fighter now. Here I would like to merge with Shizuku and get to my brother without collapsing from fatigue. Well, oh well. Forward." Ikki pulled away from Stella and rose to his feet with great difficulty. He felt that he could lose consciousness at any moment, and only the joy of saving his beloved girl gave him strength to move on. "No, wait a minute." The voice of reason broke through the jubilation and cooled the ardor. Intuition, no, a sense of danger sounded the alarm. The mediocre knight Ikki Kuragain survived so many seemingly hopeless battles that he learned to see the slightest discrepancy in the enemy's actions, microscopic gaps in the defense, and use them to claw out victory. This time, he was alerted by his conversation with Stella. Something didn't add up. The instinct immediately turned to the memories and helpfully fished out the necessary chain of more distinct images. Yes, exactly. As Stella said, we went for a walk. There the great professor attacked us and kidnapped her. Everything is correct. But I have a question about chronology. How does Stella know that it was Islands who did this, because she had already lost consciousness by the time he showed up? "Stella," Ikki began but didn't have time to finish. A bloody golden sword protruded from his chest. Levitine pierced the guy's heart and was guided by the hand of the Crimson Princess. "Oni-sama," Shizuku whispered in shock. "Oh, a stone has just been lifted from my soul. Squeezed out then. No longer a fighter. Good. Now you definitely won't make it out," Stella chuckled. The voice, of course, belonged to her, but the tone vile, contemptuous, smug, could not be confused with anyone else. "Islands," Shizuku exclaimed. Her worst assumptions were confirmed. "Ah, my dears, you worked hard, used everything you could, and achieved your goal in the fastest way. But alas, we still didn't have time. This reality is a heartless bastard." The mocking expression on Ikki's blood-splattered face could not belong to the girl they knew. The identity of the Crimson Princess Stella Vermilion has faded into oblivion. Stella opened her eyes and, seeing the familiar ceiling, sighed in disappointment. In the evenings, she went to bed, dreaming at the edge of her mind that the fierce fire that claimed hundreds of lives would turn out to be just a nightmare. However, in the morning she woke up and sadly found herself in the private chambers of the imperial palace. And so every day, she didn't know what was happening outside, whether her dad, mom, and sister were alive. No one entered the room except the maids, and even they never spoke to the second princess. For 70 years now, Stella Vermilion has not lived, but eked out a miserable existence. She looked at her hands, weak and withered from being locked up for a long time, and thought, "I'll probably die soon." Stella knew this day was coming. Her body became heavier, her vision weakened, her breathing became more irregular. But the princess did not resist because she did not see the point in it. She has no one left in this world. On the contrary, she rejoiced at the death, considering it the long-awaited completion of many years of redemption. Sitting by the window and watching the seasons change each other was all she did. The last time Stella felt joy was on that ill-fated day, during a waking dream. Unfortunately, she didn't remember the details, but she still felt his warmth. "In that dream, I was respected and appreciated." Stella controlled fire freely and became famous as a very strong knight. Everyone loved her, and the girl reciprocated. And further, it seems, yes, exactly. To become even stronger, I went to an overseas country, and I was happy there. She made a lot of acquaintances, learned a lot of things, and for the first time fell in love. It's a pity that I don't remember his name or face. All this was fiction, fantasy. For 70 years in a row, Stella reminded herself of this every morning, and yet she really wanted to get into that dream again while she was still alive. "I want to go there," she whispered. "So let me take you," someone answered quietly. Stella shuddered, hearing someone's voice for the first time in so many years, opened her eyes, and was surprised to see a blonde guy with a painfully familiar face next to the bed. Where did he come from? There was no one there, she thought, and asked hoarsely, "Who are you?" "Let's just say, I'm your wizard godfather, Cinderella," the guy answered with a gentle smile. "I can show you that dream again." How does he know what I'm thinking? How does he know about that dream? And anyway, who is he? Her head had completely lost the habit of thinking after 70 years of inactivity, and Stella almost suffocated under the pile of questions that had piled up. The young wizard extended his hand and asked, "Give me your device, Levitine, and I will take you to a world of beautiful dreams, to where you were many years ago." Despite the confusion, Stella intuitively understood that the guy was not her friend and did not mean well at all. The familiar face was a mask behind which was hiding something truly disgusting. But at the same time, he did not lie and could really show the desired dream. It was too tempting an offer for someone who had spent 70 empty years without leaving her room. As payment, the tempter demanded the hated Levitine, the source of all troubles. If in exchange for it, you can get back into that wonderful world. Coughing violently, Toka coughed up blood and took a deep breath. Next to her, Alma, hunched over, leaned heavily on the Nadachi. They defeated the Supermen, but the victory was not easy. She had to pay for it with numerous bruises, cuts, frostbite, burns, and this is just a short list of injuries. Nagi summoned a shadow panther and spent the entire fight on its back. A crack in the bone did not allow him to walk normally. The Abraham Carters were creatures of the great professor's cellular magic, so they were not considered pure desperados, but in battle they were not inferior to the average A-rank knight. In addition, the guys joined the team quite recently and did not have time to work together, mostly acting independently. This also played into the hands of the enemy. And our director single-handedly killed 100 of them. She's definitely not human, Toka thought, trying to calm down her pounding heart, and once again shuddered at the thought of what kind of monsters towered above all the blazers. I still have a long way to go before people like her, even with borrowed power. However, they won, and the rest was not so important. Another fight lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, the girl straightened up and prepared to move on, although her body loudly protested and demanded rest. A moment later, Auma also exhaled loudly, rose to his feet, leaning on his sword, and looked at the bodies of the supermen. "They took up too much of our time," he said irritably. "Arasuin, how are you?" Toka asked caringly. "That'll do," Nagi nodded gratefully. "Besides, you were the one who fought and I just stood behind and helped. Anyway, let's go quickly. I'm worried about Ikki and Shizuka." He ordered the panther to move towards the elevator, and soon they all went down the same path as their friends had recently. Once on the lower level of the laboratory, they passed the partition broken by Ikaku's blow and found themselves in the far hall, where they saw something incredible. "Stella, what are you doing?" Nagi shouted involuntarily. In front of them were torn equipment, fragments of a tank, and Stella, pierced with a sword by a shrunken Ikki. The princess turned around and said with joyful surprise, "Wow, what a surprise. You defeated 5 Avs and got here alive, albeit not entirely unharmed. I expected nothing less from Auma and the girl knight who killed Flame Tendo Haruma. When I learned that Itsuki decided to leave Yakushiheim in Tokyo and send a hastily assembled team of apprentice knights to rescue, I thought that he was completely desperate and resorted to the last resort, but my calculations underestimated you." She tore the sword from Ikki's back and threw it aside with a careless kick. Undoubtedly, it was the Crimson Princess. The voice belonged to her too. However, the real Stella Vermilion would never say or do anything like that. Auma was the first to realize what had happened. When the girl raised her sword to cut down Shizuka, who wanted to heal Ikki, he took off, shielding his brother and sister and blocking Levitine. "Islands?" he asked sternly. "Right, I have to inform you that you are late. Stella is no more. I control her body, this empty shell, with the help of Darwin cells that I transplanted in advance," Stella said. "No," Carl said and laughed contemptuously. "But how? I killed you." Unable to bear it, exclaimed Shizuku, who began treating Ikki's mortal wound. Indeed, she killed the great professor, and specifically chose such a method so that under no circumstances would he be able to survive. "How did he do this?" "Yes, you really destroyed my body," Islands agreed, becoming even more amused. "As Ikki correctly noted, I made a mistake and wrote you off, placing you in the category of a simple burden. I'm ready to apologize for this, but I wasn't the only one who was careless. Once it became known about my ability to adjust the structure of the body to suit needs, you immediately had to wonder why I persist in maintaining a human form. This is irrational. I have a lot of food for thought. At a minimum, the path that should lead a person to perfection and the war with people trying to stop me. To make things a little easier, I created a variety of guises and used them as needed. Alas, this does not solve the main problem, namely, the human brain is too small for this kind of calculation." "Can't be." Shizuku instantly understood what Islands was hinting at, but refused to believe it. The truth turned out to be too scary. But Carl continued mercilessly. "You destroyed my original body, but, to your regret, I extracted the brain from it a long time ago and hid it in one of the American laboratories. In addition, we had to grow him to the size of a house, so he would no longer fit into a normal body. The great professor's giant brain emitted special waves, and the Darwins, propagated by cell division, received them and controlled temporary doubles. Likewise, Islands took control of the Crimson Princess's empty body. Now that I've moved to Stella, you won't be envied. I really can't wait to see what you will do," said the scientist, and, kicking Amu away, stabbed Levitine into the floor. "You see, until now, Stella has only embodied her soul in the form of a sword because she cared about those around her. However, you don't need the heat of the sun to fry a person to a crisp. Especially in an enclosed space. Can you already guess what awaits you?" "Exactly. Let the inferno consume everything." At that same moment, Shizuku and everyone else realized what the princess was up to, but it didn't help them at all. Roar of Bahamut. A bright flame instantly filled the laboratory, burned out every last speck of dust, and breaking through the mountain ridge, burst out in a dazzling pillar to the skies. evaporating the night clouds. Chapter 6. The strongest, beloved, and worthy opponent. Wow. Something was burning, spreading a vile, suffocating stench. It was she who brought Icky to his senses. What's happened? What happened with me? The guy pressed his hand to his head, in which complete confusion reigned, opened his eyes and was stunned. What is this? He was in the middle of a red earth wasteland, under a star-strewn night sky. For many hundreds of meters around there was nothing left except shapeless black heaps, either former people or trees shrouded in bright flames. All this resembled hell. What? Icky began and cried out from a sharp pain in his chest, and touching it, he saw that his palm was wet with blood. At that moment, something clicked in my head and pieces of memories came together. Exactly, Stella hurt me. Icky suspected something was wrong in time and managed to jerk to the side so that levitine would pass by the vital organs. But unfortunately, he was so tired from the previous fight that he immediately lost consciousness. So I went down to hell after that, but then, what about Stella and Shizuku? Ignoring the pain, the guy jumped to his feet, looked around and noticed his sister about 10 meters away from him. Shizuku, answer me. Pressing his hand to his chest, he hobbled towards her. Shizuku was very badly burned and was breathing so weakly, as if she could die at any moment. Not far from her lay Nagi, Toka, and Auma. I don't understand whether they are alive or not, but what happened? The Isle's underground laboratory they attacked has disappeared without a trace. Instead, a bare plane appeared. It turns out that someone blew up both the laboratory and the mountain, but only Stella's fire is capable of this. Only he has the strength to do this. Icky remembered the princess's face when she plunged the sword into him and bit his lip. My head was filled with guesses, each worse than the other. Reality, with its characteristic cold cruelty, chose the most terrible of them. Wow, Lorelei is smart. I didn't put a wall of cold on everyone, but only wrapped you in several layers of bubbles and protected you from Bahamut's roar. A familiar voice was heard. Icky turned around with a jerk. Stella. His beloved smiled with such gloating, as he had never seen on her face. But she overdid it and didn't protect herself. Oh, what dedication. I'm just about ready to burst into tears. Do you agree with me, Icky? You worked hard, used everything you could, and achieved the goal in the fastest way. But alas, we still didn't have time, said Carl Islands before Icky lost consciousness. But the guy refused to admit it. No, Stella, come to your senses. He shouted so loudly that he almost lost his voice and coughed. The enemy who had captured the princess laughed, contemptuously. Are you still refusing to face reality? Wow, I thought you were more reasonable. It's even kind of offensive. It's okay, don't worry. I didn't say that Stella died. Her body and soul are right here in front of you. True, the filling is different now. What? Personality is formed from experience. Thanks to Ava's mind control, I got into Stella's head and changed her memories layer by layer. Do you understand now? The current Stella has not forgotten you. You can't forget those you've never met. Nonsense. This can't be true. Stella, fight, I know you. You're not weak enough to give in to that bastard. Islands trembled, looking as if he was trying hard to hold back his laughter. You're right, she definitely wasn't weak. I drugged her, lowered her oxygen concentration and suppressed her thinking, but she still resisted mind control. However, that installation was designed to give me complete control over the test subject's consciousness. I had feelings, experience, and even time at my disposal. Tea time. It's the same. I suppose you have ever had such long dreams that you woke up in the morning completely confused and did not understand how so many events could fit into one night. It's the same here. While you gathered, broke through the laboratory and fought with me, Stella lived. 70 years. Useless to anyone, locked in her room. Every morning the same ceiling, every day complete loneliness. Do you really think that she still has the strength to believe in the reality of those events that happened 70 years ago and about which she has no clear memories? Icky turned pale. Involuntarily, he tried to imagine it, and he felt sick. It was worse than any torture. And in just a couple of hours, it's all because of me. If I had been stronger and had not let her be kidnapped, all this would not have happened. Icky felt like he was about to go crazy with anger at himself. Stella, Stella, can you hear me? Do not give up. Don't believe in this nightmare. We were together, we fought for championship. Stella. Blood burst out from his mouth and chest in spurts, but the guy did not pay attention to this and continued to call his beloved. However, the islands have not gone away. Don't yell, nothing will change, he said with the same mocking smile, but it seems that my words are flying past your ears. Maybe force would be more convincing. The great professor kicked Icky, and he rolled on the ground like a soccer ball. Your little sister is still breathing, but not for long. Oh, I didn't say that. I may be a philanthropist, but I am also very, very vengeful. Shizuku destroyed my original body, which dealt a serious blow to my pride. I can't leave it like this, otherwise my conscience will torture me later. He lifted Levitine over his head, aiming for Shizuku's neck. Stress dulls thinking, so I try to get rid of it as soon as possible. The golden blade slowly went down. Carl acted as calmly as if he were executing enemies every day. No, Stella, Icky shouted, but the sword did not stop. A few more seconds, and the device would have separated Shizuku's head from his body. The real Stella Vermilion would never have done this, even in the most terrible fit of rage. At that moment, Icky finally realized his beloved girl was really no more. Someone else could have turned away, disavowed reality, and then he would not have had to suffer so much. Anyone, but not Icky Kuragain. Open your eyes, take the sword. The core of the personality spoke from somewhere from unknown depths. You already realize that this is not Stella in front of you, but only her empty shell, that your prayers will not reach her, that you weren't smart enough to protect her, even though you were standing next to her. But now you know what you have to do. You knew Stella Vermilion better than anyone, what she was like, what she loved, who she cared for. To be honest, I couldn't even imagine that, having left Vermilion, I would be able to grow above myself so much. And of course, I would meet a loved one, said the princess during her last walk around Hagan Academy. Icky remembered her eyes, remembered the hot feelings that overwhelmed him, and suddenly realized that Stella was not only talking about him at that moment. She became attached with all her soul to Japan, to her new life and strong rivals, to everything that made her stronger. However, now she wanted to kill her friends with her own hands and completely destroy everything she had achieved. This, and only this, Icky could never allow. Levitine slammed into Intetsu with a clang. Icky blocked his sister with himself, and Islands widened his eyes. Wow, are you still moving? Impressive, how strong you turn out to be. But what's the point? You and your inferior body are no match for me. Guy. What? The wound is opening, the lungs are asking to come out. Little sister tried so hard, darned you, and how are you ready to repay her? Why are you getting into trouble, you fool? If I hadn't resisted, if I had succumbed to the feeling of helplessness, I would have given you an easy death. Laughing, the professor pressed Levitine a little. Icky's muscles and joints immediately howled from the strain, and the guy arched. He held the katana by both the hilt and the blade, pressed with all his might, but could not push the golden sword even a millimeter away. Island said it right. Icky Kuragain was absolutely powerless and useless. He chose the noble path of the sword, but failed to protect the person he valued perhaps most. He really could have obeyed the enemy, prostrate himself under the weight of guilt, closed his eyes and gone into another world. He wouldn't have to suffer the mental pain of knowing what he was about to do. But Icky loved Stella like no one before, had more feelings for her than for anyone else, and that is why he sought to keep the memory of the girl untarnished, even if it would mean killing her. In this case, powerlessness is not a help. The guy had already tried to gather all the magic he had and defeat Islands, but he survived. Obviously, the pitiful crumbs of remaining energy were unable to stop the cruel enemy. He will brush them off like an annoying fly and destroy everything that Stella treasured. What to do? The answer is obvious. Look into the future. Call upon all the possibilities that await the failed knight, call them into the present, and compress them into an instant. Ikki guessed that after this, he might never be able to pick up a sword or enter the battlefield again, or even completely and irrevocably lose his humanity, but he didn't regret it one bit. He didn't want to live in a world without Stella. Where does this magic come from? Islands exclaimed in amazement. Ikki didn't answer. He focused on using all his resources, literally everything. Take not only those allocated for today, but draw them from the past, present, and future. This is my greatest power, and with it I will protect everyone you loved. The decisive moment has begun. A blue whirlwind of magical energy burst out from the boy's body. Islands couldn't believe his eyes at first, because Ikki had already used Ito Razetsu today and dried himself to the bottom, but he very quickly found a solution. He increased his total energy. The power of magic reflects the degree of influence on the world. It is determined by fate at the moment of birth and remains unchanged until death. However, those who have tempered the core of their personality so much that they have left the beaten path are free from invisible shackles and are free to change it at will. The soul of such blazers is called rebellious, and they themselves are desperados. Ikki acquired a rebellious soul during the finals of the Seven Stars Sword Art Festival, so this was not the first time he added energy to himself. But this time, the transformations affected not only the deep essence of the guy, but also affected his appearance. The hair turned white, the whites of the eyes, on the contrary, turned black, and the iris filled with a golden color, reminiscent of the moon in the night sky. Sharp fangs protruded from the mouth, the skin on the forehead was torn, and a bone protrusion stretched out from the skull, parting the hair a real horn. The mediocre knight Ikki Kuragain lost his human essence and turned into a natural demon Oni, a character from the myths of his native country. Super awakening, now. This was the name of the phenomenon in which the influence of the rebellious soul spread to the body, and it was transformed. This gave the blazer enormous power, but in return it deprived him of clarity of thought. Ikki bared his teeth and howled. Ooh, wow. However, Islands was not at a loss. So can I. A flash of flame enveloped Stella's body, and behind its veil the girl also began to change. A pair of horns grew on his head, wings emerged from his back, and a thick tail emerged from his tailbone. The skin turned black, and a bright red pattern of scales appeared on the arms and legs, like hot metal. The Crimson Princess Stella Vermilion achieved super awakening during her battle with the Puppet King. Then she called upon all her willpower and did not allow a flash of frenzied rage to take control of her, which until now had been considered an impossible task. Thus, the girl put a rein on the enormous power and subjugated it to herself. Now Carl Islands has taken control of Stella's brain. Having access to all the resources of her body, he did not hesitate to use the most powerful technique against Ikki and pressed Levitine, intending to cut both the guy and Shizuka behind him in one fell swoop. However, nothing came of it. I can't move it. The golden sword didn't even move. Intetsu seemed rooted to the spot. And the next moment, he's pushing me aside. Levitine gradually, centimeter by centimeter, lost ground. Islands was truly confused. In the super awakening state, the Crimson Princess, who had higher starting stats, should have gained an advantage. This was especially true when it came to power confrontation. The talentless knight did not have secret arts for such a case. In addition, after the fusion with his sister was broken, Ikki shrunk by half. By all rights, defeat awaited him. So why is he winning? Islands was surprised and suddenly found the answer. He noticed that Ikki was growing before his eyes. At the same time, Shizuku lay unconscious. That is, she did not treat him and did not replenish the missing cells with her own. The guy healed on his own, strengthening the body's capabilities. This was the name of Ikki Kuragain's ability. Thanks to the exquisite control of magic, developed in training on Edelberg, he acted not on the muscles, but on the cells themselves, and charging them with the energy received from super-awakening, activated accelerated metabolism, that is, prompted them to instantly develop the entire division resource. He burned the future life to fight now. The power thus gained surpassed even the dragon. Levitine flew to the side, Islands himself tilted back and backed away a few steps. Exhaling forcefully, he wanted to straighten up, but Ikki did not allow him. He regained his previous growth, and not seeing the need to develop further, directed all his magic to attack. Ito Shura. At the same moment, Carl was stunned. What's happening? All sounds and colors disappeared from the world that he observed through Stella's eyes. Complete silence reigned on the black and white mountain range. The American, who understood nothing, was dumbfounded. Ikki's ability only affected himself without affecting others at all. Conventional amplifications simply could not lead to such a phenomenon. Then what is the reason? Be that as it may, he was not allowed to think calmly. Ikki rushed into battle, and Islands realized that the riddles could wait. Now he had to defend himself, so he pushed all the questions into the far corner of his mind and raised Levitine in front of him. More precisely, he tried to do this when he suddenly realized that strangeness had engulfed not only the world, but also himself. I can't move. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even move the tip of his little finger. It was as if Ikki had stopped the flow of time for everyone except himself. Really? One hypothesis appeared in his head, and Islands looked down to make sure he was right or wrong. His assumption was confirmed. Ikki ran forward, but his shadow, formed by the reflections of the flames, remained behind. The universe was distorted, cause and effect changed places. All things have turned into inconspicuous dark silhouettes, chasing the absolute result of Ikki Kuragane's actions. This is how Oikege's last secret art worked. However, Ikki had not yet struck. He was only approaching striking distance. This could only mean one thing. It turns out that all his actions are now subject to the Oikege principle. The rules and laws of battles have lost all meaning. From now on, the talentless knight reshaped reality with a single stroke of his blade. The explosive growth of abilities in exchange for humanity and the future so strengthened the influence of the rebellious soul on cause and effect relationships that the universe granted Ikki the unconditional right to kill. When he decided to cut Stella apart, everything around him became a mere shadow, haunting the result that had already happened. Nothing could stop this. Islands fully realized his defeat. Indulging his sadistic nature, he got carried away and drove his opponent into a corner, where he had nothing to lose. We should have killed him right away, the professor thought with regret, but he was hopelessly late. Intetsu's blade, which seemed especially black in the bleached world, flew towards Stella like a needle towards a magnet. No dragon could survive without a head. Islands didn't know how to stop Ikki. And anyway, how was he, a man who was safe in distant America and simply pulled the strings, going to influence the knight who put his future on the line? If anyone could stop the talentless one, it would only be the same warrior who cut through the fate prepared for him with a blow of his sword. Is this your greatest strength? Intetsu froze just before the dragon's neck, running into a silver blade. A woman whose weapon resembled a pair of wings descended from heaven and said, "We haven't seen each other for a long time, and you've completely given up. I didn't think you'd disappoint me so much, Ikki." The strongest swordsman in the world, two-winged Edelweiss, intervened in the distorted chain of cause and effect. Shortly before the start of the battle between Ikki's squad and Islands and his minions, Itsuki Kuragane contacted Sirius Vermilion. Their conversation was interrupted by the unexpected appearance of the deputy head of the Federation, Norman Creed. The winged minister teleported to the headquarters of the Japanese branch, using the divine gate device in the company of a man, at the sight of whom Sirius opened his mouth in amazement, and even Itsuki widened his eyes, although he had so rarely expressed emotions that they said that he had not a face, but iron mask. Two-winged Edelweiss, why are you accompanying the winged minister? He asked. In the end, Norman brought a woman who was considered the most dangerous criminal in both the Federation and the Union. She delivered the wounded god of war to the Federation headquarters. I understand that Mr. Nango left Prime Minister Tsukikage in the care of your son while he remained to fight the enemy. Miss Edelweiss later joined him. Norman explained instead. I'll warn you right away, I didn't take anyone's side and I don't intend to do so in the future. I act from my own considerations of justice. Because of this, we had to face each other on the battlefield in the past, Edelweiss said. The tone of her voice cut like a sharp sword. There was not a trace of the warmth and gentleness with which Two-Wing communicated with Ikki, Stella, and everyone else on Edelberg. There was nothing surprising here. The Federation and Union invaded her neutral homeland and started a war in an attempt to annex the country into one of the blocks. Edelweiss single-handedly stopped her, and this event formed the basis of the legend about the strongest swordsman. Since then, Two-Winged has become famous as a sword of justice, not bound by the laws of the largest organizations in the world. She saved many people who found themselves between a rock and a hard place, just like she herself once was. Naturally, the woman did not like the Federation and everyone associated with it. However, today everything worked out in such a way that our goals coincide and we can work together. At least that's what I think. Itsuki was not a stupid person, so without further explanation, he guessed that Edelweiss was referring to a series of conflicts that began with the American invasion and led to the abduction of Stella. He had no idea what the strongest swordsman was trying to achieve, but he realized that it was not for nothing that Norman had brought her. This meant that Whitebeard Lord Arthur Bright, the most important person at headquarters, and indeed in the entire Federation, fully approved of Two-Wing's participation. Could you tell us about everything in more detail? Asked Ironblood. Of course, Edelweiss nodded. I've been keeping an eye on the great professor for some time now. You see, it seemed to me that he needed something more than the preservation of the necessary evil in the form of the Liberators in order to prevent a new world war. However, so far he has acted so carefully that I have not been able to catch him red-handed. Everything changed after the Puppet King destroyed the Liberators. The great professor came out of the shadows and turned around. Unfortunately, he noticed the surveillance, so now I had to hide. Because of this, I found myself one step behind and let the situation get out of control. In the end, everything came to the point where the Union attacked the Federation, Stella was kidnapped, and I didn't have time to do anything. The two-winged woman awkwardly lowered her gaze and continued. I heard part of your conversation with the Emperor of Vermilion and roughly understood how serious everything was. Of course, Auma and his comrades are outstanding knights, but the great professor is extremely dangerous. Under no circumstances should you hesitate. If you start holding a conference and collecting votes, you will inevitably be late. There is only one way out. I'll go to help. At that moment, the puzzle pieces fell into place, and Itsuki understood everything. The white-haired lord decided to deal with the problem without attracting Federation resources. Undoubtedly, he understood that not all participating countries would agree to a rescue operation, and coercion read blackmail. With the national debt on the part of Itsuki, would most likely lead to international conflict, which in turn would cause a split in the Federation. Arthur didn't want this. Apparently, he foresaw a sharp escalation of the conflict with the Union, which shifted the blame for the appearance of the Liberators onto the shoulders of the Federation, and more than ever strived for unity within the organization. That is why he forced Norman to take Edelweiss with him. If you try to stop me, hiding behind nonsense like reputation and past, I will simply draw my sword and cut a path with force, warned Two-Wing. We don't have the strength for this now. And then, Itsuki paused and finished silently. I wholeheartedly welcome your proposal. Ironblood was not going to start a controversy about reputation and the like anyway. Moreover, he felt ashamed, because the Federation had treated Edelweiss like a hardened criminal all this time. But in a moment of crisis, they had humiliated themselves to the point of crawling to her for help. However, now it was worth pushing emotions into the background, since we were talking about apprentice knights. The strongest swordsman in the world could act without regard to laws, and this was very useful. Thank you. It's not worth it. In any case, I would have done what I think is fair. Edelweiss answered. I have my own thoughts about the decision of the Federation and the Union to create a necessary evil, but at the same time, I know firsthand how little a person can save alone. The Liberators were a terrorist organization that preached the ideology of Blazer supremacy. Before World War II, it was led by Tyrant, the instigator of the conflict itself. But after his death, power passed into the hands of economic conglomerates like Kazamatsuri. The new rulers hid the death of the former leader from most of their subordinates and turned the organization into a balance bar, keeping the two blocks from a full-scale collision. The Union attacked the Federation, blaming it for the sins of the past, and was partly right. But it should also not be forgotten that without the tripartite structure, the world would not have recovered from the war so quickly. If it were not for the Liberators, evil would have spread throughout all countries and continued its subversive activities, giving rise to a new round of chaos and unrest that would have ended no earlier than in a century. Edelweiss herself sometimes helped the Liberators, recognizing the necessity of their existence, but with a caveat. After a leg fracture, after some time the bones heal and the patient parts with crutches. Don't you think it's time to do the same and part with the old world order? Edelweiss finally asked and summoned a pair of blades, the testament device. The time for words has passed. The time has come for action. Two-winged Edelweiss, you helped our daughter during the crisis in Crederland. You are saving her now. I would like to meet and thank you in the near future, Sirius said and bowed deeply. He spoke from the bottom of his heart, not as an emperor, but as a father. Realizing this, Edelweiss smiled softly, for the first time since her arrival, and replied, I just really like these guys too. Island's and Icky's eyes widened when they saw who had intervened in their confrontation. Why you? One exclaimed. Edelweiss, what are you doing here? The other one was taken aback. Where did she come from, and why did she get involved in our fight? Icky was surprised, but immediately dismissed all questions. In his current state, he didn't care about anything, including why the two-wing had appeared. There was only one thought left in my head, to protect everyone Stella loved. Get out, I have to do it. The guy shouted and pressed harder on the sword. Islands also tried to throw away Edelweiss, relying on dragon power. The strongest swordsman in the world calmly passed the impulses through the testament and returned them back to the fighters, after which she looked with undisguised disappointment at Icky, whom she held in place. You really are weak. Do you remember how you and I crossed blades on Edelberg? I wanted to stop Xiali and save Stella, but you stopped me. You believed in her, although the situation was completely desperate. It was the same thing at Akatsuki Academy when you and I first met. You didn't lower your sword until the last moment, but not out of recklessness. That time you boldly stepped towards fear and difficulties in order to overcome them and find a bright future. Your determination pushed my swords aside. Then, you never gave in to obstacles, never sacrificed the future for the sake of the present, and fought to the last for the present for the sake of the future. You were truly brave, and it was this courage that gave you strength. I saw you as an equal. So answer me, what is this vile appearance? The woman asked reproachfully. Icky bared his teeth. He didn't like Edelweiss' tone. She doesn't understand anything. At Edelberg, I believed in Stella because she remained herself. I promised that I would not interfere while she moved forward on her own. But now everything is different. If I don't stop her, she'll cut off Shizuku's head. Auma, Toka, and Nagi still haven't shown any signs of life. The real Stella would never commit such an atrocity. She completely disappeared, no matter how painful it was to admit it. As if I want this myself, he shouted angrily, but Edelweiss interrupted. Cool down a little. One of the testaments flashed, cutting off the horn on the forehead. Iki screamed in pain and backed away, bleeding. A scarlet veil covered his eye, sharply narrowing the angle of view, but the guy shrugged it off. Bending down, he raised his sword and took a step towards Edelweiss, who was shielding Stella from him, when suddenly a weak voice was heard. The two-winged one is right. Brother. Alma Kuragain leaned on Ryuzium and stood up, despite the terrible burns, after which he frowned angrily, not paying attention to the cracking skin, and began to reprimand his younger brother. You yourself said that your style is a desire not for strength, but for victory, that you will defeat any enemy, even if he is many times stronger. That Iki Kuragain's strength is in his weakness. He repeated Iki's words spoken before the finals of the festival. Now look what you've become. You turned away from yourself, from your girlfriend. In your opinion, is this a victory on the path to the future? Idiot, I thought your way of a knight was to never give up. You, Shizuku, these two behind me, we are all still alive. We haven't lost anyone yet. You just need to go up to your girlfriend, slap her in the face, and wake her up. You're my brother, and he never fights looking back. Alma Oniai-sama is right. Shizuku. The girl lying at Iki's feet raised herself on her elbow with great difficulty. Oniai-sama, whom I love, does not live in the past. He will make every effort to look forward and achieve a bright future. He has always been like this, as long as I remember. She grabbed her brother by the hem of his shirt and looked at him accusingly. And anyway, why do you take this bastard's words at face value? Stella is still with us. Shizuku confidently rejected the reason why Iki lost his head. Islands smiled with feigned calmness. No matter how hard he fought, he could not break contact with Edelweiss. Levitine seemed glued to the covenant. Oh, my girl, what a dreamer you are. What is this craving for wishful thinking? Look at yourself and your friends. You are breathing your last breath. Would Stella hurt you that much? What are you talking about? Why then are you fighting in her body? This is a huge risk. Shizuku answered the question with a question, and the American's fake smile immediately faded. On the contrary, you must take care of Stella like the apple of your eye. If you really erased her personality completely, you would not have stayed in the laboratory, but pretended to be Stella and went with us to where you would find reliable security. The girl continued in a sharp tone, gasping for air. Her cold logic extinguished the fire that was consuming Iki from the inside. Now the guy himself drew attention to Island's illogical actions. Of course, he quickly suspected something was wrong, but the great professor attacked even before Iki was convinced of the forgery. If he had gained complete control of Stella's body by this point, he had acted very recklessly and taken unnecessary risks. In addition, only the Crimson Princess could erase the mountain range with a flash of flame. Islands left too much of his legacy and would hardly have deceived the military, who most likely would have gathered for an explosion. However, this is exactly what he did. Why? Obviously because he had a good reason, namely, Stella is still there. She can hear our voices, so he tried to get rid of us. We haven't lost yet. Shizuku exclaimed and, somehow taking a sitting position, extended her burnt hand to Iki. Oniai-sama, grab it. I have some magic left. I will merge you with Stella. If she doesn't hear us like that, try to shout to her from inside. Please bring her back. Bring back my beloved friend. Shizuku probably never said such words to Stella, but now she admitted her feelings for the one she constantly teased. Iki looked into his sister's eyes and suddenly felt a burning shame. Shizuku and Alma did not even think of giving up, despite the terrible wounds they received in an attempt to protect themselves and their comrades. They strived hard to win and wanted to return home together. What am I? Iki thought bitterly. He got used to the role of a tragic hero and buried hope, pathetically proclaiming that he would not allow Levitine to hurt those whom Stella treasured. Was he the only one who risked himself? Of course not. And Shizuku and Alma and Toka and Nagi, they all fought for Stella, not sparing themselves. They loved Stella and came to her aid. Look, what did you think of you decided for everyone and threw your paws up? Overwhelming conceit, that's what it's called. The guys went on a dangerous mission because they considered it a knightly duty. They did not need proud favors and pathetic sacrifices. They expected Ikki to stand with them and fight side by side, no matter what dangers lay in the future. Thank you, Shizuku. You are absolutely right. That's it, no more decadence. Ikki promised enthusiastically and firmly, but carefully squeezed his sister's palm. I'll come back myself and bring Stella, you'll see. Suddenly it glowed blue and shattered into small glowing balls, which were sucked inside Shizuku. Using the noble art of Irosky, the girl hastily patched herself up with her brother's cells, and then turned to Edelweiss. I wanted to ask you something else since the incident with Alice, but the opportunity never presented itself until today. Do I understand correctly that you are on our side? Well, since you are disturbing this scoundrel. I just want to save as many lives as possible, and if that means killing the Crimson Princess, well, so be it, said Tu Wing. Better say this, Lorelei. Are you sure you can leak strangers? Shizuku summoned Intetsu and answered without hesitation. Island said that he turned his device into a cellular organism, transplanted it into Stella, and controls her through it. Well, I can easily repeat this trick. After all, I know both Oni-sama and Stella very well. Shizuku knew the structure of her beloved brother's body by heart, and she managed to thoroughly examine Stella after the war for Vermilion. It was then that she remembered how her friend worked. In merging with them, and only with them, the girl would never make a mistake. Her confidence was based not on momentary arrogance, but on experience and accurate information. Edelweiss fully understood this from Shizuku's tone and made up her mind. Okay, Lorelei, have it your way. Follow me. The world's most powerful swordsman entered the fray, and it changed everything. Why are you so naughty? If she had perished in a landslide, it would have saved everyone a lot of nerves. But no, Islands exclaimed irritably. The great professor noticed long ago that Edelweiss began to take a closer look at him and look for where the real body was hidden. She did not belong to any organization and struck down everyone who, in her opinion, was a threat to society. Carl did not want to be in the attention zone of the Tu Wing, so he prepared in advance and struck first. He blew up an American military base. Despite her enormous strength, Edelweiss remained a swordsman. That is, she specialized in battles against people. Islands was sure that she would not get out of the grave. How did she manage to survive? No, later. He rejected all questions, because at that moment the Tu Wing rushed to attack. Taking off from her spot, she instantly gained maximum speed and unleashed a whirlwind of blows on her opponent. Calmly, Islands ordered himself, analyzing the situation and thinking through countermeasures. It would be nice if I were in my body or Ava, but now I have the incarnation of a dragon at my disposal. Carl believed that the power of the mythical creature would help him get out of a difficult situation, and he was seriously mistaken. When he slashed with his sword as hard as he could, intending to crush Edelweiss, the woman easily blocked the blow with one of the testaments. At the same time, the ground under her feet cracked like glass. She redirected the impulse. Instead of countering the force with force, Tu Wing allowed it to flow down her legs and into the ground. Ikki used this technique frequently during the Seven Stars Sword Art Festival. Having defended herself, the swordsman slashed back, and now Islands had to repel her attacks. The professor groaned from the effort, defending himself from the shower of silver flashes, and waited to strike back, but did not see a single opportunity. Moreover, he began to retreat, first one step, then another. This was not surprising. Typically, dual-blade techniques were built around defense, but Edelweiss's style was completely different. While traditional schools instructed to use only one sword and use the other as a shield, Tu Wing swung both wildly. In a sense, her style could be called barbaric. If a mediocre knight tried to follow her, he would very soon say goodbye to his life, since in such a situation the middle vertical line of the body remained open. However, Edelweiss was the strongest. She wielded her sword so quickly that even the cut air did not have time to hum, and she suppressed the enemy with a number of blows, not allowing her to budge. She did not neglect defense, but created conditions in which she simply would not have to defend herself. The perfect embodiment of the famous catchphrase, "The best defense is an attack." This is what the Diptera style was all about. As soon as one fell under its storm onslaught, a person turned into a stone statue, gradually ground down by the drops of a silver shower. The only way out was to go on the defensive and absorb counterattacks. For Stella, this was not particularly difficult, and dragon regeneration successfully dealt with minor wounds. However, Islands, who occupied her body, did not dare to take risks. Now he was most wary not of Edelweiss, but of the girl standing behind her. Not a girl, but a speck in the eye. Shizuku was not mistaken. Islands really didn't have time to erase Stella Vermillion's identity. There were only a few seconds left before the fateful moment, but Ikki ruined his plans in a swift dash. Carl had to invade the weakened consciousness of the princess, and with the help of transplanted Darwin cells, seize control. In the same way, until recently he controlled his own body. Because of the nightmare, Stella's personality withered and turned into a hunched old woman, but did not disappear. Most likely, she would have heard Ikki's voice if the guy had penetrated directly into her mind. Therefore, Islands remained extremely collected. If he had ever made a mistake under the yoke of incessant blows and carelessly launched a counterattack, Shizuku would have taken advantage of the gap in the defense and, figuratively speaking, stabbed the poisoned dagger right into the heart. It will be a complete failure, so we need to concentrate and develop an action plan, Carl decided. He quickly gave up winning through fencing, as if he could surpass the world's strongest swordsman. Moreover, the Crimson Princess had equally effective magical techniques. For example, the same roar of Bahamut, which blew up a secret laboratory and destroyed the mountain above it. In open space, the power of the noble art dropped somewhat, but even so it was more than enough to kill half-dead children. And the two-winged one is unlikely to defend itself from a large-scale attack with some swords. To gain a few moments to activate Bahamut's roar, Islands flapped his wings and slammed his tail onto the ground, throwing himself to the side. The calculation was that Edelweiss was used to fighting against people who did not have such body parts, so she would not have time to react in time. And again, the professor made a mistake. Exhaling sharply, the woman threw the sword exactly at the point where it landed. Islands didn't expect this, so he responded extremely sloppily. He waved levitine, relying on the reflexes of someone else's body. He parried the throw itself, but put too much force into the blow and tilted, leaving himself completely unprotected from the front. Edelweiss did not miss the chance. The second testament seemed to disappear, and a moment later a silver flash cut Islands in the eyes. "Aggressive capture," said the two-wing. Her ability was of the cause-and-effect type, and managed everything related to agreements. It could be used in two ways: to conclude an agreement with the consensus of the parties, or to force a wounded enemy to a deal on one's own terms. Aggressive capture was of the latter type. "Freeze," Edelweiss ordered, and Islands felt as if he were shackled in steel chains. It was a powerful, noble art, but not absolute. If the rule of decency, which sealed a voluntary contract, had unlimited power and could kill the oathbreaker, then the effectiveness of the aggressive capture depended on the mental state of the opponent. It had the best effect on cowardly people who trembled in horror before Edelweiss, as well as on those who, in principle, did not have their own personality, the same supermen. But those with an unbending will easily got rid of invisible shackles. "I would be very grateful if you would stop underestimating me." Islands quickly threw off the aggressive grab and restored his eyes with the power of the dragon. All this took 3 seconds, very little and at the same time incommensurably much. But the main thing is that the great professor remained completely defenseless. No more was required. "Stella, you are not changing. If you weren't so pathetic, you wouldn't let this bastard get you and save us a lot of headaches." Shizuku wasted no time and slid past Edelweiss. Having regained his vision, Carl saw the tip of Intetsu right in front of him. He didn't have time to dodge. When you return, you'll immediately get my money's worth. I warned you. The black blade entered deep into the Crimson Princess's body, disintegrated into sparks of light, and was drawn into the wound. Shizuku's magic dissolved Ikki's consciousness inside Stella, and the islands failed once again. No matter how hard he tried to keep the priceless specimen intact, a foreign body invaded it. Oh, you. All she's doing today is to set me up. Suddenly it dawned on the American. It was Lorelei who had been bearing the brunt of the entire battle so far. She even imitated cellular magic, the great professor's specialty, although she was almost 5 times his age. You little scoundrel. Wounded, Islands became furious and slashed with a sword flaming like red-hot steel. Shizuku smiled weakly in response. She had no strength or magic left. The girl gave all of herself, and on the verge of death wanted only to convey to her friend that she forgives her. I know her, but she'll bite herself for it later. She smiled sadly to herself. Lorelei Shizuku Kuragain reached the end of her chosen path as a knight, and was proud of it. Golden levitine, easily cut through flesh and bone. A stream of blood sprayed out. Huh, Shizuka said in bewilderment, falling to the ground. At the last moment, Edelweiss pushed her away, sacrificing her left hand. I'm ashamed that a couple of months ago I didn't see your true essence and didn't try to stop you. No, Lorelei, among all those present, you are the wisest and most valiant knight, said the strongest swordsman in the world as softly as if she had not suffered at all. I'll handle it, and you rest. She held the sword in front of her. Island's eyes widened in surprise, and then he laughed at the top of his lungs. Wow, traded the wing for a half-dead brat. What a mistake. All mistakes are wrong. And why? Right, because of stupid emotions. Levitine severed the humerus so that Edelweiss could no longer use her arm in battle. Accordingly, the strength and speed of her attacks were reduced by half. There may not be another chance like this. Tear her to pieces, fangs of Satan. Carl transformed the fire armor into a 7-headed dragon and set it. No, not on Edelweiss, but on Shizuka. The vile and insidious scientist reasoned that the 2-winged one would most likely easily evade the attack, but would not expose the student knights to attack. After all, she promised to save them, which means she will have to act with one hand. And so it happened. Cleverly wielding the testament, the woman, without any haste, separated all 7 heads from the body and extinguished them. Naturally, Islands had this figured out from the very beginning. Satan's fangs only bought him time to prepare for the most powerful noble art of the Crimson Princess. O flames of purgatory, pierce the blue sky. Flames erupted from the raised levitine. Accumulating power, it rose to the clouds, where crimson streams intertwined and twisted, forming a sword woven from white light. The gigantic weapon shone brighter than the midday sun and burned more fiercely than the underworld. Carsaridio salamander. The blade of light began to slowly descend. At one time, Stella's Carsaridio salamander cut into the sword of the planet itself, its highest mountain Edelberg. No matter how powerful Edelweiss was, she specialized in fighting against humans and did not have techniques that would stop a noble art that could incinerate a small country. Block death, evasion is death. Wherever you throw it, there is a wedge everywhere. Carsaridio salamander takes a lot of time to prepare. I would never be able to use it if the 2-wing was in perfect shape. However, the universe took my side. Islands had no doubt that he would kill everyone. Only a miracle could help his enemies, and he did not believe in miracles, only in cold logic. Having eliminated the interference, he hoped to calmly remove the foreign organism with cellular magic and crush the children's last hope of destroying the grandiose plan of the great professor. Victory is in my hands. However, he was wrong. Suddenly, the sword of light stopped, as if it had hit an invisible barrier. It seemed like you were wondering how I managed to escape from the rubble, Edelweiss asked calmly. The amazed American felt a shiver run down his spine. Did she really create an anomaly in the air? But how? After all, her ability is agreements. Looking for an answer, Islands looked at 2-wing and was stunned. Inside the body, which at first glance seemed weak from injury and loss of blood, magical energy was boiling. Its power increased by an order of magnitude, or even two. Where does this amplitude come from, really? Is this Itoshura Ikki? Almost. This technique is called the Kilin experience, but it does the same thing. Thanks to extreme concentration, it instantly reveals all the capabilities of the body. I emphasize, this is a technique, not a noble art. So obviously I can master it, even if my ability is vastly different from Ikki or Zyali. The mediocre knight Ikki Kuragain, with the help of Itoshura, dramatically changed the amplification factor of his own capabilities. Taudi Fu, Zyali used the Kilin experience to enhance the dragon power copied from Stella. What did Edelweiss do? Her ability concerned the area of agreements, that is, the power of coercion that surpasses natural phenomena. When the two-wing called for utmost concentration and declared that the hour of victory had come. No one will stop me and my aspirations. The next moment, the air behind Edelweiss began to ripple, and a Valkyrie armed with two swords appeared in it. It was this 30-meter-tall war maiden who held Karsarithio's Salamandra in place. She. Islands immediately noticed that the outlines of the Valkyrie were shaking and blurring. It's an illusion. Edelweiss created a phenomenon similar to Oikege's lagging shadow. The excessive influence of her rebellious soul distorted the cause-and-effect relationships and forced all options for the development of events to converge to one result. And the Valkyrie was the visual embodiment of coercive power. This was the trump card of the two-winged Edelweiss. It was with his help that several years ago she destroyed the armies of the Federation and the Union, and more recently got out from under the ruins of an American military base. And he was called Sword of Space. The ghostly Valkyrie was only in Edelweiss's imagination, but even so, traces remained on the fabric of the universe. As soon as he realized this, Islands cursed himself for his haste. He assumed that by cutting off his opponent's hand, he had a good chance of winning, but in reality it didn't matter how many covenants the two-wing held. Her very nature was a sword that, simply by appearing, cut through the world. The gigantic war maiden raised her hand and slammed her blade into the other one, which was keeping Karsarithio's salamander from going down. Islands wheezed with effort. He and Edelweiss switched places, and now he had to struggle to hold back the attack. Making sure that he could not move, the woman looked around again. As Alma said, Toka and Nagi lying behind him showed signs of life, but very weak. Without first aid, they would not have lasted long. And Alma actually suffered the most. The Hurricane Sword Emperor wrapped his comrades in aerial armor, while he himself remained completely defenseless against Bahamut's roar. Thanks to this, no one died, but the guy was very seriously injured. If he didn't have a rank power, he would have crumbled into a pile of ashes. Alma stood with great difficulty, leaning all his weight on Ryuzium, and could no longer breathe on his own, forcing his body to absorb oxygen from the air using magic. He won't last long like this, and I won't be able to maintain the Sword of Space forever. Sooner or later, I will lose the necessary concentration, and the enhancement will be interrupted. The limit is 1 minute. Edelweiss made a difficult decision. If the Crimson Princess doesn't return in 60 seconds, she will stop holding back, abandon her original plan to save everyone, and simply try to save as many lives as possible. That is, the Valkyrie will lower her twin blades behind her back. Ikki, I will kill you and Stella. Ikki flew like a shooting star through the vast space of memories. The flickering lights around it contained fragments of Stella's life. Sometimes they flashed, and then the guy who merged with the girl saw different scenes. Oh, hot, it's hot. Stella, that's enough for what? Ay. I, the father and emperor of Vermilion, offer my deepest apologies to all of you for that terrible disaster. Stella, please. Dad and I have a lot of trouble because of you. Don't add new ones. No, you killed them. Will not forgive. If this is a dream, then return my daughter. Give it back. Your supposed reality is actually a dream. And who are you? Friends killed in the fire, hatred of family and subjects, decades of being locked up, lonely old age. Seeing the fake memories Islands planted, Ikki trembled with anger. How dare you show her this nonsense? How dare the people use it for their own purposes? Carl wanted Stella to believe in the reality of the nightmare and destroy her soul herself. I won't forgive. I won't forgive. I swear I will find you wherever you are hiding and I will punish you. For a moment, Ikki succumbed to hatred, but then pulled himself together. First, you need to rescue Stella from prison, and only then take revenge. Wait for me, Stella. I will definitely save you. The more Ikki searched, the faster he flew. He knew that the girl was somewhere out there, at the end of the cosmic river. That's what my sixth sense said, or maybe it was because they shared the same body. Finally, a large crimson star appeared ahead. Ikki reached out to her, and the light enveloped him from all sides, and then pulled him somewhere. The guy closed his eyes, unable to withstand the blinding brightness, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in some room. Looking around, Ikki saw a large wardrobe, a full-length mirror in an elegant frame, a four-poster bed and other household items that truly reeked of wealth and luxury. Surprisingly, he recognized this room, although with all his desire he could never live in such a room. I've been here before, more than once. These were Stella's private chambers in the Imperial Palace. I really didn't expect that she would actually manage not to merge with someone herself, but to unite two strangers. Perhaps your little sister is much better at commanding water than I am, someone said. Ikki shuddered and turned sharply to the wall-length window, beyond which he could see the balcony. There, with his back to the light, stood a fair-haired guy who looked very much like him. Islands. Ikki growled and immediately summoned Intetsu, preparing for battle. Carl winced in irritation. Of course, her technique is worthy of praise, but you are resisting in vain. You are mistaken in the very essence of what is happening, believing that everything can be returned back. The human personality is not as indestructible as you think. The great professor stepped to the side, and Ikki saw a chair behind him, and on it a decrepit old woman. Her legs hung like whips, her head fell limply on her shoulder. Not a person, a doll that was simply given a sitting position. And yet, Ikki could not help but recognize the hair, although thin, but retaining its scarlet color. And in the wrinkled face one could see familiar features. Can't be. Is this Stella? He said with trembling lips. One is not born a person, one becomes a person. We are all shaped by experience, Islands said. Let's imagine that we have a person. If we create a complete copy of him and then force them to live different lives, we will end up with two completely different people. But why imagine? We have a sample. Look at this decrepit old woman. Ikki remained silent. The Crimson Princess is no more. Before you is a grandmother whose whole life is one of complete denial. She didn't go to Japan and meet you. Do you really think that she will respond to someone she doesn't even know? Of course not. Carl put his hand on the shoulder of Stella, who had changed beyond recognition, as if demonstrating the result of an experiment, and grinned contemptuously. However, inside the American everything went cold with anxiety. He was backed into a corner. I have no way to somehow influence the situation outside. Edelweiss's intervention ruined all plans. The sword of the cosmos imposed a powerful pressure of coercive force on the universe. Islands understood that Two Wing would not be able to keep this technique active for long, therefore, sensing the approaching limit, he would definitely end everything. In other words, she will destroy Stella Vermillion's body. Carl had to avoid this at all costs. The Crimson Princess was, in every way, ideal for his grand scheme. He could have lived for many more centuries, but it was unlikely that he would have discovered a second mother for a higher being who at such a young age took control of the super awakening. So the professor was ready to let Stella go for a while, but not to lose her. Although if I give it away, the memories will most likely return. He deceived Ikki by saying that he was late. Abraham did not have time to complete the job. It was only possible to suppress the mind with various drugs and seize control of the body. If the girl is rescued and properly treated, if she spends enough time with close friends, then both her memory and personality will most likely return to normal, and Carl will have to start all over again. However, now that he has voiced his intentions, kidnapping the princess will not be so easy. However, all is not lost. Let's do it this way. Ah, Icky, you cherished a faint hope. You made such sacrifices to return your beloved, but it all turned out to be in vain, Islands said in a mocking tone. Princess, do you see him? This is the enemy, and he has come to take away your sleep. But enemies must be destroyed, right? Transplanted directly into the brain, Darwin forced Stella to move and create a crimson flame that took the form of a seven-headed dragon. They were in the girl's head, in her undivided possession, so there were no difficulties in incinerating the foreign body. At least I'll kill him here. Let Icky's life be taken not by anyone, but by Stella herself. When she comes to her senses and realizes what she has done, she will lose her head with grief and anger and intend to take immediate revenge. That is, she will run straight into the arms of Islands. And then I will have another chance. Come on, kill him. By order of Carl, 7 heads rushed at Icky, but the guy stood there with his head down and didn't even move. Did he really see the aged Stella and give up the fight? That would be very convenient, Islands laughed to himself, but immediately realized his mistake. Taking a closer look, he noticed a smile on the young knight's lips. I'm so glad, said Icky. At the same instant, an explosion of blue magic swept away the dragon heads. You're still with us. That's it, Icky grinned and immediately misspoke. Although no, you would never refuse him. At first he was truly speechless with amazement and grief, but then something filled him with such admiration that the guy involuntarily held his breath. Old Stella sat helplessly on a chair, but at the same time her thin hands, more like dry branches of a winter tree, capable of breaking from a simple touch, tightly hugged. A large sword that glowed as if it had just left the blacksmith's forge. After 70 years of complete falsehood, she still had not given Levitine to anyone her pride, her soul. Even though the golden blade filled with fire destroyed her life, the princess continued to cling to it, as if it represented something very important. But why? Was her mind really that strong? No. Maybe it was a matter of incomplete identity erasure. Also no. Undoubtedly, Stella was tormented by mental anguish. She spent many years abandoned and unwanted by everyone. Icky knew firsthand how difficult and painful it was, even though he spent much less time in such an environment. But even amid the pitch darkness, something did not allow the Crimson Princess to leave just like that. She stubbornly refused to acknowledge one fact, although she had probably long forgotten what he was talking about. Only one person in the whole world, only Icky Kuragain, could determine with one glance what was bothering her. After all, he just didn't know how to lose. Stella, you still can't defeat me. How much time was wasted, the guy thought with regret. I chose the wrong method from the very beginning. It was not worth shedding tears and tearing your throat trying to finish shouting. There was no need to dress in the clothes of a tragic hero and point a weapon at Stella, pathetically proclaiming that her sword would not hurt those she treasured. Their relationship was not a contract. It was not created by tender words or a formal agreement. The princess of the empire and the unwanted youngest son of an influential family, 2 people from different classes, from opposite ends of the globe, were brought together by simple admiration for a worthy knight. It all started with crossed blades. It was the blades that gave them strength. It was they who struck the spark from which the flame of love then flared up. And from mutual admiration, irreconcilable rivalry was born. Confessions, oaths, and everything else came later. This was the only thing that mattered to the talentless knight and the Crimson Princess. If so, there is no need to hesitate. There is only one way for me. Icky was about to throw the strongest punch he could and show Stella the power of the talentless knight that she admired. The sword will penetrate deeper than any words and reach the soul. He made up his mind. My strength is in weakness, and with it I will return your admiration. Seeing Ikki take Oikege's stance and walk forward, Islands hurriedly spoke, barely restraining himself from screaming at the top of his lungs. Wait a minute, what are you planning? No, stop, I didn't completely erase her personality. Her soul is here, right here, if you try to kill her. Decrepit Stella will not be able to take Oikege's blow. As soon as Intetsu takes off, she will disappear forever. Islands had to avoid this at all costs. He even admitted to lying, hoping to talk some sense into Ikki, but he didn't even slow down. Stop, you idiot. The great professor howled in despair, but it was all in vain. Ikki was sure that Carl was worrying in vain. After all, he knew the Crimson Princess Stella Vermilion better than anyone. Therefore, the talentless knight swung his sword with all his might. Oikege's last secret art. Stella watched indifferently as a stranger attacked her with a weapon in his hands. She has long ceased to be interested in others. Family, country, world, all this rejected her and therefore did not deserve attention. The black blade was approaching. It brought death, but the princess completely surrendered to the power of apathy. She would accept even death, even sleep, just to leave this nightmare forever. However, give me your device, Levitine, and I will take you to a world of beautiful dreams, to where you were many years ago. Stella didn't know why she refused to break up with Levitine. She hated the golden sword because it embodied the power that caused her friends to burn. The fire took everything from her. Stella didn't need it and didn't even want to touch the device, but for some unknown reason she couldn't give it up. What is wrong with me? The princess asked herself, replaying the past years in her head over and over again, and could not find the answer. Surprisingly, as she hugged Levitine, regret welled up inside her. It burned her chest from the inside, but Stella did not understand what it was aimed at. To that unfortunate tragedy, hardly. In this case, she would give the sword to the imposter wizard without hesitation. What's happening? I don't know, I don't remember, but wait a minute, I remember. Once upon a time, Stella had a dream full of warm happiness. Over the years, the details have been erased from memory, but the princess really wanted to return there. She also vaguely remembered the terrible bitterness. Oh yes, exactly. It's because of him. All the blame lay with the guy, who was now attacking with a sword at the ready. It seems that Stella visited another country where it was very hot and humid in the summer, and at some point she entered a large arena where she fought this guy. She, of course, forgot what the reason was, but at that moment she definitely gave it her all, striving for victory. She uncrossed swords and Stella lost. It was then that she felt terrible annoyance and even burst into tears from resentment. Then and now. For the first time in many years, hot tears flowed from eyes sunken from old age. The world blurred. I remember everything. That time it was exactly the same, Stella suddenly realized. It hurt me, but I didn't take my eyes off him. The body refused to obey. The consciousness fell deeper and deeper into the darkness of oblivion. But the Crimson Princess looked at the one who defeated her until the very end in order to forever imprint his face in her memory. Face an unbearable bitterness. Next time, I will definitely win, her own words floated into her head. After all, she knew that only this feeling would allow her to fight him again. Yes, finally found it. After so much time, she still discovered, among the nightmares, something undeniable and absolute that could not be either a lie or a dream. It was bitter admiration for the guy who was going after her. Lawa. Then take the sword, Stella ordered herself. Thin arms were cracking from the load. The weakened, sick body almost crumbled, but all this was a trifle, an illusion, one big deception. Stella made her way through the impenetrable darkness, focusing on a guiding thread, a feeling seething in her chest. Burn it into your heart, destroyed the soul, she shouted. The dark blade was approaching the neck. Suddenly, something strange happened. The world lost all its colors and became black and white, and the shadow of the sword the guy was holding trembled and slowed down. Stella suddenly found that she had seen this moment before. She already found herself in a world where only her opponent could move. Then she failed to stop the blow. Any resistance crumbled before the influence of the rebellious soul. And still, I won't give up. Movement is life. She will no longer succumb to weakness and will strangle all the weak-willed. I can't. Because that day the girl experienced incredible admiration and made a solemn oath. Let everything turn into a pale shadow pursuer, but she, the Crimson Princess Stella Vermilion, will remain the one who goes hand in hand with the talentless knight Ikki Kuragain. At the same instant, the decrepit body was enveloped in an unbearably bright flame, which began to fill the black and white surroundings with shades of red. The rebellious soul of Stella Vermilion entered into a confrontation with the rebellious soul of Ikki Kuragain for the right to paint the fabric of the universe in its own color. The changes also affected the appearance of the old woman. Withered hands regained strength and elasticity, the hunched back straightened, the hair took on rich colors, and the dull eyes came to life and sparkled with admiration, like real rubies. The Crimson Princess Stella Vermilion has found herself again. Rejuvenated, she rose to her feet with a jerk, although until now only Ikki could move within the oikage. Kicking the chair away, the girl arched slightly, lifted Levitine, which she had not parted with even in the nightmare, above her head, and swung it with all her might. The metal rang shrilly. The black katana flew to the side. Yes, I knew it, Ikki noted happily. You're not one of those simpletons who falls for the same trick twice. You really are so strong that it makes your teeth ache with frustration. You are my strongest and most beloved opponent, it's true. The same admiration that filled Stella blazed in the depths of his black eyes. Naturally, it's true. They embraced each other, brushing aside even the shadow of false memories. Ikki, Ikki. Stella hugged her lover tightly to make sure he was real. She saw a very long, vile nightmare in which her heart was torn apart from pain and loneliness. Everything looked so realistic that at some point Stella believed in a dream and only came to her senses now when she felt a familiar warmth. Realizing that the long night had passed and morning had finally arrived, she no longer doubted. How I screwed up, but you saved me. Thank you, Ikki. You are with us again and I don't need more. You will thank Shizuka, Brother Amu, Alice Tadu, and Edelweiss. They all risked their lives for you. Yes, I know. During the merger, not only Ikki saw Stella's memories. The girl also looked into his memory and realized what was happening outside. No words are enough to thank the guys. But I'm a little scared, she admitted. I am now in great debt to Shizuku. Ikki laughed. Without her, we wouldn't have a chance in principle, so we'll work it out together with you. Just think, she's younger, but she beat you and me. Stella smiled warmly. Now even bickering with Shizuku was dear to her. My dear friends, how I want to see you as soon as possible and thank you. But first, we need to deal with him. Stella pulled away from Ikki and turned to her sworn enemy. Great Professor Carl Islands, how dare you play with me? Why did she recover her memory so quickly? Islands muttered under his breath. I erased her personality, even if not completely, and the drugs should still work. Then he noticed how furiously Ikki and Stella were looking at him. He shuddered and involuntarily took a step back. Despite his powerful intellect, he misjudged the power of admiration, which penetrated much deeper into the soul than the most precious memories and the bonds he created. However, there was nothing surprising here. Carl had no idea what this power was because he considered himself the best in everything and looked down on other people. I don't understand anything. But I have to admit, today I lost, Islands said with a deep sigh, shrugged his shoulders and suddenly stretched his lips into an ominous grin. However, our battle is not over yet. I'm not Orgal. I don't get pleasure from the deaths of others, so this time I tried to do without casualties among those who were in no way involved in our conflict. But I can also appeal to the famous saying, the end justifies the means. In the end, I myself was not harmed in any way, and I have plenty of combat resources. Whether you like it or not, I will certainly get Stella's body, cross it with the same desperado, and get a child who will have a rebellious soul from birth. Then I will take him as a model, free everyone from the shackles of fate and lead humanity to new heights. I will create a new world in which no one will depend on fate, and I will take the throne of God in it. Ah. Suddenly, the American, whose eyes were bulging in ecstasy, was interrupted when he saw a crimson flash right in front of him. Are you going to chat for a long time? Get out of my head. Flapping her fiery wings, Stella flew up to Carl and stabbed Levitine straight into his heart. I'm already fed up with my nonsense, you creeping bastard. I don't care about him, okay? The princess's wrath turned into a roaring flame that burned out the cells of Darwin, receiving the great professor's brain waves. As soon as Stella expelled islands, her body in the outside world suddenly ignited, and from somewhere a nasty screech was heard, clearly not belonging to the girl, but to some other living creature. Not even a couple of seconds had passed before an incomprehensible amorphous substance, the color of fresh blood, crawled out of my ear. It burned and screamed heart-rendingly with an organ on the front side of the body, reminiscent of a human mouth. Once outside, the incomprehensible amoeba grew many fingers, and moving them like a centipede, tried to escape, but the fire intensified, and it crawled only a few meters, after which it froze, turning into ember. Shizuku immediately realized what kind of creepy creature it was. This is Island's device. You did it, Oni-sama. Well done. Darwin died, and at the same time, Stella's tail and horns, which had grown from super awakening, crumbled into dust. Ikki and Shizuku's plan worked. Convinced of this, the girl finally allowed herself to relax and lost consciousness. Alma, who was protecting Toka and Nagi, also realized that the danger had passed and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Only Edelweiss remained on her feet. How are you feeling, Stella? She asked. I wouldn't say it's good. Of course, I heated all these drugs that they stuffed me with, and they decomposed, but still. Islands himself was sitting in a safe laboratory and controlling Stella remotely, so he did not understand how much stress her body was subjected to, first due to the operation and drugs, and then due to the forced super awakening. But the girl felt it fully when she regained control over herself. She staggered from fatigue and almost fell, but she leaned on Levitine in time. Pride did not allow the princess to appear even weaker in front of the people who shed blood for her sake. Having somehow caught her breath, she bowed to Edelweiss. I received Ikki's memories, so I know what happened. Thank you for fighting for me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't exist anymore. You don't have to thank me. I'm only here because I found a free minute. And I'm not kidding, Edelweiss answered. Although her tone said otherwise, she cut off a lock of hair and bandaged a deep wound on her arm. Dee, don't laugh. No, I'm serious. That's how I pursued islands and came to your rescue, because that's how the circumstances developed. Besides, if I hadn't given him the initiative at the very beginning, none of this would have happened at all. The only thing to blame is my inexperience. But Islands is still alive. His real body is somewhere else. Yes, therefore, I sent him the one who is most suitable for this. Suitable for what? Don't worry. I promise that the Islands will never appear in your life again. Stella found herself rejoicing at the opportunity to forget about the American forever. With some part of her mind, she naturally wanted to take revenge for the kidnapping and abuse, but her disgust for Carl was much stronger. At the mere thought of having to deal with this bastard again, everything inside was twisted with disgust. I wonder who Edelweiss sent. Like someone very strong, but who? The girl thought, but at that moment she was distracted by the noise of the propellers. A helicopter was approaching. Found, there they are. I see a lot of wounded. Prepare your life support systems. Pilot, the platform is uneven. Descend carefully. Hey, someone alert the hospital that we'll be there soon. The crew was in full swing, preparing to disembark and take on board the knights. "Who is this?" Stella was surprised. "Rescuers sent by Director Kuragain. Let them do their work," Edelweiss answered, and exhaling, sank straight to the ground. Even so, she looked majestic, and only her haggard face betrayed enormous fatigue. Stella remembered everything that Islands saw, including the technique with which the two wings stopped him. The Sword of Space repeatedly increased the body's capabilities thanks to extreme concentration. It used the same principle as Ito Shura, so it was supposed to greatly exhaust the owner. "So I believed that you allegedly had a free minute. If you were really after the islands, you wouldn't have shown up in Japan." Stella didn't know who Edelweiss had assigned to deal with Carl, but obviously the safest thing to do was to go after him herself. However, she acted differently. There could only be one reason. She wanted to save me. Having learned that Islands was trying to get Stella, Two Wing rushed to help, although she did not admit it. But the princess thought about her actions and understood everything without words. "I want to thank her, but not in word but in deed." "Edelweiss?" Stella sat down next to her to be on the same level, straightened up and solemnly said, "I know that you are not a criminal, no matter what they call you in the rest of the world. You saved both my country and me." "No, you did it yourself. If you hadn't come to your senses, I would have killed you and Ikki." "Saving others," Stella retorted. Even under the threat of death, she would not voluntarily agree to lose herself and finish off Shizuka, Nagi, Toka, and Auma. Fortunately, Edelweiss appeared, which means there was no need to worry about our friends. For their sake, the princess would willingly lay down under the Sword of Two Wings. Deeply grateful, she suggested, "Would you like to move to Vermilion?" The woman didn't answer. "I don't know in detail why both the Federation and the Union declared you a criminal, but I believe that this is either a stupid misunderstanding or vile slander. In any case, I am completely sure that you are not to blame for anything, so on behalf of all of Vermilion, I want to help you and correct the misunderstanding." "So you are inviting me on behalf of the Federation country that has put me on the wanted list. I foresee a mountain of problems. That's why I want to clear your name. Vermilion will be the first to cancel the persecution, and you can feel calm in it. My sister, the first princess of Lune's Vermilion, married the king of Crederland, so I will be the next. Empress, by gaining power and status, I will protect you from unfair accusations. Of course, if you so wish," Stella promised, looking Edelweiss straight in the eyes. The two-winged woman did not see in her a single drop of cold calculation in her desire to get the strongest swordsman in the world, only endless gratitude, so she also straightened her back. "Your feelings are enough for me. Thank you very much, Your Imperial Highness," she replied, using the royal title. "You see, Princess Stella, I am very strong." "I certainly understand. And yet, I think I'm much stronger than you can imagine. I could probably count on one hand those who are able to compete with me. Now imagine that I join some country or faction. The unrest will begin immediately, won't it?" I can't believe it myself, but I'm completely satisfied with the current situation. I am a free, unfettered sword, so I can come to the aid of everyone. For example, you. Please don't worry about me." "But," Stella hesitated. Being a knight and a politician at the same time, the princess fully understood what a fuss would arise if Edelweiss moved to Vermilion. Moreover, concerns will arise not only among its own people, but also in other countries. However, the girl took a risk, believing that if she could repay the two-wing with anything for saving her, it would be this. She had the courage to face problems and solve them successfully. However, Edelweiss also realized how enormous influence she had, which is why she flatly refused the offer. Stella had no right to insist. What kind of person? Edelweiss accepted the duty of a sword meant to resolve conflicts, and would never act in such a way as to become a source of enmity herself, even if she would have to become a hermit for this. Amazing attitude and relentless determination. This was the path of the knight double-winged Edelweiss. Would Stella have the audacity to stop a noble warrior from living by his own principles? Never. I can't do anything for her, she thought, biting her lip in bitterness. Edelweiss smiled. Even though she could not agree to the move, the invitation itself, so warm and sincere, pleased her to the depths of her soul. It fully reflected how grateful Stella was. Still, I will act too cruelly if I reject her sincere impulse, the woman decided. You know, I guess I have one request. Speak, I will do anything for you, Stella exclaimed, beaming. Thank you, Edelweiss thanked. I want you to fulfill my childhood dream. Children's room. Yes, even though now I have discovered a talent for wielding a sword, I was once the most ordinary girl with the most ordinary dream, she admitted and smiled so innocently, as if she had truly returned to childhood. At this moment, two-winged Edelweiss did not at all resemble the majestic Valkyrie ruling the battlefield. United States of America, Wyoming, Yellowstone National Park. Due to the fact that the government strictly protected the pristine appearance of this reserve, reducing infrastructure development to a minimum, it was very convenient to hide from prying eyes. Deep under the park, there was a whole labyrinth of caves intricate, like passages in an anthill. It was here that the citadel of the great Professor Charles Islands was located. In the farthest cave, there was a tank, tens of times larger in size than the one in which Stella was kept. Inside, in a special medical solution, a brain the size of an entire house floated. This is what the islands looked like now. He forced himself to evolve in order to figure out how to bring the development of humanity to its logical conclusion and reign as a god. Who would have imagined that, after so much preparation, I would fail? Carl took advantage of the unrest started by Orgal, and by manipulating the U.S. government and the entire Union, ignited a major war. Up to this point, everything was going perfectly. All that remained was to capture Japan, capture Stella Vermilion, and, under some pretext, take her to America. However, the world clock Kurono Shingyuji destroyed Sion, defending the independence of her native country. Islands had to act on a backup plan. He took up the matter personally and even captured Stella, but the student knights intervened, and then the two-winged Edelweiss. All the work went to waste. If Carl had any teeth left, he would be grinding them in rage right now. However, nothing is lost yet. Still, I have many identities, and one of them is a weapons designer. EDI's steel soldiers, their hadron cannons, as well as the processing of devices. All the most powerful weapons of the United States were created by Carl Islands. It was he who modified Sky Admiral Douglas Appleton's enterprise. He also built strategic nuclear warheads that destroy all life within a radius of 100 kilometers from the epicenter of the explosion. Inside his developments, living metal based on Darwin cells was necessarily used, the same ones that the professor implanted in Stella. This allowed him to seize control of weapons at any time. You should have cooperated with me, Stella. I wanted to make you the mother of a higher being, a new kind of man. I wanted to give you the honor of leaving your name on the pages of history next to God. And you. Initially, Carl did not want to resort to extreme measures because it was associated with a huge number of victims. Unlike Orgal, the scientist did not rejoice at the bloodbath. On the contrary, he was a friend of all people and sincerely wanted to raise them up the ladder of evolution. Yes, I really don't want this, but I have no other choice. If anyone needs to be blamed, it's not me, but the complete ignoramuses who refused of their own free will to help me. So he justified himself. They say my anger is righteous. They deserve it. Targets, Japan and Vermilion. Right now, the great professor had 114 intercontinental ballistic missiles at his disposal, ready to be launched. Half of them would be more than enough to destroy 90% of the population of both countries. I am the god who will create a new humanity. Refusing to obey me, get ready for the highest punishment, but all it took was giving me one girl. But you made your choice, and it's all your fault. And when these fools understand what their stubbornness has led to, he will show the remaining missiles and make them bow their heads. The kind princess willy-nilly submit to him and come into her own hands. Islands, who shamelessly poked his nose into Stella's heart, was sure of this. Without any doubt, he was about to send the Darwins an order to begin a destructive operation, when suddenly a deafening explosion thundered and part of the cave ceiling collapsed. What? Using cameras connected directly to the brain, Islands assessed the scale of the disaster and zoomed in on the picture. Someone was standing among the fragments of rock. Finally, the cloud of dust settled down, and the uninvited guest revealed himself in all his glory. It was a dark girl in an unusual dress, whom Carl immediately recognized. Wow, that's how Chijing. I've never seen such a big brain. Dear great professor, is that you? So is this what you really look like? The laboratory was invaded by a Chinese woman, one of the 4 immortals, considered the strongest warriors of their country. Tout Fu Xiaoli, who was supposed to have perished in the collapse along with Edelweiss. Fu Xiaoli, where did you come from? Islands blurted through the speakers. The girl pressed the fist of one hand against the palm of the other and answered. Yes, it's me. Dear Edelweiss asked me to break into your place and destroy you. She said that I was better suited for this than anyone else. You're coming, Carl repeated and immediately guessed the Two Wings plan. The Divine Dragon Temple is an independent organization, but at the same time part of the Chinese Ministry of Martial Arts. In other words, part of the Union. If you kill me, a warrior from China, then the ceasefire negotiations with the Federation will go smoothly. That's it. Indeed, Xiaoli could bring more benefits than the independent Edelweiss. Thanks to her intervention, world leaders will most likely move more quickly towards each other and put an end to the mass unrest that the Puppet King started and the great professor continued. She really fits. Wow, so that's what it's all about, Xiaoli exclaimed in amazement. In terms of, Islands blurted out, so you were just acting like that until now. Well, I'm not very smart, I don't understand complex things, the girl laughed. It's just that dear Edelweiss asked me and I agreed. After all, I have a life debt to her. In general, get ready to taste the bitterness of defeat. She raised her demon barbarian-clad fists and prepared to attack. Carl felt dizzy, although he had no head as such. What kind of frivolity? Yeah, I run and fall. You little guy with a subpar intellect will never kill me. Hey, Ava. The scientist shouted, intending to activate the supermen who were floating inside the small tanks standing around the big one. However, Xiaoli did not allow him to call for help. Using Shukuchi, a lightning-fast movement technique, she rushed towards her opponent as quickly as if she had teleported and raised her fist to strike. What a speed! The Chinese woman may have been a bit stupid, but she made up for it with enormous strength. In the past, she managed to surpass even Stella. Once a warrior of this caliber got close, it was almost impossible to stop him. This was especially true for the defenseless brain. Lord of the 5 Weapons, Carsaridio Salamander. Xiaoli slammed her fist, blazing with dragon flames, into the thick reinforced glass. She copied this power from the Crimson Princess by touching her magical energy. The barbarian demon, no longer engulfed in fire, but in pure light, easily melted the glass and penetrated inside the tank. The medical solution immediately boiled, as if a hot stone had been thrown into a vessel of water. A heartbreaking screech came from the speakers. Stop it, Islands said. I am the future of humanity. I will help him surpass fate and flourish in our universe. I am a god who will create a world where everyone has equal opportunities. I cannot fall at the hands of an uneducated monkey. It doesn't have to end like this. For the first time in many years, the great professor remembered what the fear of death was. In a desperate attempt to save himself, he modified the outer layer of brain tissue, turning it into a heat-resistant shell. But this didn't help at all. Despite its strength and versatility, evolution magic was not suitable for use in intense combat, where everything was decided in a split second. Even in his duel with Ikki, he had to resort to Darwin's help to gain time for transformation. What can we say about Xiaoli? And one more time. The solution evaporated, the pressure increased sharply, and the tank was torn into pieces. The giant brain flopped onto the stone floor of the cave, and Xiaoli slammed her second fist into it. No hastily constructed shell could protect against heat that could rival the sun itself. The barbarian demon broke through the cocoon, and the dragon fire that burst out of it instantly engulfed the entire brain. The precious gray matter that Islands had cherished all his life was quickly turning into useless coal. Only incoherent screams came from the speakers. But Xiaoli knew no mercy. I've already said that I don't understand complex things, but I still understand something. To fulfill your dream, you went over your head. This means that you should have understood that at one fine moment someone else will walk over you. You called yourself a god, but we are all people, equal to each other. And since they are equal, they must observe basic politeness towards the enemy. However, Islands put himself above others. He hoped to outwit everyone and sit out in a safe place, but he was not allowed. After all, he really was not a god, but a simple man. You lose. They just lost and therefore died, and nothing more. The speakers were silent. The wires probably melted. Or maybe the part of the brain responsible for emotions and personality has burned out. Anyway, the giant organ was fried through, and through in less than 3 minutes. About an hour after rescuing Stella and evacuating the wounded knights, news arrived. Prime Minister Bakuga Tsukikage, whom Auma had taken to the Japanese Self-Defense Forces military base on Tsushima Island, had emerged from his coma. Itsuki was at that moment sitting in the Japan branch, on a video conference with the leaders of the Federation. When the discussion ended, he lay down for a short nap, and 3 hours later he was on a helicopter to Kansai, where Bakuga had been transferred. A hospital worker showed him the room in which the minister was lying. Walking inside, Itsuki found Bakuga sitting on the bed. "Mr. Tsukikage, how are you feeling?" "I had a dream." "The same one. Which one has your ability shown?" Itsuki clarified. Bakuga nodded. During these days, he had become noticeably haggard and very, very tired. The minister's skill was the concept of history. Getenhaju's crystal ball device showed him the past of people and places within a certain radius around him. However, he had one peculiarity that seemed to live on its own and did not obey Bakugo. Sometimes Getenhaju showed him not history, but the future. One day, Tsukikage saw Tokyo turn into a pile of flaming ruins. Because of this, he left his position as director of Hagun Academy and went into politics. Having risen to the post of Prime Minister of Japan, he founded the Akatsuki Academy and intended to leave the Federation, joining the Union, all in the name of salvation from the coming tragedy. Itsuki was one of the few with whom Bakuga shared his plan, and not only approved it, Kurigane had long been in tense relations with the Federation, but also took advantage of the power of the head of the senior branch of the clan, sending Auma to assist the minister. That's why he now understood Tsukikage at a glance. I walked for a long time through the scorched wasteland that remained in the place of Tokyo. Ruins of buildings were piled up around me, mountains of charred corpses towered. Many tried to escape the fire in the river but could not and died there. Their bodies blocked the flow and the water overflowed its banks. It was pure hell, Bakuga said dully, and wincing groaned. Itsuki had known him for a very long time, since childhood, but only now he noticed how much the Prime Minister had aged. He probably failed because of constant worries about the dream vision. Suddenly, Tsukikage raised his head and smiled weakly, but sincerely. Itsuki last saw him like this over 10 years ago. But yesterday I woke up. Thanks to the efforts of the knights, the apprentice knights especially distinguished themselves. The Puppet King, the Flame, the Great Professor. While Bakuga was rushing about in delirium, Japan was shaken by a series of crises, but the younger generation survived and repelled the onslaught. Itsuki also received an official message from the United States that Tout Fu Zioali stopped Charles Islands, who went crazy and tried to seize nuclear weapons. They changed the future that appeared to Tsukikage, he thought. How did the Federation respond to the Union? Meanwhile, Bakuga inquired. Just woken up from a coma and went straight to work. At first, Itsuki decided that he would only tell about what happened during the period while he was replacing Bakuga at the post, and would wait for the rest until he fully recovered, but he hesitated for a moment and changed his mind. A simple executor of duties had no right to withhold such important information from the current Prime Minister. I gave you the minutes of the conference that took place this night and also attached my own report. They contain everything you need, but in short, the case will be put on hold. They don't want to put pressure, right? Are they afraid that the pressed union will take extreme measures and resume the war with renewed vigor? Well, fair enough. I suppose many were unhappy. Yes, you are right. It was not only Japan that was subjected to treacherous attack. When it became clear that there would be no investigation due to the size and military strength of the enemy, I think the representatives of the most affected countries considered this a complete defeat for the Federation. Of course, we also have disagreements, Itsuki replied. I also want to note that Tout, a warrior from the Union, killed the great professor, and because of this, all the blame for the incident was quickly shifted to him and the politicians loyal to him. Also, the moderate faction of the Union tried to avoid responsibility by declaring in its appeal that the states of their bloc were more independent. There is no such unity among them as in the Federation. Our leaders accepted their arguments and came to a compromise. The Union will remove from office the guilty politicians, all of whom belong to the radical faction, and the Federation will not aggravate the conflict. This was reported early in the morning. Fu Zioali, a young girl, killed the great professor. This is a huge achievement, Bakuga admitted, and it cannot be denied that it was thanks to her that we reached consensus. Yes, Itsuki nodded. In fact, it was worth giving credit to Two Wings and the White-Beard Lord. One sent Zioali to America, and the other ordered to transport Edelweiss to Japan. But this had nothing to do with Federation policy, so Itsuki remained silent. Still, I was mistaken, Bakuga sighed from accumulated fatigue and added bitterly. I thought that I was standing up for Japan, but everything happened while I was lying in a coma. I shouldn't have believed in youth. You weren't the only one who made a mistake, Itsuki objected. After the Second World War, the liberators lost the tyrant and threatened to bring a lot of trouble, remaining on their own, but Mr. Kazamatsuri proposed creating a controlled, necessary evil out of them, and with their help, implementing a plan for global rivalry. This was necessary in order to end the post-war unrest in the early stages and move on to reconstruction. Many years have passed, we have licked our wounds, but have not yet abandoned the old structure. Both the great professor and the puppet king are monsters born of the laziness of our generation. Edelweiss opened Itsuki's eyes. In order to maintain the status quo, the world elites created an underground where they were allowed to do evil. It was there that all the scoundrels settled. If the current world order continues, new Orgalis and islands will appear. So, Itsuki continued, we have to put an end to this. Bakuga looked up at him with eyes swollen from age and fatigue, and remarked with a hint of surprise. You won't be able to get away with a little blood, Director. Understand. Most likely, not only me, but also the White-Beard Lord and Mr. Kazamatsuri in general, all influential figures of the Federation and the Union who know about the true structure of the world will face a full-scale investigation. It may come to a point where both blocks fall apart, and we enter an unprecedented era of independent states. Obviously, major unrest cannot be avoided. And you, the embodiment of rationality, still think that we should reveal the truth to people and abandon old habits. That's why I think so. Moreover, we, our generation, must do this, Itsuki answered, and was surprised to find that he did not hesitate at all. The family's ideals, instilled in him from childhood, Read. Kurigane are obliged to preserve and protect the structure of society that united the blazers of Japan after the era of the samurai. The happiness of ordinary people is unchanged. Until recently, Itsuki firmly believed in this. However, due to the silent connivance of the elites, evil has grown to such proportions that in the current conflict it has caused colossal damage to the world community. It was not those who started the whole mess who had to deal with him, but the valiant young men and women. They will most likely build a brighter future than us traditionalists. We are like an old, well-worn rag, just right for particularly stubborn stains. Itsuki wanted to say that it was their duty to at least get rid of the remnants of the past and relieve the next generation of their responsibilities. Yes, I agree, Bakuga nodded happily. I will try to convince the Federation leaders of this. We must protect participating countries that do not know the true state of affairs. We'll clean up after ourselves and then hand over the affairs to our successors. We don't want to put a spoke in the wheels of our valiant youth, do we? The young knights brilliantly coped with their duties and put an end to the unrest that arose after the destruction of the liberators. Itsuki and Bakuga's decision led to global changes in the system of the Federation and the Union. But this is a completely different story that has nothing to do with the main character, Ikki Kurigane. Epilogue: what does it mean to admire someone the summer turned out to be extremely busy? In a short period of time, the Seven Stars Sword Art Festival, the War for Vermilion, mass escapes of criminals, the flame attack on Kyushu Island, and finally the Union invasion took place. But the unrest ended, peace came. September came, followed by October, but the second trimester at Hagan Academy has not yet arrived. Most of the students defended their homeland from external and internal enemies, so the leadership decided to encourage them and extended the holidays by a month. Almost everyone had gone home, and there was silence at school. Ikki Kurigane was one of the few who remained. One day, as usual, he went for independent training. Running out the gate, he made a circle around the academy, then returned to the territory and began to practice with the sword. After the battle with Islands, Ikki was pulled out of Stella's body, but almost 2 weeks passed before the guy got out of bed. Due to the accelerated growth in the super awakening mode, some parts of the body were not formed quite correctly. Of course, Shizuku improved everything, but she was still far from a complete recovery. Ikki still felt a certain stiffness in his movements. We'll have to work hard to get back to peak form, he sighed to himself, wiping beads of sweat from his forehead, and said out loud. And yet, I haven't trained alone for so long. Memories came flooding back. In the past, Ikki was used to not having contact with anyone. No matter how much those around him branded him useless, good for nothing, the guy did. Not give up. Vowing never to give up, he chose his own path as a knight and proudly walked along it alone. No one else believed in him. But then everything changed. It changed dramatically. Stella appeared in his life. One day, Ikki came from his usual jog, rinsed off in the shower, and returning to his room, faced fate head-on in the guise of an unfamiliar beauty in only her underwear. How surprised I was then. Fascinated, Ikki could not take his eyes off her. All coherent thoughts scattered, which had never happened before. And then, completely confused, he blurted out the first thing that came to mind. I'll also undress now, and everything will be fair. Oh, what a shame, the guy exclaimed to himself, suppressing the urge to grab his head. Who did Stella fall in love with? After that, they began to argue about who would be in charge in the room, quarreled and finally decided. Let swords, rather than words, determine who is right, as is customary among knights. By the way, the third training arena is not far from here. Ikki's legs carried him there on their own. This arena was the largest in Hagan. It was widely popular among students thanks to modern gyms with a variety of equipment, but now it was empty. Looking at the deserted arena, Ikki again turned to the past. To this day, he could remember that fight in every detail. Then it was not strength or ability that prevailed, but knowledge. Crimson Princess Stella Vermilion became famous throughout the world as an A-rank apprentice knight. Her fighting style and noble arts were no secret to anyone, including Ikki. But no one knew anything about the failed knight Ikki Kuragain, who had an F-rank, because of which he could not even enter Hagun at first. Naturally, Stella, who had just arrived in Japan, had no idea what her opponent was like. Of course, it was not a perfect victory, but the fact remained. The untalented loser surpassed the transferred student. The news spread quickly. Soon even those who had just enrolled, even though it was spring break, heard about the incredible fight. At that moment, the talentless knight saw for the first time a ray of light in the impenetrable darkness that surrounded him. It's not that I tried for the sake of recognition, but it was still very nice to hear praise. At first, Ikki was uncomfortable because he was the only one in the entire parallel who stayed for the second year, but as it turned out, he was worried in vain. The first semester was full of joy and fun. The guy saw his younger sister for the first time in several years and became friends with the eccentric, but kind and sympathetic Nagi. Life with the princess was also tense only at first. Stella turned out to be a simple-minded girl and said what was on her mind, so there were no misunderstandings. Their relationship warmed up very quickly. And then the test came. At the beginning of the school year, Ikki and the academy's director, Kurono Shingyuji, made a deal. Ikki undertook to obtain the title of 7-star Sword King. That is, to win the annual tournament among the country's student knights, and Kurono promised to give him suitable grades for this and provide him with a license, despite the F-rank. And we should have gotten it like that in the first match. The guy grinned sadly, complaining about his luck. To qualify for the festival, everyone had to compete in the qualifying round. The 6 best, eventually, received the right to represent the academy. Ikki was lucky from the very beginning. He drew the short straw and went against the person he had the least chance of dealing with. It was Shizuya Kirihara, nicknamed Hunter. Last year, he and Ikki were in the same class, and Ikki had unpleasant memories of Shizuya. However, the main problem was not their relationship, but the compatibility of abilities. Shizuya's device was shaped like a bow, and the ability allowed him to manipulate the concept of transparency. With its help, the hunter not only disappeared from the opponent's field of vision, but made his arrows invisible. If Ikki had a noble art that covered a large area, he would not have much difficulty in the duel. However, he was a pure swordsman and only struck down those whom Intetsu attacked. Among all the opponents that the guy faced on the way from the failed knight to the uncrowned Sword King, and further to the 7-star Sword King, Hunter Shizuya Kirihara became the most difficult. That time I almost lost heart. If Stella had not scolded me, I would probably be completely different now. But the first obstacle was left behind, and the rest did not look so formidable against its background. At some point, Ikki fought Euphoria runner Renrin Tamaru, a B-rank knight representing the second graders of Hagun. Renrin moved incredibly fast, but fought hand-to-hand, so Ikki was able to calculate her actions and win. And then I fought him. Standing in the way of the failed knight was the sword eater Kurado Kurashiki, a third grader from Donro Academy, who was among the top 8 at the previous festival. Ikki had a match with him, helping Ice Ayatsuji recapture the family dojo. Kurado appeared as a raging flame in human form. Abnormally heightened reflexes allowed him to swing his sword much faster and more aggressively than other knights. Ikki defeated him by imitating the secret technique of Ayatsuji's single-blade style, which he learned from Ice. Naturally, the girl did not reveal the secret of her family to him, and she herself had not yet reached such heights in the sword school, but Ikki taught Ice for some time, and then met her in the arena of the qualifying round. Using style copy, he analyzed Ayatsuji's single-blade style, delved into its features, and calculated what the secret technique could be. However, despite the crushing defeat, Kurado refused to kneel before the winner, maintaining his dignity. Thanks to this unofficial duel, Ikki felt firsthand the power of the country's elite Knights disciples. And by the way, about the matches that were not held at the home arena. It was not easy for me then either. Speaking about the life of the failed knight, one cannot ignore the conflict with Itsuki Kurigane, director of the Japanese branch of the Federation and head of the senior branch of the Kurigane clan. Ikki firmly intended to participate in the Seven Stars Sword Art Festival, and Itsuki, his father, was categorically against it and exerted pressure in every possible way. It got to the point that Ikki was separated from Stella and forced to fight almost in solitary confinement. But Itsuki was simply trying to show fatherly love for his son, albeit in such a perverted way. It's unpleasant even to remember. But thanks to this episode, Ikki Kurigane grew as a person. He knew that he would never forget the moment when, in a completely broken state, he returned to the academy for the final match of the qualifying round and found his friends and buddies at the gate, vying with each other, shouting warm words of support. Last year, no one needed the talentless knight, but now they loved and respected him, they hoped for him, they admired him. Life was definitely not wasted. Ikki realized that he wanted to respond to these feelings, that he had no right to let down everyone who believed in him, and his exhausted, tired body was filled with unprecedented strength. He could never find it if he remained single. Putting this power into a single blow, he defeated the renowned Rakiri. The guy was very proud of this victory. It was thanks to her that he found the determination to leave his father, to whom, it turns out, he still clung, and to move on his own path as a knight, where he is loved by those around him. Including Stella. He wasn't going to quit, no matter what anyone said. Having gained strength of spirit, Ikki found the right words and without hesitation revealed his feelings to the most beloved girl in the world. And she accepted them with genuine joy. A meeting with a princess from distant Europe opened a new page in Ikki's life. But most importantly, she created bonds that forever united worthy rivals. At first, the marriage proposal seemed like a small promise, connecting only two lovers' hearts. But after the festival and the war for Vermilion, parents on both sides recognized the feelings of their children and blessed their marriage. There were no more obstacles. The time has come. That's why Ikki thought, when suddenly a familiar voice pulled him out of his thoughts. "Oh, senpai, good morning." A short, slender girl with peach-colored hair and glasses that gave her a special charm ran up to him, waving her hand. It was Kagami Kusakabe, Ikki's friend and classmate. "Hello, Kusakabe," Ikki replied and also waved. "Senpai, why are you so thoughtful? Who dared to load you up early in the morning?" "Nobody. I just remembered everything that happened to me after meeting Stella." "Ah," Kagami drawled. "That's right, this is your first time fighting in this arena. The fateful meeting of the sword god Ikki Kurigane and the Crimson Princess Stella Vermilion," she declared, as if reading the title of an article. "What a pity that I wasn't present then. This is the greatest omission in my journalistic career." The girl pretended to be very upset and even shed a tear, showing off her acting talent. Ikki tensed slightly. "Please, let's do it without all these gods. I don't deserve this." Ikki knew that this nickname appeared after the victory over the Black Knight Iris Ascaris and quickly spread among the people, but he did not like being addressed like that. He felt uneasy. "What are you talking about, senpai? How well deserved it?" Kagami objected hotly. "You are a real hero. You received the title of the King of the Sword of Seven Stars and saved Japan and Vermilion from terrible troubles. On the contrary, I would be very surprised if after this they didn't call you something special. So get used to it," she advised, and suddenly yawned widely. Taking a closer look, Ikki noticed dark circles under her friend's eyes, which she tried to hide with makeup. "Don't get enough sleep?" he asked, and Kagami laughed sheepishly. "Yeah, something has become fashionable lately. There's so much going on. I can't keep up with the electronic wall newspaper at all." Ikki understood everything. Kagami was a member of the school journalism club, so she kept a close eye on the world's situation, which was now very tense. News worthy of mention constantly appeared. During the holidays, the wall newspaper obviously did not come out in print format, but its electronic version, made in the form of a separate application for a student's handheld, was updated daily. Naturally, Kagami knew no rest. Almost all my colleagues in the circle have left. I have to multiply myself with noble art in order to somehow cope. But here, too, not everything is smooth. Yesterday, the copies rioted and threatened to bury me. Like, I drove them to the edge. It got to the point where we fought among ourselves. There's no need to overdo it either. No, I can't do without it now. There is a lot of news, both good and bad, and we need to write about everyone. People are especially actively watching the future of the student knights who showed their best side in the war, Kagami said and laughed, looking slyly at Ikki. The guy felt a double bottom in her words. What did she say? Are they keeping an eye on the future? Really? Wait a minute, so this is already known, or what? Yes, of course, Kagami nodded. So, Kurigane-senpai, let me congratulate you and Stella on skipping a couple of stages and making your debut in the KOC A-League next year. She added with a solemn look and clapped her hands. I knew it. A few days ago, the Japan branch actually contacted them and reported this confidentially. KOK is a major league in which the best magic knights from all over the world fight. Of course, it is the most popular among other tournaments. To get into it, you need to fulfill one of two conditions: either win the national league of your country or receive a recommendation from 3 states from the federation. The latter is incredibly difficult to achieve, since it requires achievements at an international level. Ikki performed admirably in the War of Vermilion and the Battle of Tokyo Bay. Vermilion, France, and Japan vouched for him. Stella also received recommendations from Vermilion and Japan, as well as from Crederland. From now on, they became full participants in the A-League. But there has been no official announcement yet. Ho, I would ask you, sir, not to belittle the capabilities of the Kagamine Intelligence Network, Kagami said proudly. A debut in the A-League without participating in the national one is not even a jump, but a whole takeoff. Although the takeoff is reasonable. I mean, for you and Stella. What struck me more was that you received a recommendation from your father. He said that if we were left in the festival and given free rein, we would disperse so much that the main purpose of the tournament would disappear. Friendly rivalry between the student knights of Japan. In general, he sent you to the arena of a suitable level, and he kicked you out of the festival, right? Well, you could say that. However, Ikki understood his father. She and Stella had truly outgrown student competitions. Of course, he was a little sad that he would never take part in the 7-Star Sword Art Festival again. After all, he had achieved a lot on that battlefield. But at the same time, he was sincerely happy about the new stage in his life. Oh, exactly. While we're talking about the A-League, then there was a rumor, not yet official, that Madam Director had filed an application to return to duty. That's how I came to my senses 3 days ago, and I immediately applied. Is it true? I'm shocked. I thought she decided to settle down and devote herself to her family. Yeah, me too, Ikki admitted. Once world clock Kurono Shingyuji occupied 3rd place in the world rankings of the KOC, but due to pregnancy, she abandoned battles and took up quieter activities. Maybe the war awakened fighting spirit in her. I was next to her during the defense. Damn, she's definitely not human. She pulled it all on herself alone. Yes, I heard. With the advent of the Enterprise, Sky Admiral Appleton's device, and the Sion Combat Squad, consisting of tyrant clones, the Japanese army began to lose ground. Defeat was avoided only thanks to the world clock and her noble art. The whole world. Kurono rolled back in time over and over again and thereby created many copies of herself. This helped her win. When Nene-sensei found out about this, she changed everything and, I'm afraid, went a little crazy with joy. She never liked to train, and in recent years she performed in the A-League completely sluggishly, without spark, and now you can't get her out of the gym. I understand her. Kurono and Nene have been rivals since school. Their relationship was in many ways similar to that between Ikki and Stella. When an old friend retired from the sport, Yakushiheim lost her motivation. She thought that she would never again know the admiration that overwhelmed her in fights with Kurono. But now the world clock was back in operation, and Nene could not sit still with joyful excitement. And in general, the A-League is a haven for the elites of the Federation. Only the best of the best get there. For example, white-bearded Lord Arthur Bright, head of the International Federation of Magic Knights. Despite his advanced age, he was already in his 80s. Arthur did not miss a single tournament from the very beginning and confidently held first place in the ranking. He is a living legend, the mainstay of a powerful organization. I wonder how long you can hold out against him, Ikki wondered. At least pretend you're worried, Kagami grinned. Sometimes it seems to me that you are not a person either. I just think that nothing is impossible. Of course, Ikki was worried and afraid, but he was firmly confident that he would find a way to win. He had already thought a little about Director Hagun's new noble art and discovered a flaw in it. For all its power, the whole world did not provide any special advantages. As soon as the Kurono who rolled away first was defeated, the chain of movements in time was interrupted. No matter how enormous the strength of the enemy, no matter how awe-inspiring his ability, the talentless knight believed that hopeless situations did not exist. Besides, I'm used to being at a disadvantage. I wonder how high I can climb now, Ikki thought, looking forward to testing it out. At that moment, a camera click was heard. Supernova Sword God Ikki Kuragain smiles boldly in the face of the A-League. What do I care about her? He declares confidently. Wow, this will not be an article, but a bomb. Kagami exclaimed enthusiastically, waving her smartphone. What? You said it yourself that it hasn't been officially announced yet. Do not dare. Ikki shouted in panic. Kagami laughed cheerfully. I'm kidding. Yes, senpai, there really is nothing stopping you. Get ready, there will be no end to your pursuers. What other pursuers? The most ordinary ones. Next year, the third graders whom you promoted at the festival will advance to the National League. And don't forget about the heroes of Kyushu, Sword Eater Kurashiki of Donro and our chairman, Reikiri to do. Apart from special cases like yours, one gets into the KOC after winning the National League. Kurashiki and Tadu are really eager to get even with you, so the upcoming National League tour promises to be especially popular. Kyushu, you say? I heard they showed top class there, and we can't forget about Moriboshi. The three of them will take national matches to a new level. Ikki had fought them and knew what they were capable of. In the Japanese league, Toka, Yudai and Kurado are unlikely to find anyone equal. It may well happen that the current third graders, having barely made their debut, will occupy the entire pedestal. Oh, so you haven't heard of Moriboshi? Kagami asked in surprise. And what happened to him? Ex-Sword King, Moriboshi, will not participate in the National League. Recently, there was a rumor that he intended to go to China and challenge the God of War League, but this also turned out to be untrue. It seems that he will enter the Defense Institute. In the institute, Ikki was amazed. Graduates of this educational institution received positions in branches of the Federation. Among the Magic Knights, this job was considered the most prestigious. This may sound rude, but Moriboshi does not look like an employee. Suddenly, I can't imagine him being a bureaucrat. Yeah, Kagami agreed. And I also did a little research. In general, it was the director of the Japanese department, well, that is, your father, who convinced him. He made a special trip to Bakyoku, talked with Moriboshi, and even gave him a letter of recommendation. What? I was just about to ask why your father is promoting Moriboshi so much, but apparently, this is the first time you've heard about it. Yes, for the first time. Thanks to Sarah Bloodlily, she and Itsuki became somewhat closer, but not so much that Ironblood discussed work matters with his youngest son. But I think I can guess why. Why does it promote? Yes. Ikki remembered Yudai Moriboshi, the previous Sword King of the 7 Stars, who blocked his path with a tall wall in the very first match of the festival. He was a very strong knight. Not only was he a master at wielding a spear, but he also had the ability to destroy devices that were very difficult to damage. However, the main feature of Yudai, according to Ikki, was not combat skill, not ability, but indestructible firmness of spirit. Despite the terrible injury received in a train crash and causing a lot of inconvenience even in everyday life, he did not give up and overcame all difficulties for the sake of his sister, who stopped talking out of grief. In addition, Yudai had an incomparable breadth of soul and easily remained himself, even though the colossal burden of responsibility for the hopes placed on his fellow countrymen weighed on his shoulders. The star of Naniwa aimed straight towards the goal, without hesitation under any circumstances. Windy is not about him. Moriboshi is a real rock. Next to him you feel like you are behind a stone wall. This is the quality of not just a knight, but a leader, one who stands above, who gathers everyone around him. This is probably what his father noticed in him. "I see," said Kagami and added barely audibly, "Well, that's logical. Considering what these two are up to, they urgently need to raise a successor." "I'm sorry, what?" "Nothing," thoughts out loud. Intuition told me that her friend had mentioned something extremely important, but Ikki decided not to torture her. If Kagami kept her mouth shut, then the news was indeed secret, and much more secret than Kurono's return. "Well, in short, the nationals will be hot, but the festival is generally fire. After all, he will appear in the arena." "Who is he?" "A first-year from Akatsuki Academy, who fought against the talentless knight, now a world-class magic knight, in the semi-finals, and even drove him into the grave with 1 foot. Amin Shinamiya's evil fate," Kagami declared. Ikki tilted his head to the side in confusion. "How so? He was suspended." Amin violated the rules so seriously that the entire tournament almost collapsed because of him. For this, he was disqualified and placed under supervision. However, this was how things stood before the trip to Vermilion. While Ikki was in Europe, the situation changed. Shinamiya actively helped track down criminals who escaped due to the intervention of the Puppet King. For this, he was amnestied, Kagami explained. Starting next semester, he will be studying at Kyomen Academy again. Just like that. Yes, his ability was truly created for such tasks. It was only thanks to Shinamiya that Japan was the first to catch everyone. And he seems to repent of what he did. In general, he was given a second chance, but they left supervision. The noble art of the nameless glory of Amin Shinamiya's evil doom fulfilled his wishes no less. It reshaped the global network of cause-and-effect relationships and created a series of accidents that led to the implementation of Amin's requests. Naturally, the nameless glory did not work for the desperados, since they did not obey fate, but there were very few owners of the rebellious soul in the world. In Japan, among the prisoners, there is only one flame, so Amin really brought a lot of benefit. I think from now on he will only use his power during matches. I wonder what his style of fighting in the arena is. I really can't wait to see it. Kagami lit up. Ikki knew the answer. Amin Shinamiya relied entirely on luck. Endless luck pushed him to make the right decisions and precise strikes, and forced his enemies to make mistakes out of the blue. In the semi-finals of the festival, Ikki fully felt the destructive influence of the evil doom ability. Regular, rigorous training, perfect control over his own body, and lightning-fast analysis that allowed him to adapt to the situation in real time helped him out. Without them, Ikki would have lost to Amin. However, not everyone is capable of this. If Shinamiya takes himself seriously, his fighting style will become a powerful weapon. I really wanted to see what he would grow up to be. He was pleased to hear that his rivals were moving confidently into the future, despite troubles and incidents. Thank you, Kusakabe, for telling me about the guys. You just filled me with motivation. Seriously. Absolutely. I'm not interested in rumors, so a lot would have passed by if it weren't for you. It's great to have knowledgeable friends. Kagami smiled happily, receiving sincere gratitude. Hee hee, great mood. Here, this is precisely why I took up journalism. Is it true? Ikki was surprised. Yeah, the girl nodded confidently. We went through a dark period, first natural disasters, then war. The cities are still in ruins, many have lost relatives and friends, and cannot recover from grief. But I want to convey to them that you can't dwell on the past, otherwise the pain will never go away. I want to show them those who found the strength to overcome sadness and suffering and took a step into a bright future. It is such people who are the source of faith, hope, and courage. I believe in it. Her eyes sparkled dazzlingly bright. Ikki had seen such a look more than once, from rivals with whom he crossed swords. Kagami Kusakabe found her path as a knight, and was willing to risk everything, even her life, for it. After all, fighting is not the only way to prove yourself. But the main news, of course, awaits us this weekend, Kagami continued. I'll take a bunch of great photos, and be sure to send them to you. Yes, thank you. We'll wait. After parting with Kagami, Ikki looked at his watch, saw that the time to leave was approaching, and trotted to the dorm. She and Stella spent 6 months under the same roof, but the girl left a week ago to prepare for some event, so Ikki now lived alone. Throwing off his sweatsuit, wet with sweat, the guy quickly rinsed off in the shower, changed into casual clothes, not the academy uniform, took the suitcase that he had previously placed at the front door, and went out again. A car was already waiting for him at the gate. Ikki was not late, but still apologized for the delay and sat down inside. The driver brought him to Haneda Airport. He didn't stop at the main entrance, but turned into the staff entrance and drove straight onto the runway, taking Ikki to a small jet warming up its engines off to the side of the regular flight terminal. On the tail of the plane was the flag of the Vermilion Empire. It was the personal plane of the imperial family. Ikki climbed up the ramp, settled comfortably in his chair, and flew, apparently to Vermilion. The main news is, he repeated Kagami's words to himself. Well, that's how it is. Over the weekend, Ikki and Stella had an event that would radically change their lives. Naturally, the guy was nervous, and so much so that he spent the whole night without sleeping a wink. The next morning, the plane arrived in Vermilion. The guest from distant Japan was greeted by the dry wind and clear sky characteristic of Northern Europe. Why so long, Ikki? And the most beloved girl in the world. Her snow-white outfit shone dazzlingly in the rays of the sun. It was extremely easily soiled and impractical, but its design was calculated down to the smallest detail. He had only one purpose, to give special beauty to the one who was experiencing the happiest day of her life. In other words, it was a wedding dress. The solemn event itself, according to the plan, was to take place this weekend at the Imperial Palace. Ikki and Stella wanted to get married after graduation, but their parents, Sirius, Astria, and Itsuki, quietly made the necessary arrangements. The bride and groom found out about everything already when the event program was drawn up and approved. It was rumored that Astria Vermilion, the true brain of the empire and just a smart, cunning woman, decided to include Ikki and her family before other countries, including France, wanted him. However, no one knew whether this was true or not. The children were very indignant. It's unthinkable, such an important event, and no one cared about their opinion. Ikki was so gentle and patient that he couldn't resist expressing everything he thought about this, but he came across an insurmountable obstacle. You proposed to her a few months ago and in front of witnesses. I realized it a little late, don't you think? Itsuki noted. I made such sacrifices, literally tore away my little blood, my beloved treasure, from the bottom of my heart, and you decided to complain. Sirius asked menacingly. The father's united front completely defeated the guy, without even letting him say a word in response. However, they said the right things. Ikki actually confessed his feelings right in the arena, in front of many spectators. In addition, his chosen one was not just anyone, but the princess of the empire, so after the cherished words, the guy had to think about his further actions twice, or even 3 times. The same applied to Stella. She could not afford rash statements. Also, during the war for Vermilion, Ikki fulfilled his word to Sirius, and the Emperor blessed their marriage, albeit reluctantly. There was no turning back. After thinking it over carefully, the guy admitted that his parents were right. The law was on their side. Yes, he himself wasn't exactly trying to postpone the wedding. In the end, unbreakable bonds have long and firmly cemented loving hearts. She and Stella agreed to move the date to after graduation only because they wanted to finish their studies in peace. However, strictly speaking, there was nothing stopping two adults who had mutual feelings for each other from getting married right now. So, after some resistance, the children gave in and agreed to hold the ceremony before the start of the second trimester. Well, how does it suit me? It was sewn in the image of the one Mom wore when she got married, Stella asked, timidly looking at Ikki. You are dazzling, Ikki answered simply but honestly. From the very first meeting until this moment, he never ceased to admire how beautiful Stella was. However, today the girl struck him to the core. The snow-white dress sparkled like pearl. Scarlet hair shone and shimmered in the rays of the sun. It's like a fairy or goddess stepped out of the pages of a fairy tale. I still can't believe that I'm marrying such a beautiful girl. Now I don't even feel at ease next to you. Ikki imagined what they looked like from the outside and smiled sadly. She is all so bright, brilliant, magnificent, and he is gray and nondescript. Stella raised her eyebrows, then suddenly jumped up to Ikki and, grabbing his arm, pouted. Give me this nonsense, she said sternly. Have you already forgotten how you proposed to me in front of a huge crowd? It's too late to be embarrassed. Besides, Dad, Mom, Luna, and all the people know how wonderful you are. You yourself forced them to admit yourself, didn't you? Ikki, stop this self-flagellation. It's time for you to accept yourself for who you are. Yes, that's right. Only now did Ikki finally realize that the only one who had so far refused to acknowledge him was himself. On the one hand, he objectively assessed his strength and achievements, refused to believe that he was good for nothing, but on the other hand, he never praised himself for his efforts. Somewhere deep inside, Ikki was afraid. He was afraid to accept that he was no longer behind, that he had achieved what he wanted and filled the emptiness in his heart. Indeed, at the very beginning, it was precisely negative feelings that did not allow the talentless knight to give up on himself and forced him to rise to his feet again and again, no matter what blows fate dealt. Because of this fear, Ikki subconsciously convinced himself that, despite everyone's respect, he was still young and inexperienced, that he had something to strive for, that he should try even harder. But perhaps it's time to put an end to this. High aspirations are wonderful. Ambition is also important. However, the negativity must go away. Thanks to Stella, Ikki realized this and set out to change. In the end, that boy who cried one winter day is a thing of the past. Now he has a beloved girlfriend, sister, friends, parents, just wonderful acquaintances. And they all believe in him, respect and admire him. I want to respond to their feelings. I want to become a knight they can be proud of. I want to transform myself, Ikki thought and made a firm decision. Today the story of the talentless knight will end. Yes, you're right, he replied. Stella smiled happily and pulled Ikki's hand. Then let's run. Sarah is already waiting for us in the palace. We'll change our clothes and she'll take our portrait. After she's finished, let's go see how the wedding cake turned out. She said that she definitely wanted to know our opinion. Fine. Oh yes, Fur finally answered me. Look, yes, I will be at the wedding, I will be. Stop texting me online every minute. What a mean one, huh? Well, it's okay, it's her own fault. I see that she has read all my messages, but refuses to answer. This time I will definitely redirect this stubborn girl. With your help, of course. Okay, just one moment, Ikki answered, stopping Stella. Which? Let's not rush anywhere. He wanted to live up to the hopes of everyone who supported him and Stella. He wanted to be proud of himself and the people who admire him. So he guessed that from now on he would run along the chosen path of the night as fiercely and swiftly as before. But let all this happen tomorrow. Today, he enjoyed the happiness of universal recognition. The mediocre knight lived not thanks to, but in spite of, made titanic efforts to climb the peak he had built for himself step by step, crawled when there was no strength left to walk, and finally reached the top. There a well-deserved reward awaited him, the only one whose love he won. Stella became embarrassed, walked up to Icky, took his arm again, and together they quietly, slowly walked forward, into the future, which was as bright and cloudless as the endless blue sky stretching above their heads. Afterward, "Hello, I am Riku Misora, the author of this book. Thank you for purchasing and reading the 19th volume of the saga of the Failed Knight. Before you is the final piece of the work. 10 years have passed since the first volume went on sale. 10 long, eventful years, which, however, flashed by in the blink of an eye. The Failed Knight is the third novel in my bibliography. Recently, a belief has spread among writers that if none of the first 3 books become a hit, then the author will have an unenviable future. This was told to me by the editor when we met after I won the publishing prize, and he also added that for the next 3 jobs I am under his tutelage. So, one might say, I managed to jump into the last carriage. Assuming that Saga could become my last book, I decided to cram into it everything that I adore, but at the same time not to depart from modern trends. With these thoughts in mind, I took on the widespread theme of battles between schoolchildren with supernatural powers in those years, and boldly added my favorite trope to the plot, the only main character, and made her not just the protagonist's companion, but the final boss. I also tried to keep the focus on the relationships of the main characters, both in a romantic setting and in the heat of battle, but I did not forget about the general fighting spirit in the background of the whole picture. This is how the saga of the Failed Knight was born. Now I understand how much I took a risk back in 2013. Despite the approaching point at which I would be branded a mediocre scribbler and would no longer have any business, I boldly opposed the then fashion for harems, although they were at the peak of popularity, and left one heroine. On the one hand, this put me in a difficult position. If readers had not liked Stella, there would have been no one to replace her, and the entire work would have sunk. On the other hand, I could not be distracted by other girls and fully reveal the main character. I dare to hope that I succeeded. And it worked. My book was a success. Big sales, a manga adaptation, an anime, and many other things that I would never have experienced if I had remained in the shadow of more popular works. I can say with confidence that without Saga, there would not be the Riku Misora you know now. For this, I must thank the readers who supported my endeavor. And since we are talking about acknowledgements, I will dedicate the last section of the afterword to those who, in one way or another, had a hand in the creation of this work. Now there will be a whole sheet of text. Please understand and forgive. So, first of all, I want to say thank you to Vaughn, who always delighted us with masterpiece illustrations. Thanks to him for the long, fruitful cooperation. I first learned about Vaughn thanks to a work from the same publishing house Ga Bunko called The Last Days of the Cavalry Estate. In detail. As soon as the cover caught my eye, my whole being screamed, "Oh my God, how cute and erotic!" So, having decided on the image of Stella and realizing that the main character of my work needed the best boobs, I ran to the then editor Koharu and asked him to lure Vaughn at any cost. I still remember spamming him with emails, hee. Without cool, charming, and most importantly, the most erotic illustrations by Vaughn, Saga would never have taken place as a work, for which many thanks to him. Secondly, I thank the editorial department and especially Koharu. He took me under my patronage at the very beginning of my career and made a million efforts to release The Failed Knight. Alas, he recently left, which is why Tanaka worked on the last volume, for which special thanks to him. I also cannot ignore those editors who were responsible for interaction with the media. It was their invaluable help that allowed me to complete the book without incident. Thank you. Thirdly, my deepest bow to the staff of the external media department, namely, to the guys from SQ and separately to Suramicha-sensei, who is involved in the manga adaptation. The anime only covered the first 3 volumes, but the manga also covered the 4th. I truly enjoyed reading it. Advice to everyone for the future: never, under any circumstances, make Shizuka angry. Silver Link Studios and the staff who brought the anime to life. When I mentioned at a meeting while discussing some points that I was crazy about the anime Escryed, and then found out that Mikio Sakai himself would sing the title theme, for some unknown reason my nose almost bled. Haha. The fact is that it was Escryed who showed me what a real man should be, and I tried to transfer this image to Saga, and then it turned out that Mikio Sakai would not only write the song, but also perform it. I will remember this for the rest of my life. Finally, I would like to thank the readers again, those good people who have supported me and the Failed Knights saga for 10 whole years. Thank you so much for everything. See you again, someday in the pages of another book.